Chapter 1. Victor Ronquist had rarely encountered a human whose mind had been so drastically reorganized. The word brainwashing, as far as Ronquist was aware, had fallen from favor, but in his considered opinion, the young man's brain had not only been washed, but also fluffed and folded. It was neat, malleable, and it followed orders without reflection or question. The young man was conditioned to be the perfect implementer. Original thought had been all but eliminated, and so had all but a permitted modicum of individuality. In another century he might have been called a vassal, a minion, or a bondsman. These days, Ronquist supposed, he'd be a mid-level bureaucrat, and doomed in the bargain to make never more than a nominal advancement in the power structure. It didn't matter that the power structure he served, or the bureaucratic subdivision in which he performed that service, was one of the most disturbingly sinister human institutions Ronquist had encountered since the KGB under Stalin. The young man no longer possessed, if indeed he ever had, enough imagination to postulate ethical questions or entertain doubts as to the morality or even the effectiveness of what he was doing. He had taken the concept of his not to reason why to the extreme of a perverted, near unthinking pleasure in his own, almost canine obedience. This one would do just about anything his masters suggested, no qualms, no reservations, and with a willing eagerness and a probing attention to detail that Ronquist found unhealthy in the extreme. Victor Ronquist, from his unique perspective, had seen this insensitive corporate amorality steadily growing, especially in the United States, since at least the 1970s, and suspected it was a fresh, and probably malignant phase of capitalism. Greed had been declared good, corruption was seen as a virtue of power and practiced with a vindictive glee. Admittedly, the young man was an employee of the federal government, but that hardly negated Ronquist's basic premise. Wasn't the federal government of the United States nothing more than the biggest, most labyrinthine, and certainly the most inefficient, greedy, and corrupt, capitalist corporation on the surface of the earth? Normally capitalism and its convolutions were of little concern to Ronquist, unless they pressed overly close to where he lived. With his almost infinitely extended lifespan, he had seen belief systems flourish, flower, then wilt and die, or mutate to the point that they became unrecognizable. He had seen nations change flags like dirty underwear. He'd watched regimes and dynasties rise and fall, and even empires totter and collapse. All the way from those long ago days when crusaders had fought their way through Turkey to Jerusalem, and when the threat of the Great Khan and his golden horde of Mongols had been massing in the east, he followed humanity's murderous folly as the Mamluks rose to power in Egypt, at the very end of the 13th century, and, later, in the 18th, Abd al-Wahhab converted the belligerent Saudi tribes to his grimly intractable sect and sowed the theocratic seeds for the deadly flourish of the Al-Qaeda in the 21st. Ronquist had ridden the waves of human history and survived, and found it little more than a bubble stream of circular patterns repeated over. He had long ago come to the conclusion that, in deep reality, the only objective difference in competing social designs was in the color of their flags and the degree of misery they were able to perpetrate. Not being human, Ronquist normally distanced himself as far as possible from the machinations of those who sought to control the mass of humanity. If one human structure became too onerous or out of control, Ronquist had always exercised the option to move on. Just at this moment, however, Ronquist couldn't move, and he needed to give this young man's mental state some serious consideration. Detachment was impossible since the young man was not only Ronquist's face-to-face interrogator and the immediate representative of his captors, but he also controlled the powerful laser that was aimed squarely at Victor Ronquist's right eye. In my time I have met torturers with more grit and sinew. The young man was surprised. You see me as a torturer? From where I'm sitting. Have you been harmed in any way? Ronquist was unable to move his head to look at the young man directly, so he spoke to the dark and unblinking lens of the laser. No, not so far. Then what makes you think I am your torturer? You have the look. The look. I've met a lot of torturers and seen a lot of torture. Indeed. In my time. The young man raised a sparse eyebrow. In your time. Ronquist would have gestured to the thick binder the young man held in his hand, except the nylon and steel mesh restraints held him immobile. You have the dossier. This dossier makes the claim you have lived over 900 years. Ronquist was unable even to nod. Nearer to 1,000. The young man paused and placed a hand lightly to the earpiece of his lightweight headset. He listened with rapt concentration, indicating to Ronquist he was hearing more than a communication, and the entire interrogation drama was being choreographed from elsewhere. As far as Ronquist could penetrate the conditioned firewalls in the human's mind, he had been told that Ronquist was a dangerously psychotic serial murderer under consideration as the fall guy for a termination/suicide mission. The young man had further been instructed that he should maintain and, if need be, cling to that belief in the face of any or all evidence that might contradict the hypothesis. The young man's dossier was a blue loose-leaf binder, with red eyes-only stickers and the combined NSA-FEMA logos. It contained the sum total of the data on Ronquist that had so far been amassed by the two agencies, but the young man was under the all-enveloping impression that its contents were the collected ravings of a deadly psychotic, the imaginary parameters of a watertight fantasy world created by an advanced and dangerous paranoid schizophrenic. Nothing could force him so much as to entertain the idea that the information contained therein might actually be the truth or some approximation of it. After about 30 seconds of silent attention to the headset, he turned back to Ronquist. What makes you think I'm a torturer? The goal is to elicit my cooperation or confession, isn't it? We'd like the truth. You have the truth. Your problem lies in accepting it. The room in which Ronquist and the young man faced each other was a near-perfect cube with scarlet walls, floor, and ceiling. Without question, its design was the product of some half-wit, but probably very expensive, psychological study. He doubted the hellfire shade of red, or the vaguely disturbing spatial relationships, really had very much effect on humans beyond an intimidating first impression, and on a creature like himself they had no effect at all. If his situation had not been quite so desperately perilous, he might have held the whole process in utter contempt. Only the laser precluded too much hubris. It was no mere pointer or gun sight. This was an industrial-strength instrument that would burn and penetrate, and probably cauterize as it burned. At the touch of the young man's remote, Ronquist's right eye would be destroyed beyond all reclamation, a nanosecond before the gemstone beam speared the soft tissue of his brain. Victor Ronquist's brain did have some chance of recovery. Tissue would regenerate with Nosferatu cellular alacrity, and complex paths of function would be rerouted according to freshly devised synaptic mapping, but recovery from such massive trauma would take time in which he would be effectively helpless, and his human captors could do what they liked with him. They could follow any whim of their choosing, from driving an iron stake through his heart if they were in the mood for recreating the crudely medieval, or cutting him up in some state-of-the-art operating room like a frog in a biology class. Confident the odds were effectively stacked against Ronquist, the young man permitted himself an ironic smile at the Nosferatu's last remark. Our problem? You think we have a problem? The young man wore loudly striped suspenders over a pale blue shirt, a lighter shade of the same blue as his immaculate pinstriped suit. He had taken off his jacket in a gauche display of getting down to business. The young man had the kind of cool but still angry determination almost unique to African-American Ivy Leaguers. He had not loosened his tie, which was of a loud and jagged, black and yellow pattern. Ronquist assumed that the tie, the braces, and the man's smoothly shaved head were cultural nods to his ethnicity. His job, as it was defined, was very simple. Questions, asked elsewhere, were relayed over the headset, and all the young man needed to do was to repeat them and wait for Ronquist's reply or reaction. You think we have a problem? You do not know how to handle me. The young man walked slowly round Ronquist. We seem to have handled you fairly efficiently up to now. The statement would bring no argument from Ronquist. He was seated in a somewhat more upright version of a dentist's chair, secured at the wrists, ankles, and waist by straps of reinforced nylon from which not even he could tear loose. 2 more straps were crossed over his chest, while his skull was clamped in a vise of stainless steel and rubber that held him at the very precise mercy of the laser. He was also the focal point of a great deal of electronic attention. A high-tech mass of medical paraphernalia had been attached to his body, the sensors, electrodes, and blood pressure cuffs that, had he been human, would have monitored his vital signs. His speech and image were also being relayed elsewhere, and, he supposed, recorded for posterity. 3 video cameras were aimed at him. A studio-quality microphone was supported on a boom about 14 inches in front of his face, and black cable snaked away behind him to a point that he was unable to turn his head or body to see. Ronquist could, of course, have scrambled all the data about himself by nothing more than a strenuous but uncomplicated effort of will. He was quite capable of converting the video images into abstractly menacing fractal patterns, the audio to a voice from the abyss, and his vital signs well off any conceivable scale. To do so, however, while flamboyant theater, would have been tactically asinine, and he hadn't walked the earth for nearly a millennium by dint of his stupidity. Such a display might put the fear in his human captors, but it would also, at the same time, reveal the extent of his undead capabilities in one comprehensive package. The information the humans already had on him was unquestionably a mass of misconceptions, myths, and inconsistencies, and Ronquist very much wanted to keep it that way. He didn't mind their being afraid, but he didn't want them very afraid. Extremes of fear caused humans to spook, to lash out, to kill the monster, and, as the monster in question, he had a supremely vested interest in not being killed. Even as the orderlies were strapping him into the chair, he had formulated maybe not a plan but a set of guidelines as to how much he was prepared to reveal to the humans. He could easily keep his vital signs flatlined at some inexplicable and neutral level that should confuse and frustrate whoever was recording them. He also decided that he would allow them to run their cameras and microphones without any interference from him. The individuals monitoring the remotes would only see what they already knew, the unimpressive spectacle of him strapped helplessly in the chair in the Red Room, and they'd only hear what the young man with the tie, braces, and shaved head would hear. Again, very little would be revealed of his true nature. The young man halted in front of Ronquist, positioning himself between the laser and a fixed video camera. "You must agree we took you very easily." Ronquist would have been foolish to claim otherwise. They had come at him at high noon at the Watergate, while he slept in his sealed, 10th floor suite, and was at his most vulnerable. He had been under the illusion that hardly anyone was aware of his presence in Washington, except those who were supposed to know, and he could only conclude that one of them had decided to take the escape route of betrayal and had dropped a dime on him somewhere in the security/intelligence community. He hadn't been slow in recognizing the grim humor in that he should be taken by federal agents in a hotel that had, for over 30 years, lent the suffix "gate" to a score of federal government scandals. Victor Ronquist was making one of his infrequent visits to the nation's capital, performing renewal and maintenance work on his network of political influence peddlers, and also reminding a select few in the corridors of power that their shameful secrets only remained secret because he made sure they stayed that way. In addition to this overdue assessment of the state of his covert influence, he also wanted to observe firsthand how the power structure might have shifted and been modified under the new administration. He was also curious to see what might have changed since the president had seen fit to appoint Mervyn Tailshian as his special national security advisor. Ronquist was one of the very few who shared the knowledge that Tailshian and the ancient Merlin were one and the same, and he was only party to this knowledge because he had been one of the group who had woken the creature from its 1500-year sleep. It was far from being the first time that Ronquist had been taken by humans. Many had tried, but none had held him for long. His survival was all he needed as proof that humans had never succeeded in imprisoning him on anything but the most temporary basis. If they had, his essential Nosferatu limitations were such that he would simply not have survived. Through his long existence, the Tsar's secret police had tried to make him their captive, as had the Gestapo. On no less than 4 occasions, the Inquisition had come very close, but, each time, he had managed to sidestep their vicious piety and equally vicious instruments. Orthodox vampire slayers and Lutheran witch-finders had all set their traps for him, but he had always eluded them. The Knights of Sevastopol had held him, then lost him. In more recent times the clan Fenrir had made him their prisoner, at the time when Merlin had awakened, but the clan Fenrir was, of course, hardly human. The unique factor in his current detention was that no mortal men had ever come at him with such an arsenal of technology as these 21st-century Americans. The NSA FEMA assault team had arrived fully loaded, with a SWAT-style battering ram and Mossberg pump shotguns. The federal ninja in gas masks and Kevlar were interagency heavies from the common XYY chromosome pool of the dedicatedly violent, men and women whose tactics and training were based on both the positive and negative lessons taught by incidents like the ATF attack on the Branch Davidian compound at Waco. This Fed A team first tried to gas him down with CS or something similar, but that had done nothing except make him angry and prove that their data on Nosferatu vulnerability were severely limited. They also soaked the suite with all kinds of microwave emissions that did manage to make Ronquist feel a trifle queasy but would never have stopped him had he not decided to give up voluntarily. On the more elementary levels, these feds knew their business. One had threatened to rip down the metal foil over the windows that protected Ronquist from the sunlight, while the others trained their riot guns on him, at the same time informing him in professionally neutral tones that the weapons were loaded with stolid, chrome steel slugs coated with liquid Teflon. The projectiles would not only pulverize his head, but quite easily go on to plow through a wall or floor. Ronquist was well aware how survival was the better part of the valor, and, as he raised his hands in the universal gesture of surrender, he had wondered what had happened to the people staying in the adjoining rooms and how they were reacting to the sudden appearance of this armored, and highly determined mini-force. It was only later that he learned that 2 full floors of the Watergate had been cleared before they'd actually moved to lift him. The cover story was that terrorists had issued a bomb threat. In the new century, government agents only had to use the word terrorists and all those around them became blind to any flouting of the Constitution or any other illegality. With both Ronquist and the suite secured, the squad in the dark blue jumpsuits and helmets had called in the men in white coats, who brought the thick rubber body bag and the strap-down wheelchair. Ronquist had offered no resistance when they'd spread out the body bag and ordered him to lie flat so he might be zipped into it. His only remark had been to the pair of Fed ninja who were gathering up his personal belongings. He gestured to the ancient fur rug that covered the bed. "Please bring that with you. It's mine, and it's come a long way with me." He'd watched until they had started to fold the rug, and then lay back and prepared himself for the darkness of the prison. In theory Ronquist could have stopped the intruders in their tracks simply by freezing their minds, and, indeed, that had been his first instinct after being woken by the attack. In the next instant, however, he'd seen the futility of such a move. Outside was bright, brisk, Washington winter daylight, with temperatures fractionally below freezing. How far would he get without encountering a lethal beam of direct sunlight? Maybe, with an unnatural degree of luck, he could have made it to the dark bowels of the Watergate complex, to sub-basements where he could lurk like a cinema alien, among vents, conduits, fuse boxes, and emergency generators until sunset, then make good his escape, but Ronquist didn't allow his immortality to depend on unnatural degrees of luck. Far better to give in and go with the goon squad, to hold his not inconsiderable array of resources in reserve until they could be deployed under more advantageous conditions. He had observed that the assault team's headsets were broadcasting a wide band of white noise as though that was supposed to protect them from attempts at mind control on his part. The use of such devices made clear that whoever had ordered and planned this abduction knew at least a little of the Nosferatu's psychic capabilities. The thinking behind the devices was completely in error, and he could have mentally cut through the cushion of sound like a knife through butter, turning the brains of the intruders inside out, but that was another display of power he'd decided to hold back for later. He offered no resistance as they enclosed him in the rubber-smelling dark of the body bag and strapped him into the wheelchair, and he had continued in the same state of passivity all the way to the scarlet-walled psycho chamber, where he now found himself confronted by the young man with the shaved head, the loud tie and suspenders, and the laser pointed at his eye. "What would you have done if I hadn't come quietly? You would have been insane to do otherwise." Ronquist laughed. "Where in the dossier does it say I'm sane?" The young man didn't answer, and no help seemed to be forthcoming from the headset. Ronquist might have chosen the path of least resistance, but it didn't mean he had to be totally docile. This interview in the Red Room had to be some form of initial examination, and it was safe to assume that the young man was only a lightweight, sent in for the warm-up, while the heavy hitters waited until later. The young man was already slightly perplexed. What he thought of as the subject in the chair wasn't at all what he'd expected, and Ronquist decided he would exploit this revealed weakness by adding a little induced disorientation. He let a psychic suggestion float free like an evil perfume on the air, then gave it time to take hold before he asked the casual-sounding question. "Are you afraid of me?" The young man frowned. "What makes you say that? You have me strapped down very securely. Isn't that indicative of a certain trepidation? Routine measures after an arrest. So I'm under arrest, am I? You could look on it as that. I don't recall being read my rights. We both know you're a long way from any Miranda warning, my friend. And besides, you have a consistent record of homicidal episodes." The young man opened the binder as if he was about to quote from what he believed was Ronquist the serial killer's file, but as he found the page he wanted, Ronquist upped the psychic ante, and, in a small, imposed hallucination, caused the type on the page to dance with tiny flames. The young man quickly snapped the book shut as though he believed he could put out the illusion by depriving it of air, and, at the same time, Ronquist lightly brain-slapped him into near dizziness. The young man didn't connect the sensation, though, with anything Ronquist might have done. His thinking was too ordered and his imagination too dulled to forge that link. His first reaction was a heart attack alarm and a burst of adrenaline. Ronquist could read from his panic that heart disease ran in his family. His grandfather and uncle had both gone that way, and his father seemed on the same path. Ronquist wondered. Should he push the cardiac button a little harder? ******. Bauer is losing his equilibrium. His heart rate's up, and any minute he'll start to sweat. What's his problem? He seems to be having some kind of anxiety attack, but I'm showing no external cause. How are the vitals on the vampire? Unchanged, but weird as ever. It simply doesn't seem to have electrochemical reactions, or it's able to control them totally. How's that possible?" Schultz and Lustig craned forward, staring at the bank of flat-screen color monitors with rapt attention. Carlson leaned back with the relaxed patience of one who has believed from the beginning that the entire exercise was an ill-conceived waste of time. Jack Carlson could afford a dispassionate and superior attitude. Schultz and Lustig were company men. He was the hired gun recruited from outside to solve their problem for them. Both his job and his pleasure were to be as irritatingly critical as he could be. He inclined his head so he could better see the display of Bauer's vital signs. "The kid looks like he's building up for a fucking heart attack." The small, dimly lit room in which Schultz, Lustig, and Carlson watched the interaction between Bauer, the junior agent, and Ronquist, the alleged vampire, was not unlike a small TV control room, and indeed, within the limitations that it served a small and very exclusive studio, that's exactly what it was. Of the 12 screens in front of the three men, 7 showed Ronquist strapped into the custom-designed chair from various angles, 1 showed the increasingly uncomfortable Bauer, while the remaining 4 blankly flickered. Bauer put a hand to his headset, the signal for one of the 3 to feed him the next answer. Schultz and Lustig turned and looked at Carlson. "So how should we respond?" Carlson shrugged. "I'd pull him out of there right now." The old man ordered him in. "We can't pull him out yet. It could be a life threatener." The voice of Ronquist came over the audio speakers. Shall we talk about the irrationality of fear? Lustig spoke into the mic of his own headset. Get a grip, Bauer. This is no time to be going to pieces. Get him off the subject of fear. The role of the interrogator is to instigate, not respond. Ronquist kept up the pressure in Bauer. Fear is a matter of the possible rather than the actual. Bauer's vital signs became even more erratic. Schultz glanced at Carlson. You think it's doing this to him? Carlson shrugged. How the hell should I know? Despite all the paperwork, we don't understand squat about this thing. Still no doubts to its authenticity. Carlson shook his head. None whatsoever. But that still makes this Ronquist a totally unknown quantity, and we should get Bauer out of there right now. Lustig muted the link with Bauer. Bauer was selected for his formulaic thinking and lack of imagination. We thought it was the best defense against any possible influence Ronquist might attempt to exert on him. His neckties should have been a warning he wasn't the one. Schultz's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Carlson didn't answer. Ronquist was speaking to Bauer. I think, young man, it would be a very good idea if those who are feeding you your orders ended this and perhaps attempted to communicate in a more civilized manner. Carlson laughed. It seems the vampire agrees with me. Lustig turned and stared at Carlson. Is this a conspiracy? We may have to face the fact that it may not only be stronger, but actually more intelligent than many of us. Schultz's eyes narrowed. Company men never trusted hired guns. But we have it. It doesn't have us. Carlson smiled. And I'd pray hard that situation is never reversed. Lustig angrily reopened the link. Turn it back on him. Ask him if he's afraid. Bauer complied. Are you afraid? Ronquist actually laughed. Of course I'm afraid. What would you expect? I'm in extreme jeopardy, but don't imagine that will yield you any particular advantage. Finally Carlson leaned down and picked up the headset he hadn't previously been wearing. Ask him what he would consider to be a more civilized means of communication. As Bauer repeated the question, Lustig looked bleakly at Carlson. You really think we can simply negotiate with that thing? Its history would indicate so, and its present behavior certainly confirms it. We might attempt a simple conversation that dispensed with all this machinery. Carlson's smile broadened. I mean, it would appear it's negotiating already. As a matter of record, Ronquist is nothing if not a pragmatist. But you can't trust that thing. Only as long as the trust is in its interest. I wouldn't turn my back on it, even for an instant. But we take Bauer out. Carlson gestured to the screens. Is this getting us anywhere? Lustig made a gesture of resignation. So we pull out Bauer. Who's going to tell the old man? Carlson looked bleakly at Lustig. Blame me. I don't have a career to protect. Now Schultz turned on Carlson. The vampire. We have to keep it alive. What about its? Carlson removed his headset. You mean what euphemistically might be called its survival needs? Yes. That. We're going to have to provide for it. We knew that from the start. Schultz shook his head. The thing's a horror. Compared to the horrors we want to send it up against. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ronquist knew something had changed a microsecond before the young man reacted. He pulled off his headset, glared once at Ronquist, and walked past the imprisoning dentist's chair without a word. Ronquist couldn't, of course, turn his head to watch the young man go, but he knew he'd made his exit by the faint waft of air and the sound of a door opening and closing. Now Ronquist was alone, watched only by the cameras and the dead eye of the laser, with very little to do except wonder if he had won some kind of victory over his unknown captors or merely precipitated himself into worse unpleasantness. They could, of course, decide he was too dangerous to exist and fire up the laser, dispatching him into the oblivion of the true death. It would, at least, be fast. Better, he knew, than burning up in the sun or the traditional and hideously painful stake through the heart. He speculated, though, that if they were going to use the laser, whoever they might be, it would not only be fast but soon, and as time passed he felt it safer and safer to assume that a spear of amplified light was not going to be his immediate fate. This was confirmed when the door was opened again, more noisily than the young man had closed it. Men moved into his field of vision. They were dressed in the same navy blue coveralls and Kevlar body armor, and carried the same riot guns as the team that had stormed into Ronkist's suite at the Watergate, and, for all he knew, behind the woolen face masks, they might have been the very same ones. 3 lined up in front of the chair to which he was secured with shotguns pointed at him in a way that left Ronkist in no doubt that the weapons were loaded with the same Teflon steel slugs as the ones used in his capture. He could also sense others behind him, and he deemed it best to remain still and not say a word. Humans with firearms were too easily spooked to be handled with anything but extreme care. A voice came from somewhere behind him. "Okay, secure." A 4th Kevlar-clad figure entered Ronkist's field of vision. He was attempting an attitude of threatening authority, but his voice and aura betrayed anxiety and tension. "You're being moved." Ronkist was tempted to ask where, but refrained. Yes. More humans were coming into the Red Room. Orderlies in white lab coats surrounded his chair and, taking care not to position themselves between Ronkist and the shotgun, worked with the precise speed of individuals who knew their business and wanted that business over as quickly as possible. They unfastened the straps and moved back, as though relieved not to have to stand close to him any longer than necessary. After the orderlies were through, Ronkist decided to speak without having first been spoken to. He radiated all the calm he could under the circumstances. "Should I stand up?" Very slowly and without any sudden moves. Ronkist kicked his feet loose from the ankle straps and eased himself up. Once standing, he again kept very still. One of the troopers pointed with his gun, past the chair to the side of the room Ronkist hadn't previously been able to see. A flush-fitting door stood open, the same color as the walls around it, so it was all but concealed when closed. He also observed, from the thickness of the door, that the cubicle Red Room was aggressively soundproofed. He had long made a practice, in times of danger or crisis, of making mental notes of even the most seemingly irrelevant details. He had learned from experience that one never knew when a detail might suddenly spring into relevancy or even become the missing piece that solved a critical puzzle. "Okay, Mr. Ronkist, through the door nice and easy." He had to duck slightly to pass through the door. Ronkist was 6 feet tall, but the door seemed to have been designed for people standing 5 feet 6 and under. He couldn't imagine any technical reason for the inconvenient height unless it was a psychological trick, forcing all who entered the chamber to bow. Ronkist recalled how the Christian Church had tried a similar technique at various times in the Middle Ages. Fads had erupted for building church doorways so low that the congregation must all abase themselves entering the presence of their supposed God. The trick had been particularly prevalent along the routes of the various crusades, when humiliation, oppression, and slaughter had reached their 11th and 12th century zenith at approximately the same time as Ronkist had passed through the change and come to Nosferatu estate. Not that Ronkist had ever entered churches except under the most exceptional circumstances, as in setting torch to them or seeking refuge in the heat of battle. The concept that the Nosferatu were repulsed and terrified by religious artifacts and could not set foot on consecrated ground was, of course, a complete fabrication of human folklore, most certainly amplified and fostered by the priests who had always been prime among the archenemies of the undead. This is not to say that the Nosferatu didn't avoid such places out of unadorned good taste. On the other side of the low, narrow red door, Ronkist found himself in a long, neon-lit corridor that could have been a part of any corporate office building anywhere in the world, except, for some reason that he couldn't quite consciously define, he had the impression of being some distance underground. This impression was strong enough to make him wonder if he had been brought to one of those legendary, but never publicly acknowledged strongholds like Iron Mountain, where dark and unaccountable government business was conducted in deep, sheltered sanctuaries allegedly safe from even an all-out, thermonuclear attack. The small American eagles incorporated into the weave of the dark blue carpeting confirmed that he was in federal custody. Bit by bit, the pieces of the picture were gathered. Ronquist again stood relaxed and still as the tall Kevlar troopers, stiff in their armor and utility belts, ducked through the door behind him. Now that they were on the move, he was even more careful to do nothing to trigger a sudden panic flurry of uncontrolled gunfire that would unquestionably be directed at him. Once through the door, 2 troopers moved up beside him, and the rest deployed behind. "Just walk with us, sir." Although doors occurred at regular intervals in the corridor, all were closed, and Ronquist could detect no signs or sounds of life or activity. Indeed, to Ronquist, even the sound of their footsteps, the nylon rustle of his guard's body armor, and their collective breathing was muffled. The sensation was sufficiently present to cause him to wonder if unseen humans were trying out another invisible technological trick on him, a heavy dosing of microwaves or high-frequency transmissions. If that was the case, the only result seemed to be to render him ever so slightly deaf. Thus far his captors seemed to be having little success with their attempts at covert control of their captured vampire, and the vampire himself hoped desperation or the need to save face wouldn't drive them to apply more overtly destructive force. In the meantime, he kept pace with his guards and asked no questions. *******. Jack Carlson walked quickly down the corridor leading to the conference room, moving with a sense of extreme urgency. It was imperative he arrive there before Ronquist and the goon squad. He needed the psychological edge of being calmly seated before the vampire was ushered in. Instinct told him that if he was to get anywhere in his attempt at an unprotected, one-on-one negotiation with the creature and not lose his life or worse in the process, he must show absolutely no fear. The company men saw him as rashly arrogant, and this added an extra edge to the need to prove himself right. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that Ronquist had somehow manipulated Bauer to the point of believing he was on the verge of a coronary. As far as Carlson was concerned, the only remaining question was whether the vampire had managed to conjure Bauer's anxiety from scratch, or did it need to work with an emotion that was already there. He did not, however, wish to learn the answer the hard way and was doing his best to plan accordingly. To be in the room first was the foundation of all that would follow. He must be seated comfortable, composed, and outwardly calm. If even a tiny part of the collected data was accurate, the creature was possessed of extraordinary powers, but it was reportedly a reasoning, logical, highly educated, and very intelligent entity. He couldn't see that its first reaction would be to fall on him, tooth and claw, with only the taking of his blood on its mind. That was more an image from an antique B-movie than anything that related to the current situation. The long if incomplete record of Ronquist's movements through the world, and the creature's alleged manipulation of politicians and princes, bankers, bureaucrats, and big-time criminals made any such initial savagery less than credible. Carlson was well aware that if his theory didn't work out, and his appeal to the thing's rationality failed, he could look for little or no help from the company men. In opposing their absurd and bizarre brew of technology and witchcraft, Carlson had alienated almost all of those with whom he was supposed to work. Some of them, like Schultz and Lustig, would be positively delighted to see him fail. It would prove them right and him wrong, and there would be few repercussions. Hired guns were always expendable. It went with the unpredictable and mist-shrouded territory. In his case, a fatal error would actually be cost-effective. If he died, the company would be free of its obligation to make good on his exorbitant fee, since no one would be left to collect. Carlson had no spouse or family to receive a discreet government pension or lump sum payout from the company's black budget. Indeed, to Schultz and Lustig, his death would be an all-around career-enhancing advantage, at least in the short term, until they found themselves forced to deal directly with Ronquist without Carlson to act as an intermediary and scapegoat. He fished in the pocket of his suit coat for the hastily scrawled map. This was the third time that Jack Carlson had been inside the NSA FEMA Paranormal Operations and Research Facility, but he still didn't really know his way around. The underground part of the complex was maze-like in its geometric construction and faceless in its uniformity. It was a labyrinth without landmarks, in which it was all too easy to make a fool of oneself by getting lost. He seemed to be okay though. According to his calculations, he needed to make one more right turn, and the conference room where he had his date with Ronquist was the third door on the left. Jack. Jack Carlson. The voice was unmistakable. It was the rasp from the tomb of Herbert Walker Greele, known to his underlings as the Old Man. To his face, they called him Mr. Director, since both in authority and title he was the director of the Paranormal Warfare Facility, and perhaps much more besides. Herbert Walker Greele always struck Carlson as resembling a short and disgustingly ancient lizard, perhaps already partly mummified, in a dark three-piece suit, always with an idiosyncratic and signature red carnation in his buttonhole, the flower that Carlson had privately dubbed La Fleur de Mal. In something close to a departmental ritual, a fresh carnation was delivered each morning by special courier. In most sectors of the intelligence community, such idiosyncratic excesses had been abolished in the cold wave of reform ushered in by the new millennium. Somehow, in defiance of the shifting times, Greele managed to hold on to his. Greele was about the last person Jack Carlson wanted to see just then, but he was also Carlson's employer, so he halted and turned. The Old Man was shadowed by his ever-present companion and bodyguard, the ubiquitous Vargas, a hulking Salvadoran with the features of an Olmec statue who had reputedly been selected, some 15 years earlier, from a paramilitary death squad to exclusively protect and serve the Old Man. Carlson turned and nodded in acknowledgement. Director Greele. The Old Man advanced on Carlson. His walk was a trifle unsteady, and Vargas tried to take his arm, but Greele shook him off. I can manage on my own, damn it. According to both protocol and good manners, Carlson should have walked back himself and saved the elderly director the effort, but Carlson remained exactly where he was. A certain level of insolence was permitted the hired gun. If the director didn't like it, he could go elsewhere to get his plausibly deniable dirty work done for him. The Old Man was breathing hard by the time he reached Carlson. Word was he suffered from advanced emphysema, although he never showed any signs of dying from it. Word was also that the Old Man was too mean to die. So you pulled Bauer out, in direct contradiction of my original orders. The Old Man didn't mess around with niceties or courtesy. Carlson stiffened and nodded. Time was wasting. He was getting nowhere and seemed about either to go into cardiac arrest or at least make a total fool of himself. So you're going through with your own damn fool plan. I am, and if you'll excuse me, I have to go. The operation is already underway. To Carlson, the Old Man looked like an unholy amalgam of corpse and reptile that should not still be rightfully walking around, much less wielding alone, unelected, and completely unaccountable close to the same powers as did the President of the United States. It was openly admitted that Greele was in his 80s, but other, more subterranean estimates claimed he was, in reality, pushing 100. Greele was, by far, Carlson's best and most lucrative paymaster, but Jack Carlson loathed the Old Man and took some pleasure in collecting the better tidbits that circulated concerning the hidden horrors of his life and personality. Lustig, after a couple of tequilas, and confident he was away from all eavesdropping devices, liked to flex his imaginary independence by telling tales out of school. It was a drunken Lustig who'd claimed the director still had a sex life, stimulated by Viagra-like chemical complexities that would not be available to the public for many years to come, if ever. Seemingly, though, his partner had to be completely inert. How had Lustig put it? Greele simulated necrophilia by inducing insulin coma, then bringing the bitch back with a sucrose shot. Close up the Old Man's skin was the color and texture of albino parchment, and Carlson swore he could smell formaldehyde. Greele looked Carlson up and down. How do you know you won't end up with nothing more than your blood drained? I don't. But you intend to prove your point anyway. Even before Lustig had shot his mouth off, earlier informants had sworn themselves blind that Greel was very close to being the human fountain of all evil in the power elite. He had more than once been credited as a core conspirator in the murders of both Kennedy brothers, Marilyn Monroe, Lee Oswald, Jack Ruby, and all the others who had died in the resultant cleanup. He was also reputed to have been as much the political power behind Sidney Gottlieb and the ultra mind control experiments as CIA Director Richard Helms, and later actually controlled the unraveling mind of President Ronald Reagan in his latter days in the White House. Another source placed the old man as a shadow figure behind Charles White's Mad Dog LSD experiments in San Francisco in the early 60s, when North Beach hookers had been hired to dose their unsuspecting tricks with acid while Charlie White, and the agents under him, watched and filmed the unholy results from behind one-way mirrors. Carlson had also heard how Bill Clinton had done his Arkansas best to uproot Greel and banish him to a long overdue retirement. Seemingly Greel had swung his blackmail and disinformation machine into play and, using Clinton's taste for women who were young and at least visibly alive, poisoned the air around the president. Clinton had been impeached and all but convicted, and then his statutory term had run out. Greel, on the other hand, remained bunkered in Deer Park with his carnations and apparent corpses. In close proximity to Greel, these nasty tales became all too easy to believe. Carlson smiled grimly. "If I don't prove it, you'll have a perfect record of the vampire making its kill. That ought to be worth something to someone. You haven't forgotten that the investigation of this thing isn't our primary objective?" "Of course not. That the recruitment of the vampire is only a preliminary to the real mission." Carlson was becoming impatient. Time was pressing. "No, I haven't forgotten anything. My priorities are as ordered and intact as always, but, in this totally unique situation, I believe it's advisable to concentrate on one phase at a time. I'm sure you'll do it your way, Jack. You always do." The director's eyes were a watery blue, with a frozen detachment that hinted he might have actually been born without the normal checks and balances of mortal morality, rather than merely discarding them as the course of his long and infamous career unfolded. Carlson could all too easily imagine those weird eyes watching the slack face of a simulated corpse as he indulged his supposed sexual preference. If Greel really was close to 100 years old, it occurred to Carlson that he must have spent at least the previous 30 years warding off death, and the subject of dying had to be constantly on the old man's mind. It was all too possible that a subtext to this business with Victor Ronquist was that Greel hoped a byproduct of the operation might be his learning the secret of supposed vampire immortality. That worried Jack Carlson. The task at hand was hard enough and quite sufficiently fraught with unknowns and pitfalls. He didn't need Herbert Walker Greel attempting to run agendas within agendas. Also, Carlson's reading on the subject had taught him that the quest for eternal life was a dangerous game played with deadly fire. History clearly proved that searches for immortality usually ended badly, invariably in the deaths of many. Qin Shi Huangti, the builder of the Great Wall of China, was a perfect example. He had searched for immortality in the 2nd century BC, and finished up systematically slaughtering all his hundreds of shaman, priests, astrologers, and alchemists when they failed to produce a satisfactory antidote to death. Carlson could easily believe the old man capable of similar petulance when disappointed. The idea that Greel was tempted by the possibility of a personal world without end was reinforced by the old man's next statement. "Also remember that, when all this is complete, I want the thing back alive, warm, and walking." Carlson frowned. "That might be easier said than done. Then I need the body for dissection." Carlson glanced at his watch. The director was screwing with his timing. Whether the vampire is alive at all is surely debatable in the strictest sense. Greel's eyes were as hard as pack ice. "Don't split hairs with me, Jack. We also have yet to be certain what happens to one of them when they supposedly die. Didn't you say you were pressed for time?" "I did." "Then you'd better get on. Nothing is achieved by standing here talking." The director turned and walked away, this time leaning on Vargas. Carlson stared at his bent departing back for a moment, using a long-practiced lack of expression to mask his disgust. Did power really corrupt, or did it merely attract the already corrupted? Mercifully, the old man was, for the most part, only a theoretical problem, and someone else's to solve. Carlson turned on his heel and hurried to the nearest wall-mounted internal phone. He needed time. He keyed in the number of the room where Schultz and Lustig still waited. It rang once, and Schultz answered. Carlson's tone made it clear he was in no mood for argument. "I just had an encounter with the director. I need Ronquist to stay where he is for a few minutes." Schultz was less than helpful. "They've already started moving him." "Damn. Where is he now?" "They've got him in the corridor. Right now he's getting the alpha waves, but they'll be at conference room D in just a moment." "That's the trouble. I'm not in conference room fucking D." "What happened?" "I already told you. The old man waylaid me in the corridor right after I left you." "What are you going to do?" "I want you to call the escort. Have the goons to walk him around the corridors for a while. I need about 5 minutes." "I'll try." "Don't try, okay? Just do it." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ronquist was puzzled. They had been moving along corridors for what seemed like an inordinate length of time. It might be that the same phenomenon was interfering with his hearing, was also afflicting his sense of direction, but he was close to believing his escort had been doing nothing but walking him round in a variation on simple circles for the last 3 or 4 minutes. The corridors, with their blue, eagle-patterned carpets, white walls, and unflattering neon, might all look the same, but he'd had the foresight to count the left and right turns at the various junctions and intersections, and he was convinced they were deliberately meandering. He was at a loss to know why. One explanation was that somehow he was being deliberately stalled, as part of a calculated plan, but if that was the case, this plan of the humans had a definite Alice in Wonderland quality. On the other hand, it was possible that some glitch had occurred in the preparations for whatever interrogation process awaited him. He could take a certain modest comfort in that option. A lapse in efficiency on the part of one's adversary was never a bad sign. Ronquist and his escort finally turned into a corridor that differed from all the rest in that yet another armed guard, again in dark blue coveralls, body armor, and baseball cap, stood in front of one of the anonymous doors. The sense of expectation in the new guard's aura strongly suggested to Ronquist that this was their destination. No sooner had he entertained the thought than the guard came to a loose, law enforcement version of attention and opened the door. Ronquist glanced at the trooper beside him, who appeared to command the escort. "Inside." The man nodded, and Ronquist turned into the doorway, curious at what he might find. The Red Room had been weird, the corridors had been blank and austere, but the room beyond the door was spacious, with a government/corporate smug opulence. Its walls were paneled, a draped stars and stripes hung in one corner on a gold-topped flagstaff, and a large portrait of the current president took pride of place among the framed landscapes and military prints. The room's purpose was clearly to accommodate fairly large formal meetings. The carpet underfoot was still blue and patterned with eagles, but it felt richer and more dense. The highly polished walnut table was long enough to accommodate 12 or 14 and leave enough room so no one was banging elbows with his or her neighbor, or invading their defensible space. The row of lamps with green glass shades, which were suspended in a line down the middle of the table, lent a soft air of business-like intimacy that suited the fact that, at the moment Ronquist entered, just a single male was seated at the head of the table, in the traditional seat of power. Without looking up, he waved curtly to the lines of high-backed leather chairs. "Take a seat, please." "Anywhere." "Anywhere." Ronquist didn't immediately do as the human instructed. He remained standing, slowly looking around the room. He could tell from the auras of his escort that his action, or lack of it, made them nervous, and that, in itself, provided Ronquist with a degree of satisfaction. Only after a leisurely inspection of the room and its decor did he finally follow the human's orders. He selected a chair about halfway down the table, close enough for conversation but with enough distance to preclude any sense of connection unless it was absolutely warranted. He pulled back the chair of his choice and turned it so he faced the human across a long diagonal. The human glanced up, but not at Ronquist, simply to dismiss the guards with another curt wave. "You won't be needed any longer." As the guards withdrew, Ronquist decided he'd had quite enough of this. "And what about me?" "I'll be with you in just a moment." "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Play the paper shuffling, I'll be with you in a moment game." "Is that what I'm doing?" "Of course." The man pulled his paperwork together, gathering the loose pages, tapping them once on the desk so their individual edges were aligned, and placing them in another blue folder with the NSA-FEMA combined logo. "And you don't like it?" "It's not a matter of what I like or dislike. It's simply not credible." Dressed in a darkly elegant and expensively tailored suit, the man had the look of education and intelligence, but, at the same time, he also appeared to have been through the mill. A fast and undetectable psychic scan showed that, unlike the young man in the red room, this human had a mind of his own and retained his own internal demons. No brainwashing or conditioning had ordered his thoughts or shaped his attitudes. He totally lacked the rigidity of one who had grown and prospered in the military, or as an agent of law enforcement. His face had the battered resignation of an individual who, although he didn't appear to relish violence, was painfully familiar with both it and its dirtier mechanics. His nose had been broken at some time in the past, and he had a scar on his upper lip as though he had ducked from a knife or broken bottle but had not been quite fast enough. The laugh lines around his eyes, however, spoke of a certain amused insolence, the knowing smile of the subversive or the rebel. Even his dark hair, although thinning slightly along a distinguished hairline, was worn longer than any federal agent's. The man at the head of the table might work for the government, but he was definitely not a part of any company hierarchy. 250 years ago, he might have been a gentleman buccaneer who had ultimately made good, received a pardon from the monarch and an appointment to the governorship of a colony. Since such characters no longer existed, Ronquist could only assume that the adversary he faced was some kind of outside consultant, needed by those in power but far from wanted by them. "My behavior isn't credible. It's also unworthy." "In what way?" "I am fairly certain that I'm the first of my kind you have faced like this, but you pretend to be too busy with your pieces of paper even to look at me." "I am being that obvious." "I know you'd like to avoid appearing excited or apprehensive, but that's hardly the way to do it." "You say you're kind? What do you mean by that?" "You know very well what I am." The human drew an abstract pattern with his forefinger on the folder in front of him. "So you admit you're a vampire?" "We do not use that word. We consider it offensive." "What do you prefer?" "I am Nosferatu." The man half smiled. "You state that like a declaration." "You could take it that way." "I'm in no way ashamed of what I am." The man paused, as though considering his next question before asking it. As far as Ronquist could tell without going too far and alarming him, the freelancer had a genuinely open mind and was seeking to learn all he could. "How would you define an Nosferatu? Are you trying to sound like a psychiatrist? You certainly don't look like one." "I wasn't aware I even sounded like one." "You have a similar oblique approach." The man stared down at the fingers of his right hand as though inspecting them for flaws. After a few moments' silence, he looked up. "Are you able to read my mind?" "To a degree." "To what degree?" "I'd be a fool to tell you that, now wouldn't I?" "Would you agree to refrain from doing it for the duration of this interview?" "This is an interview." "What else?" "I don't know. So far I've been abducted and strapped in a chair with a laser pointed at my eye. I suppose this is the soft approach." "You didn't answer me." "No, I didn't." "So will you do that?" "Not read your mind." "I'd be grateful." "And you might benefit from my gratitude." Ronquist turned and stared at the portrait of the president. Ronkist's faith in the power and justice of democracy had never been overly strong. I'd be giving up a considerable advantage. It would help me. Why should I help you? By helping me, you'll find you'll be helping yourself. I have no reason to believe that. I have so far been abducted and confined. There's been little help forthcoming that I can see. An impasse had been reached. Ronkist leaned back and let the human devise the next move. The man took a deep breath. Can we come at this another way? By all means. If you stayed out of my mind, it would place us on a more even footing. That could be productive. I would still be doing you a favor. Perhaps. You have a lot of audacity, my human friend. I do. You begin by kidnapping me, then you require a favor. I stand between you and some much worse people than I. Have you considered I might read your thoughts without your knowing it? That's a chance I'm prepared to take. I believe I'd sense something. So we're using an honor system. I suppose you could put it that way. Ronkist didn't respond for some moments. Instead he gently stroked the outer edges of the man's mind. As he expected, the human didn't react at all. So much for mortal vanity. He decided that, for the time being, he would go along with the man's presumptuous request and see where it took them. The human clearly didn't understand that Ronkist, should he so desire, could reach into his brain, twist it inside out, rip loose any and all information that he needed, and reduce the man's remaining shell to blubbering idiocy. Ronkist would play the game for the moment and keep the true extent of his powers a continuing secret. Suppose we struck a bargain. A bargain. If I don't read your mind, will you answer my questions? Now it was the human's turn to fall silent. He stopped moving his hands and even took them off the folder. Finally, he made a decision. I will if I can. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So this was the vampire in the flesh. If nothing else, it had a massive self-assurance. As far as any of those who had participated in its capture could tell, it was at their mercy, except it in no way acted like a captive. Instead, it was offering deals. Why don't you start by telling me your name? Jack Carlson. Ronkist gave a formal nod. And I am Victor Ronkist. Carlson gestured to Ronkist's file. I already know that. You're not a federal agent. What makes you say that? I have dealt with a number of so-called company men over the years. You're not like them. I'm an outside consultant. A hired gun. That's one way of putting it. Carlson knew that the deep and inherent danger in dealing with Ronkist was the temptation to lapse into thinking the vampire was a man and treating him accordingly. To all outward appearances, the being facing him across the table was a dignified and cultured man in his early 40s, a dandy almost, verging on the slightly eccentric, with dark curly hair almost as long as that of an old-time rock star, a single silver ring in his left ear, and a large onyx on the third finger of his right hand. Perhaps the skin was unnaturally pale, but that, on its own, was far from sufficient to reveal the creature as the undead monster it was in reality. To imagine this urbane if bohemian exterior transforming itself into the savage and ravening predator of legend was close to impossible. And yet, if all the reports were true, hundreds, indeed thousands, had seen Ronkist as exactly that, and it had been their last vision of the living world. The only possible giveaway was the Nosferatu's eyes. Where the depth of human eyes was always finite, Ronkist's were windows into something unfathomable, everlasting, and potentially frightening. As Ronkist asked his next question, Carlson made a mental note never, ever to lock eyes with the vampire. So why have you been selected to conduct this interview? They seem to think I have a certain expertise in the realm of the, Carlson searched for the right word. Unusual. Ronkist raised an eyebrow at the euphemism. The unusual. That's their stock in trade in this place. And what is this place? Officially it doesn't exist. Are we dealing in official smoke and mirrors, Jack Carlson? I thought we were endeavoring to get past that kind of thing when I agreed not to read your mind. Don't forget that I also am not supposed to exist. Not by government order but by simple human rejection and disbelief. Coulson focused on Ronkest's mouth. It was a way of looking into the vampire's face while still avoiding the eyes. His lips were full if colorless, but there was no sign of any prominent or penetrating teeth. Were the teeth of the Nosferatu retractable, or was there more to learn about their feeding habits than was suggested by the accepted texts on the subject? The estate is known as Deer Park. Ronkest slowly nodded. I've heard of this place. Despite his efforts not to react, he was surprised that Ronkest even knew the name of Deer Park, and he was aware that his surprise registered. You have. It has long had a certain reputation of being a government center for research into the extreme and, what was the word you used, unusual. Coulson had not expected Ronkest to be this well informed. All governments need places to hide the dark side from their subjects. That is certainly true. Wasn't this the place where the very first lysergic acid experiments took place? That's right. Mind control. Coulson sighed. I guess. Back when? Legend has it they prepped Sirhan here before he whacked Bobby Kennedy. And research into improved interrogation techniques. Coulson shrugged. Some torturers have been through this place, but, as far as I know, the School of the Americas at Fort Benning was the real Sadopsychotics Disneyland. And this was where they trained the children? The ones educated from infancy as bait for highly placed pedophiles in foreign governments. So I understand. Ronkest laughed. Don't look so uncomfortable, Jack Coulson. You Americans are no worse than many, and actually better than some. I am not one to make value judgments. Ronkest paused and looked around. I have the feeling we're some distance underground. Is that correct? Deer Park was once just the mansion on the hill, but now the entire hill is honeycombed with corridors and tunnels. You're very perceptive. I think in some way my kind is closer to the wild than yours. We have a well-developed natural sense of direction. And you're also at the top of the food chain. Indeed we are. Coulson laid a hand on the closed folder. He couldn't allow Ronkest to run the encounter completely. Do you mind if I take a turn and ask you some questions? I need to know just one more thing. What's that? My feeding requirements. Coulson had been wondering when the question would come up. When the plan to trap Ronkest had been approved by Greel, Schultz, Lustig, Brower, and a half-dozen other company men had drunk themselves jubilantly stupid in a Washington bar later the same night. Netting the vampire was a much-needed justification of their work in very uncertain times. A chant had even broken out. We're getting a vampire. We're getting a vampire. Coulson, as drunk as any of the others but holding it better had, at that point, asked the same thing Ronkest was now asking. If you get a vampire, who's going to feed it? By so doing, he had stopped the party in its inebriated tracks. Lustig had been the first to recover, offhandedly suggesting that Washington had enough junkies and crackheads to satisfy any vampire. Coulson regarded Ronkest with all the neutrality he could muster. Mercifully, that is not my direct problem or responsibility. Plans have, however, been made. An exclusive diet of drug addicts is not advisable. They make me sluggish and stupid, and eventually I sicken. Coulson looked hard at Ronkest. I thought you agreed not to read my mind. I'm not reading your mind, I was just anticipating the obvious and pragmatic. Crackheads will make me ill. The Nosferatu are that fragile. Ronkest shook his head. No, my friend. Humans are that toxic. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As far as he could hold in any esteem a creature he might later have to kill, Ronkest was starting to like Coulson. The man was nimble-witted and seemed reasonably honorable for a human. In consequence, Ronkest had been more or less true to his word. He had stayed out of the man's mind as much as was reasonably possible while still protecting his own very vital interests. He had, however, scanned to some depth when the matter of feeding had been broached, and had observed the memory of the night in the bar. Carlson still felt shame at the behavior of the idiots who employed him, and Ronquist had used that shame as a cover to observe without Carlson becoming aware of the intrusion. Ronquist could not resist slightly tweaking the human with the remark about a diet of drug addicts. Carlson needed to be kept insecure and guessing. The worst thing an Nosferatu could do when confronted by a tough, smart human professional was to fall into the trap of underestimation. Humans might not have the same power as the Nosferatu, but they were a species loaded with dangerous contradictions. The majority were dull, self-interested, and easily influenced, coerced, and overcome. But the weak and stupid were by no means the absolute rule. Every so often an alpha would appear among the epsilons, one who couldn't simply be bulldozed by superior physical and psychic strength. The alphas could conjure tricks of their own and prove worthy adversaries when it came down to a simple clash of intellect. Ronquist had no doubts that Carlson more than qualified as an alpha. "You have questions for me?" "A great many, I'm afraid." Ronquist shrugged as though it was only to be expected. "Questions are the first burden of the detainee. You are not in the least what I expected. Do not relax too soon, Jack Carlson. Believe me, Victor Ronquist, to relax is not my intention." He picked up the folder. "This is the dossier the organization has on you to date. Much of it strains human credulity, but my very existence strains human credulity, so you're not sure where to start. Perhaps we should start at the beginning." The beginning. A sudden wave of incalculable and unbidden sadness threatened to engulf Ronquist. The beginning was now so very far down the passage of centuries, he could hardly relate to it. It had become like a story he had heard, told about another person. He fought down the cold and powerful emotion as Carlson opened the file to a page marked with a post-it. "You're the supposed son of the Earl of Cambrai." Ronquist qualified this with a wry smile. "The bastard son. My human mother was Gwendolen the Saxon, not Roger of Cambrai's lady." Ronquist paused for a moment, gauging Carlson's reaction without noticeably entering his mind. "Of course, the true parent of the being you see before you was the great Lamia." His human interrogator smiled. "The great Lamia. She made me what I am." Contemporary accounts credit her with great, if not unsurpassed, skill at the changing. Carlson turned ring-bound pages in the dossier as though seeking for a confirming reference. Ronquist quickly stopped him. "You'll find nothing about the great Lamia in there. Long ago I spent more than 50 years seeking any trace of her, but all was blank. I can only assume she vanished into one of the black holes in Nosferatu history." Carlson thought about this, again turning pages in the dossier. "There would appear to be a great many holes in your history. Would you expect otherwise? The history of my kind, as recorded by humans, is little more than a messy brew of lies and fables. Our own written history has been repeatedly destroyed, and that which remains is well hidden. The books of the Nosferatu have been an anathema to religious leaders from Akhenaten to Pope John Paul. They have been considered as deserving of burning as were we ourselves." Carlson seemed to have no response to this, so, after a short pause, Ronquist continued. "The human need to bring destruction upon us seems to have been something of a cyclical thing, usually a product of some mass hysteria. Not unlike the burning of witches. Indeed, the two often coincided." Carlson frowned. "You make it sound as though it was a long time ago, but I thought I read in the research that there was a final extermination of Nosferatu, as late as the 20th century. A Catholic bishop." Ronquist nodded. "Bishop Rock. This Rock." Ronquist made a dismissive gesture. "Why don't I just tell the basic story myself and save you reading some second-hand account? I was there, after all." Carlson indicated the floor was Ronquist's. "By all means. This Rock instituted a purge of the undead in France and Germany, in the aftermath of the First World War. It became known as the Great Slaughter of 1919. Hundreds, if not thousands of us were staked, burned, or beheaded, and at least 5 important libraries destroyed. Rock had the perfect recruits for his holy carnage. He offered whores and alcohol to the new veterans of 4 years in the trenches and on killing fields of the Western Front, the ones cheated of their youth by shot, shell, and gas, who had nothing to go home to except hunger and revolution in the streets. He enlisted the Free Corps, who would later cleave to Adolf Hitler. These hollow-eyed former cannon fodder, still in their stinking uniforms, needed something to hate. He found willing followers in the men to whom the industrialized meat grinder of barbed wire, artillery, and the machine gun had become the only normality. And you say that thousands of your kind were massacred. Such were the estimates. They hunted us through the deadly bright murderous days, scouring the countryside for our hiding places to the point that some of us who survived actually took shelter in the very trench and bunker systems that had been so recently fought over. I find it hard to believe vampires, Nosferatu could exist in such numbers without being generally noticed. We had foolishly proliferated during that war. Death on such a scale was the best natural cover we'd ever enjoyed. When 50,000 humans could die in a day, we of the Nosferatu saw no reason to place restraints on ourselves. Some even believed that humanity was going to butcher itself into functional extinction, and we would replace them as the dominant species. Carlson thought for a few moments. I have only the most perfunctory knowledge of this process you refer to as changing, but wouldn't it have been very easy to restore your numbers in a comparatively short space of years? Ronquist almost laughed. This human was learning fast. If nothing else, the slaughter taught us circumspection. When the Nosferatu become too visible, disaster inevitably follows. So you're not one of the ones who wanted to replace the human race. Ronquist smiled and shook his head. Why should I want to do that? I have enough responsibilities. Carlson was discovering that his best course of action was, for the moment, to accept everything the vampire said at face value. By suspending disbelief he could carve out a reasonably flat playing field across which to face Ronquist, an area of territory in which he could operate without having to immediately confront the hurdle of whether or not he truly believed that a whole other sentient species walked the earth. He had even started thinking of the monster as he rather than it. He also knew that whatever might be achieved with Ronquist was going to have to be achieved slowly. He needed to study, observe, and avoid assumptions. To jump to erroneous conclusions and act on them might very well prove fatal. If Director Greel wanted a fast result, he could either accept his disappointment or pay off Carlson and assign some other asshole to deal with the vampire. In the meantime, this would be a slow chess game, not a mugging. Carlson had decided, after the first exchange with Rehnquist over the matter of mind reading, initially to assume a passive role. Strict Sun Tzu. He would simply watch the creature as he ran through a set of highly routine, historical questions taken from the information in the dossier. Later, Schultz and Lustig could run over the audio and video tapes of the conversation looking for possibly revealing inconsistencies and anomalies. Right there and then, he'd allow Ronquist to talk freely and see where it took them. You saw action against the Turks. Ronquist seemed hardly interested. The Turks were a serial problem. But you resisted their advances into Europe. It states here you raised and commanded your own unit of cavalry. Only by night. But you fought side by side with humans. I had my boyars. They were content to do battle in the darkness. I think we were about equal in our levels of martial savagery. They didn't find you strange. Finally, Ronquist permitted himself a faint and modest smile. Perhaps, but they also worshipped me. Later you turn up in England under Elizabeth I, apparently working against the Spanish for her spymaster, Sir Francis Walsingham. That's part of the record. It's not true. Oh yes, it's perfectly true. I worked for Walsingham. And how did you hide your true nature from him? I didn't. Walsingham didn't care what you were as long as the mission was accomplished. You have to remember that Sir Francis had his back to the wall. England was in grave danger of becoming part of the empire of Philip II. If he didn't coin the phrase by any means necessary, he certainly lived by that maxim. Coulson could not help but be awed. Even if the story were a total fabrication, he found it fascinating. You actually met Walsingham. At one point, just prior to the Armada, I met him very frequently. He's credited by many as being the inventor of modern counter-espionage. He was. Ronquist gestured round the room. Don't you think he had a place like this? What do you mean? Sir Francis had his own paranormal division. He had his own deer park with his necromancers, alchemists, mind readers, witches, and astrologers, not to mention his poisoners, and torturers. He didn't give a damn if one of his assassins was a monster, under the cloak and behind the dagger, as long as the target died. That's why it might be a good idea if you came out with the proposition right now. This final statement took Coulson completely by surprise. Ronquist had seemed so relaxed and uncaring, then suddenly, just as Coulson was relaxing his vigilance, the vampire struck. The proposition. If you're seeking to recruit me to your cause or conspiracy, it will not be the first time such a thing has been tried. Ronquist's stab in the dark was so close to the mark that Coulson was momentarily at a loss. The thing was reading his mind after all, or was it just phenomenally smart? What makes you think anyone wants to recruit you? Either that, or you want to dissect me. I would prefer, for my own peace of mind, to think it is the former. Coulson took a moment to control his surprise. Shall we just go on with the questions? I would have thought better of you, Jack Coulson. You would? Indeed I would. You don't seem the kind to follow an imposed and preordained structure. Unfortunately, the decisions are not always mine. Quite so. I understand. So let's continue with the catalogue of my adventures. We've covered the Turks and Walsingham. What would you like to know about next? Wellington. The Iron Duke. We have a record of you being at Waterloo. I wasn't at Waterloo. No. The Battle of Waterloo was fought by day. Mainly in the afternoon. Ah. It is often repeated that, at the height of the battle, when the British were hard pressed by the French, Wellington exclaimed, "Give me night or give me Blucher." Blucher and his Prussians came before sunset. I followed with the night. My function on Wellington's staff was more complex than mere combat. I can imagine. Ronquist's expression turned bleak. I doubt you can. Coulson thought he was starting to see a pattern emerge in the way that Ronquist played the game. Long lulls of indolent indifference were followed with short unexpected jabs to keep him off balance. He knew it was little more than surface sparring and wondered when the vampire might decide to take the confrontation to a deeper level. Coulson could happily postpone that escalation indefinitely, so he went back to the file. You were in St. Petersburg? I was in St. Petersburg a number of times down the years. In 1917, at the time of the revolution, you worked for the Romanovs. Again Ronquist smiled. In 1917, at the time of the revolution, there were many who believed I was on their side, but trust me, Jack Coulson, my objectives were all my own. One story has you participating in the murder of Rasputin. I merely smoked a cigarette and watched. It was entirely Prince Yosipov's party, although I must confess I was happy to see the mad monk go. He suspected too much about me and would never have kept it to himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Coulson hadn't exactly gone down in Ronquist's estimation, but he had hoped for a little more frankness from the man. He had offered him a chance to cut short the preliminaries and get down to the real reasons that so much trouble had been taken to bring him to Deer Park, but Coulson had sidestepped, erring on the side of caution and correctness. Ronquist had expected better of him than just a return to a litany of questions that did little more than confirm what was already in the company's dossier. Carlson had reached the period during World War II when Ronquist was once again in England, this time representing the Undead Cartel. His task had been to monitor the work of an occult warfare unit working out of Ravenkeep Priory under the command of the Duc de Richelieu. Like Walsingham 400 years earlier, Winston Churchill, the wartime Prime Minister, had entertained any idea, no matter how outlandish, if it could conceivably help defeat Hitler and the Nazis. Ronquist, in common with most of the Nosferatu community, had thoroughly approved of the overthrow of Nazism, but some of the elders, including Dietrich, Rehnquist's ancient mentor, had feared that de Richelieu and his people might stumble too close to crucial Nosferatu secrets. Were others of you also monitoring the SS? Of course. I had the easy brief. The SS were considered much more potentially dangerous. Remember, they had been born out of the Free Corps, who went on the rampage for Bishop Rock. The upper echelons of the SS knew very well what we undead were all about. Carlson was about to move on to another set of questions, but Ronquist held up his hand, as though calling a halt. How long do you intend to continue with this? You're tired. I'm a little fatigued. Your boys in blue woke me from my sleep, and this has been going on for some time now. Also, I am growing hungry. Ronquist put sufficient menace on the phrase growing hungry to attract Carlson's undivided attention. Hungry? You told me plans had been made. Give me a moment to check. Each position at the table came equipped with both a phone handset and a speaker for conference calls. Carlson picked up his handset and keyed in a 4-digit number, obviously an internal call. He waited a few moments for someone to answer. Yes, this is Jack Carlson. I need to know if the arrangements have been made for our guest. He paused while whoever was on the other end of the call attempted to check. 15 minutes? I can count on that. Okay, fine. He hung up and looked at Ronquist. It seems that everything is being organized to make you comfortable. Ronquist found himself wryly amused by the euphemisms. So he was their guest, and a human victim was an arrangement. Humanity really had taken the art of self-deception to unequaled levels. We have to wait 15 minutes. Something like that. Ronquist nodded, then folded his arms, saying nothing, making it clear that, as far as he was concerned, the question and answer session was at least temporarily over. Carlson had other ideas. There is one more thing I'd like to know before we conclude this first session. What's that? I'm curious about the Dumont Library. The question came as such a surprise that Ronquist came near to betraying himself. All he could do was lean forward, downplaying alarm to mere interest. You know about the Dumont Library? About 2 years ago you broke in there and removed some very old books. Ronquist answered slowly and cautiously. They were ancient books. Books of the Nosferatu. Yes. And you feared for their safety. Ronquist treated Carlson to a long look, but exerted no psychic influence. I feared humans would attempt to translate them. Carlson's information was completely accurate. Word had come to Ronquist that the books in question were in imminent danger. Previously they had been safe, part of a highly esoteric personal library belonging to a human who could be trusted in his isolated neurosis. After the man's exceedingly messy shotgun suicide, however, the collection, along with all of the rest of his personal effects, was slated to be sold at auction by the IRS to cover the eccentric's outstanding back taxes, and, if that happened, the hand-lettered volumes with their unique flame-like script, and the arcane and potentially dangerous information they contained, could fall into literally anyone's hands. The interconnected Nosferatu community in North America, Europe, and Asia had looked to Ronquist to dash to Savannah, Georgia, buy a chartered night flight, commit burglary, and then hightail it back to California before he was caught by the sun. Ronquist hardly believed that the feds had hauled him in to answer for his discreet breaking and entering. That would be plainly absurd. What worried him was that any human at all should know about the incident. Where did you get this information? Carlson turned pages in the folder. I'm not sure. I didn't make up this dossier. It was handed to me when I hired on. There should be a source somewhere in one of the footnotes. You're willing to reveal the source? Carlson stopped turning pages. If I didn't, I suspect you'd abandon our agreement and go into my mind and look for it. I would in this instance. So what would be the point of my trying to keep it from you? Ronquist smiled. None whatsoever. He liked the way Carlson was ever the realist. Wait a minute. Carlson read for a few moments. Could the story have come from Dirichlet's files? Ronquist shook his head. The Dirichlet archive only goes up to 1945. Hold on. Carlson again turned pages. I think I have it. Does the name Julia Aschenbach mean anything to you? This time Ronquist hid his shock better. He managed merely to purse his lips. I know that name. It wasn't easy to keep his emotions so tamped down. A deep-seated rage threatened to boil over and destroy the enigmatic and guarded calm he'd sought to cultivate since his capture. The news fully merited an outburst of fury and indignation. He didn't just know the name Julia Aschenbach. She was one of his own, not only Nosferatu, but a member of the very colony over which he ruled. The betrayal went deeper, however. Julia was Ronquist's personal creation. He had been the one, in Berlin, back in the 1930s, who had brought her through the change. That had been the root of many of the conflicts between them. The neophyte all too often initially resented the elder undead who brought them to their new nocturnal immortality, but with Julia the resentment had lasted longer than the first few weeks, or even months, of hard acceptance and adjustment. It hadn't helped that Ronquist had almost immediately abandoned her to fend for herself in the full flow of Hitlerian madness. Julia's relationship with Ronquist was a temperamental pendulum that swung between intense hatred and a recurring desire to bond with him and become his consort. In both states of mind she proved herself dominating, duplicitous, and an intense liability. She connived and deceived, and even plotted against him and his accumulated power. Her manipulations of the already fraught inner tensions of the Nosferatu colony had indirectly caused the destruction of at least 4 of her kindred undead, and she had been lucky not to pay an ultimate price for her destructive scheming. During her 70 years as Nosferatu, in a flamboyant and frequently reckless career, Julia had numerous brushes with intelligence and counterintelligence operations on both sides of the former Iron Curtain. This on its own would have been neither a surprise nor a concern to Ronquist. He had his own history of such transactional encounters. When the undead offered their skills and services to humanity, espionage, blackmail, disinformation, and assassination were all leading items on their bill of fare. It would seem that this Julia Aschenbach has been having regular contact with this and other agencies. Even Julia's connection with the underbelly of the federal government would not have bothered Ronquist unduly. Certainly it was dangerous, but Julia was an habitual risk-taker who liked to play close to the edge. Shopping items of information about her fellow Nosferatu and the colony that had been expressly devised for all their mutual safety and protection was something else entirely and quite beyond the bounds of decency. Although he did his best not to reveal it to Carlson, Ronquist was murderously furious. The human, unfortunately, appeared to notice. You seem concerned about this. Ronquist sighed. Now you sound like the psychiatrist again. Just curious. I think I've been the subject of enough curiosity today. You said something about 15 minutes. I did. Carlson again picked up the phone. Is everything prepared for our guest? Apparently it was, since Carlson hung up without any further questions. I'll call the guards to escort you to your temporary quarters. I'm fascinated to see what's been devised. Ronquist pushed back his chair and rose to his feet. Carlson did the same. He came round the table, and, to Ronquist's surprise, actually extended a hand. After a slight hesitation, Ronquist grasped it and noted that, despite making the offer, Carlson repressed a slight shudder. There are some things I need if you intend to keep me here. Aside from the obvious. Ronquist smiled. Aside from the obvious. And they are. I believe your people brought all my luggage from the Watergate. That's correct. I could use some clean clothes, and the fur rug. It has long been my habit to sleep on that rug. Those things shouldn't present a problem. Ronquist was now happily giving orders. I need a supply of drinking water. That should have already been provided. I will also need a small ornamental silver tube that should have been somewhere in the suite. The one that contained a hidden blade. Exactly as you describe. Carlson frowned. I can't see that happening. The security here isn't about to let you have a weapon of any kind, no matter how small. It's hardly a weapon, the blade is little more than 2 inches long. Security tend to go by the book on these things. Ronquist began to grow impatient. That could be a little short-sighted. It can be a problem to feed without it. Carlson blinked. But I thought. You thought I had retractable fangs. Carlson became extremely uncomfortable. Yes, I suppose I did. Ronquist laughed, enjoying the human's unease. That was the olden times, my friend. I had the fangs removed a long time ago. Do all of your kind have their fangs removed? Ronquist dismissed the question as though it were a minor matter. In Europe there are some who, how can I put it, are still, naturalistic, about these things, but here in the USA and in Japan, fangs find little favor. They are considered too obvious. I have a lot to learn. So do I get the object? Carlson shook his head. I really don't know. I'll ask, but somehow I doubt it. Ronquist shrugged. Then my feeding here could become a very messy business. Chapter 2. So you're the vampire. And you? I guess I'm lunch, or breakfast, or whatever you things call your meals. Her eyes and cheekbones had preceded her into the room. The cheekbones were prominent in a skeletally thin face and the eyes enormous, staring, green-brown, and more vacant and devoid of interest than any human eyes Ronquist had ever seen. Her voice matched her eyes, the sleepy, almost languid monotone of one who has lost all interest in anything and everything. The slow flippancy no longer masked fear. Slow flippancy was all the woman had left. As she entered, Ronquist rose from the bunk over which he'd draped his fur rug. He hadn't been aware of her approach until the very last minute, just moments before she appeared on the other side of the plexiglass wall and swiped a keycard to open the double doors of the airlock. He stood still as she stepped through the outer door, and waited as the inner door side shut behind her. Ronquist was so curious, he made no move to approach her. By letting the door close behind, you've effectively locked yourself in with me. I know that. You can't use the keycard on this side. My instructions are very clear. When you've finished with me, you simply summon the guard by pressing the call button. She indicated the button set at chest level beside the inner door. When Carlson had assured Ronquist that his physical needs would be met, Carlson had, at his own request, not been apprised of the details, and, even by quickly checking the man's thoughts, Ronquist had gleaned little clue as to what to expect. The NSA-FEMA idea of care and maintenance of an Nosferatu guest was impossible to predict. For all Ronquist knew, it might be a delivery of defrosted plastic packages of whole blood, but he doubted that. He didn't believe either their data or their imaginations were sufficiently sophisticated. His best guess was that some bottom feeder would be thrown into him, a bum, a wino, a schizoid mental patient, or the inevitable Z-grade prostitute. Nothing in his speculation, however, had even come close to the woman who now confronted him. Who gave you your instructions? The old man. Who else? He always gives me my instructions personally. He owes me that much. Let's not forget that I've died the insulin death for him 4 times now. She was something entirely different from the inevitable prostitute. That she came on her own was a phenomenon all by itself. He had certainly anticipated that whatever might have been brought to him would be dragged in by the goon squad, either kicking and screaming, or heavily drugged. He had never imagined the prey would arrive under her own steam. It also surprised him that he hadn't sensed her coming, but coupling that with the fact he still seemed to have the slight impairment of hearing, it added strength to the theory that he was being subjected to microwave bombardment or something similar. The female's feet were bare, and she was wrapped in an oversize, terry towel bathrobe of the kind provided for guests at the better, big city hotels. Her dark hair was cut short, cropped just below the ear, and appeared to be still wet, as though she had just come from a bath or shower. In many respects, she reminded him of that dark-haired, anorectic-looking TV actress. What was her name? Ronquist had little memory for that kind of trivia. The robe was cinched tightly at the waist by a knotted fabric belt, and her waist seemed very slender, but the otherwise bulky garment tended to disguise the rest of her figure. Do you have a name? Does it matter? Yes. It adds an individuality to how I'll remember you. You'll remember me, Vampire Man? Of course. I've had a number of names. Rather a lot, actually. One of the most recent was Time Bridewell. Time Bridewell. That's what I said. Will it be a sufficient hook for your memory? It should serve. A common herb can be easy to forget. Her speech continued to be a zombie monotone, and Ronquist felt he had to ask the obvious question. Have you been taking drugs of some kind? For a single instant Time Bridewell managed to look wearily amused. My undead dear, I am way past drugs. Despite being tired and hungry, Ronquist found he was intrigued. They had promised him sustenance, but brought him mystery like a side salad. Since leaving Carlson, however, nothing had been exactly what he'd expected. He had gone with his escort, out from the conference room, down 3 stretches of corridor until they reached an elevator. Inside the elevator, his escort bunched up along the walls of the car. The goons had plainly either been ordered not to make physical contact with him, or they simply hadn't wanted to. They had ridden down 3 floors, then the doors opened on yet another corridor. This one had no Blue Eagle carpeting, nothing more fancy than rubberized cement, and cinder block walls, painted over in institutional beige. He sensed he was entering what passed for the brig, lockup, or holding cells of the Paranormal Operations and Research Facility. At first sight, he couldn't decide if his quarters were a cell or a tank. Later he would learn they were referred to as a pod, but mercifully, whatever the terminology, it was reasonably comfortable by the standards of a prison, and some essentials had been brought from his luggage at the Watergate, including his fur rug and some changes of clothes. What he didn't find was the silver tube with the steel spike. Apparently Carlson had not made a persuasive enough case to security. That was a pity. If he was to feed on live prey, the blood would be splattered everywhere. Ronquist regretted that. Aside from the mess, the need to rip out the victim's throat with his bare hands or short teeth would cause the prey quite unjustified suffering. He knew human prisoners were not expected to kill their food and consume it with their bare hands. They were at least provided with plastic knives, forks, or spoons. Although the humans would have trouble accepting it, what they really had here was a gulf of both culture and etiquette, and really very little more, despite the implied repulsion of it all. The pod in which they had placed Ronquist was quite luxurious on any general scale of detention areas. It was a roomy 20 feet by 20 feet, airy beige again, but separated into 2 separate areas by a floor-to-ceiling divider of inch-thick and presumably bulletproof plexiglass. On one side was Ronquist's habitat, while on the other was a kind of corridor from which guards and visitors could look at him, safe from any physical contact. This had the slightly unfortunate effect of making his confinement resemble a zoo exhibit rather than any routinely imprisoned enemy or criminal. The single bunk was comfortable if narrow, with a pristine foam mattress and freshly laundered and folded sheets and blankets. With his fur rug spread out, it more than adequately met his needs. In many respects, the fur rug was more important than the bed itself. The rug had been with him for a very long time, and he could hardly imagine retiring without it. Humanity had its own weird ideas about the Nosferatu, the folklore of men made absurd claims about how the undead slept in their own coffins, or needed to carry chests of their native soil around with them. It was all nonsense, except insofar as the undead did seem to have a requirement for permanence that caused a majority of them to have similar almost fetishistic attachment to some inanimate object that went everywhere with them. A small refrigerator was built into the wall of the cell, next to the bunk, and when he first opened it, he found it contained a selection of bottled waters in plastic containers. The Deer Park security clearly didn't trust their detainees with anything made of glass, but at least they had provided for the original basic need as he'd expressed it to Carlson. A 15-inch TV set was bolted to a bracket on the wall beyond the plexiglass, but he could operate it himself with an infrared remote and choose his own programs. Before the arrival of Time Bridewell, he hadn't felt in the mood for this so very human entertainment, and then, with her in the picture, he had far more important considerations. He had, on the other hand, discovered that the remote also controlled the lights, and he could to a degree raise or dim them according to his mood or preference, but not black out his prison altogether. One Gestapo lamp always remained on, for basic security, and probably to provide a minimal operating light for the video camera also mounted on the wall beyond the plexiglass divider, right above the TV. At regular intervals, the camera turned, like the head of a watchful bird, and panned across the width and breadth of his enclosure, reinforcing Ronkist's sense of being a zoological exhibit. The two things he didn't understand was the airlock-style double-door construction, and why the pod needed the capability for being hermetically sealed. Ronkist could only imagine that it came into full use if a prisoner had a contagious disease, or if gas of some kind was used to contain, pacify, or kill. That started him looking for vents through which the theoretical gas could be pumped, or even ones that might be a part of the normal climate control on the subterranean levels in the Deer Park complex, but he failed to find any, and that constituted another small mystery. That his cell should be airtight, but hardly lacking in air, set him wondering if perhaps someone at Deer Park subscribed to the totally erroneous human concept that the Nosferatu were able to shape-shift, even reduce themselves to insubstantial vapors, and flow under doors or through the gaps in window casements. Nosferatu legend insisted the shapeshifters had once existed, but in his 1,000 years, Ronkist had never encountered one, and basic reasoning tended to suggest they were the stuff of myth. Any primal germ of truth was more likely to have been born out of the Nosferatu's talent for psychic confusion rather than some distant ancestor who was able to rearrange his or her own molecules. It had been at around this point that further exploration of his new miniature world, and continued speculation on the purpose of the airlock, was interrupted by the arrival of Time Bridewell. After her less than conventional entry, introduction, and opening statements, she had looked around. "They've remodeled. They've converted to pods." Ronkist was becoming quite as intrigued with this woman as he had been with the design of his cage. "Remodeled? It's certainly changed since the last time they tossed me in here. You've been a prisoner here. When I started disintegrating, the old man decided I'd be better off confined. He claimed it was for my own good, although I didn't believe him. Mental health interventions are never for the benefit of the patient. They're always for the peace of mind, or the peace and quiet, of those who have to deal with them." Is that what they'd sent him to feed on? A mad woman? Ronkist decided he needed to investigate further. "What do you mean when you were disintegrating?" "I had the idea I was going to burn up and vanish." She made an airily expansive if equally vague hand gesture. "Like a flare of white phosphorus." "And why did you think that was going to happen?" "The wiring in my head is incorrectly routed." "That would seem to confirm it." "They were going to feed him the insane." "The wiring in your head? Maybe you can see for yourself." "The old man told me you were probably able to look inside my mind." Ronkist did his best to sound as though he was humoring Time Bridewell. "That doesn't bother you? You don't care if I look in your head?" "Not in the least. Feel free. Take a good look. Be my fucking guest. You wouldn't be the first. Since you're not human, you might just grasp the pointlessness of it all. It doesn't frighten you that I'm not human. After what I've seen and been through. Give me a break. The evil that men do is hard to equal, Victor Rehnquist. You know my name. I was briefed. As she spoke, Rehnquist made a preliminary scan, but what he saw stopped him in his tracks. A golden spider of microcircuitry had been surgically implanted above her left eye. Rehnquist knew very little of human electronics and was unable to put a name to any of the thing's components, or so much as hazard a guess at what its capabilities or precise purpose might be. What he did know was that, in all his experience, such a thing was completely unique, although he had, of course, long heard the rumors that experiments in the use of brain implants were taking place deep in the secret bowels of Psy-War research. You saw. I did. You ever see anything like that before? Never. There aren't too many of us still walking around. The body of the spider was a gold rectangle, the shape of a square-cut diamond, with what looked like tiny engravings on the surfaces of the flat facets. From this central point not just 8, but dozens of gossamer thin fibers like legs, also of spun gold, insinuated their way into the tissue of Time Bridewell's brain, ending in what Rehnquist assumed to be tiny electrodes. They did that to you here. Here and at another of their concealed places. It took a fuck of a lot of open head surgery before they had it like they wanted it. In fact, I've been through most of our national vaults of horror. They've done a lot to me over the years. The next time you see a crazy woman on a downtown street explaining to no one in particular that the CIA are beaming coded orders into the fillings in her back teeth, don't dismiss her out of hand. She might just be telling the truth. That's one way they dispose of the failed experiments. They just dump the lab rats on Skid Row to survive or not, any way they can. She looked around the pod one more time. I suppose this qualifies as another means of disposal. She moved to the bunk and tentatively stroked the fur rug as though exploring the texture. This must be yours, unless times have really changed. Rehnquist watched her as she continued to fondle the fur. He had met many odd and outlandish humans down the centuries, but Ms. Bridewell, if only by dint of the hardware in her head and the software that was presumably running it, had to occupy a prominent position on the list. Yes, it's mine. It's so soft. Rehnquist could suppress his amusement. It's an irrational comfort. We all need those. The more irrational the better. Rehnquist moved toward her for the first time. The irrational can be an invaluable protection against the overly real. Time Bridewell made no attempt to elude him. Quite the reverse. She delved into the pocket of her robe. I have something else of yours. She produced Rehnquist's silver tube, found the recessed button, and pressed it so the sharp steel spike sprang out with a metallic snick. I was told you were going to need this. Were you told why I needed it? The old man said you were going to use it on me. That's my intention. Will there be pain involved? It can be avoided. The question is, do I want to avoid it, or even do I really care? My attitude toward pain is somewhat ambiguous. It can hurt, but it can also make life briefly more interesting. Hyperreality as a defense. Fucking A. Bridewell had no difficulty understanding Rehnquist even when he was deliberately oblique. She might be damaged, but she was still very smart in her own way. Rehnquist made a small bow. I can also be of interest. Time Bridewell looked Rehnquist squarely in the eye. Yes. In that, I completely believe you. You don't have to believe me. Let me show you. Rehnquist gently eased into her brain and fleetingly caressed a pleasure center near one of the gold electrodes. Her reaction took even him by surprise. She immediately convulsed, face contorted, head snapping back, spine arching. Oh, you bastard. For a moment, Rehnquist didn't know whether Time was in agony or ecstasy. He had used but a feather-soft touch, and in no way anticipated such a highly dramatic response. He quickly withdrew and stepped back. What happened? Time Bridewell was still trembling. She took a number of deep gulping breaths and abruptly sat down on the bunk. "Can you do that again?" Ronkist's voice was satin smooth. "If that's what you want." Time breathed and swallowed hard. "Perhaps in a little while. I think I need some time to recover." "Did something happen there?" "I never intended so intense an effect. Random, unplanned amplification. Normally it's the bane of my life. Some of my wiring is less than perfect." "Can you make me feel like that when you're feeding?" Ronkist nodded. "Of course. My purpose is always practical rather than cruel." "And when you feed, do you have to kill me?" "No. Not if I maintain an elementary control." Time thought about this. It would certainly be a way to go out. Ronkist blinked. "You want to die?" "If I did die, would I automatically change into a vampire? And become immortal and prowl the night? Or is that only in the movies?" Ronkist's expression was sad. "Only in the movies, I fear. The change is a great deal more complicated. If every feed produced a new Nosferatu, we would have overrun the Earth long ago." Time handed Ronkist the silver tube with the steel spike. "Then I think I'd rather live if it's all the same to you. Survival may only be a matter of academic interest, but I believe I'd like to continue a little while longer in this mortal coil." She rose from the bunk. Her hands went to the belt of her robe, quickly loosening it. After a single shrug, the robe dropped from her shoulders. Her body was porcelain white and wisp slender, her breasts small, and her legs long. She stepped close to Ronkist and placed a hand on the flat of his chest. "Your flesh is cold. Such is the nature of my kind." She seemed to consider this. "Yes." She looked up at him. "So feed on me, Victor Ronkist. Do what you have to do, but God's sake take me to that place again." Ronkist placed an arm around her, and, with his other hand, he picked up the remote and dimmed the lights. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jack Carlson had always considered the wardroom an affected fucking name for the Deer Park agent's bar and commissary. A century earlier, back in the days of Teddy Roosevelt and the smokestack robber barons, the large room had either been a ballroom or formal dining room on the ground floor of the original country house. To Carlson, the place had an unacceptable smell of furniture polish and Ivy League bullshit. The dark wood paneling, the phony regimental crests, the trophy cases, the mounted antique weapons, and the oil paintings of historical military engagements were pathetic attempts at ersatz tradition, faux regimental pretensions, built out of nothing. In reality, the joint served booze to some of the most deformed personalities on the entire planet. Hempel, the bartender who did the serving, was a close-mouthed old-timer with a missing eye concealed behind a piratical eye patch that was at complete odds with his immaculate mess jacket and neat bow tie. Hempel was maybe the only real institution in the whole place. Rumor maintained he was in his late 60s, with a history that went all the way back to the Bay of Pigs. It was even claimed he had driven a getaway car in Dealey Plaza back in November of '63, but Carlson tended to doubt it. Just about every mysterious old geezer was credited with a place on the JFK task force, and they couldn't all have been there. Carlson settled on a stool and caught the bartender's eye. Hempel acknowledged him. The closest Hempel ever came to a greeting. The usual, "Mr. Carlson." "I think so, Hempel." "Why switch after so long?" Whatever his other attributes, Hempel knew how to mix a near-perfect martini. He scooped ice into a shaker and threw in a measure of vermouth. He shook it once, then, using a mesh filter, dumped out the vermouth. He poured the double shot of gin over the vermouth-flavored ice, shook it one time, decanted the brilliantly clear liquid into a chilled conical glass, and added an olive. Outside, beyond the French windows at the end of the room, a security helicopter clattered in the distance, amid low dark clouds, on a routine circuit of the Deer Park campus, making sure that all was as it should be on the extensive estate. Carlson sipped his first martini of the day and nodded. "You have the gift, Hempel." "Thank you, Mr. Carlson." With the ritual of obtaining a drink behind him, Carlson turned on his stool and glanced round the room. He had expected that Schultz, Lustig, Brouwer, and Poulsen would be in the wardroom sharing a table, but he'd also hoped he might be wrong. Unfortunately, he wasn't. There they were in a far corner, bent forward over beer and burgers. They'd glanced at him as he'd walked in, and, now he was settled at the bar, further looks cast in his direction were enough to convince him he was the subject of their current conversation. Schultz, Lustig, Brouwer, and Poulsen were the original company crew on the Ronquist project, and the quartet deeply resented how the old man had not only brought in an outsider but slotted that outsider above all of them in both the pecking order and the chain of command. Since none of the four had the courage to voice even the mildest complaints to Greil himself, they tended to do their venting in Carlson's direction, and that mostly manifested itself as petty and ineffectual attempts to undermine his status. Not that they could really do anything tangible to or about Jack Carlson. At worst they impeded and irritated him, and attempted to cut him out of minor information loops to make him look bad in the eyes of the old man. To do worse would be the same as openly stated criticism, something of which these company sons of bitches were rendered incapable by their on-the-job conditioning. Carlson was amused that the four were unable to share so much as a meal without looking like conspirators. The way they leaned forward with their heads lowered was the body language of deviousness, skullduggery, and dirty work at the crossroads. The worst part was that, in the context of the Deer Park wardroom, their apparent plot hatching was not in the least out of place. Each table was its own conspiracy. Even when just two sat together, a man and a woman in head-to-head conversation, they managed to give what was merely a flirtation, or, at best, a seduction, the appearance of scheming. Intrigue couldn't help but be the overriding tone in any place where off-duty spooks gathered. Carlson had observed that intelligence work quickly eroded any capacity for candor or openness, and the dirtier the work, the faster the erosion. In Deer Park, the repository for some of the dirtiest work of all, the atmosphere could at times turn into a positive miasma of suspicion, distrust, and paranoia. Not that there wasn't more than adequate reason for suspicion, distrust, and paranoia in the wardroom. By far the majority of those gathered could count themselves lucky to be there at all. All branches of the intelligence service had been rigorously purged after their collective failure to anticipate the Al-Qaeda and other terrorist attacks, and still more heads had rolled when Mervyn Tailshian had, out of nowhere, been appointed to the newly created post of Special National Security Advisor. Carlson would have assumed that a massively expensive boondoggle like the Paranormal Warfare Facility, indeed the Paranormal Division itself, should have been among the first to go under the axe. It did very little and cost multiple fortunes in tax dollars. The PWF's success with remote viewing, and the occasional coup like the capture of Ronquist did little to offset all of the intervening years of outlandish failure. And yet the old man still held Morlock Court, assured in his subterranean power. Carlson had to assume that Greil had more dirt on the president and his henchmen than he had previously suspected, that maybe he also knew some secrets about Tailshian, despite the general scuttlebutt that the Special National Security Advisor's past was a firmly closed and jealously guarded book. Carlson picked up his drink, slid off his stool, and sauntered. He was the outsider in this place, and he might as well behave accordingly. He walked slowly to the end of the wardroom, avoiding eye contact and the risk of casual conversation, to where the French windows opened on a paved terrace. In spring, summer, and autumn one could take one's drinks out there in the evening and enjoy the end of the day, but, in February, the French windows were firmly closed and misted from the outer cold. The area just inside them was devoid of drinkers and diners, and Carlson could, for the moment, have it to himself. He cleared the condensation from a section of one window pane and looked out. Light snow had started falling on the Virginia countryside. He wondered if it would ground the security helicopters. The snow seemed so pristine and innocent, It was hard to believe the dark and twisted labyrinth of Deer Park could exist in the same geography. The illusion of innocence was quickly dispelled, however, by the approach of Schultz and Lustig. Carlson wondered if he could make a break for the bar, Hempel, and another martini, but he hesitated too long, and they were on him. He was forcibly reminded how much he loathed both them and those like them. They were always so clean-shaven, so neat, so certain. They'd never known the deep shit of reality themselves. They'd never had to live with the fear, and their idea of courage was to consign some other poor bastard to the night and fog. They smiled and played pocket politics while others did the killing and the dying. They were so uniform in their trim, clone-like standardization that Carlson wondered if they were actually created in some weird underground government-run step forward. The current breed of company men had so few signs of anything approaching a human upbringing, he was hard-pressed to find any common ground with them. Maybe they were just in vitro-grown replacements for the Fed's anthill. The old school of black ops, the classic players like Rodriguez, Messer, White, and, to some degree, the old man himself, were far easier for Carlson to understand. They were psychopaths, plain and simple. The old-timers, who had learned the game facing down Moscow, wanted to see a world that ran according to their own deranged sense of order and obedience. If the realization of their ambitions meant nuking a city, napalming a village, murdering a head of state, clipping electrodes to prisoners' genitals, or even impaling babies in spikes, so be it. They'd go at it with a will, gleefully up to their elbows in metaphoric blood and intestines, and enjoying every moment of it, only afterwards drinking and drugging away the nightmares. When the old guard had coined the phrase psycho-civilized society, they had meant a society ruled and controlled by psychos. Schultz, Lustig, and their ilk used the same phrase but apparently imagined a hive world of blind compliance, as bland and unthinking as they were. The new generation seemed to enjoy very little. No regrets or horrors haunted them. They only functioned. They operated with a prosaic and unshakable denial and slept soundly every night. Carlson, could we perhaps have a moment of your time? Isn't the weary day through by now? Schultz and Lustig exchanged a smug and knowing eye contact, making clear to Carlson that they were above such blue-collar concepts as quitting time. We were just discussing a possible test that might be performed on your vampire. My vampire? Since when did it become my vampire? Again the knowing glance. You seem to have been the one most concerned with its welfare. Carlson was beginning to wish that he hadn't come to the wardroom at all, but driven instead into the nearest town to drink in an anonymous neighborhood bar, where the words paranormal, assassination, or vampire would never be heard. He turned from the window, but instead of facing Schultz and Lustig, he headed back to the bar, forcing them to follow. Hempel, please mix me another, just like the last. Of course, Mr. Carlson. Only when the second of Hempel's martinis was set in front of him did Carlson give Schultz and Lustig his full attention. What test? My intention was merely to go on talking to him. I believe there's a rapport being established, albeit a very strange one. You have no real idea if it's reading your mind, though. I believe we have made an agreement. Schultz and Lustig all but smirked. An agreement with a vampire. He's consented to stay out of my mind. Lustig became sneeringly bold. I'd say you were out of your mind. How can you trust a non-human thing? Carlson refrained from observing that he found Rehnquist less of a non-human thing than Lustig. I believe he's interested in proving that negotiation's possible. I notice you're referring to Rehnquist as he and not it. Schultz joined the chorus of doubt. Are you sure it's not having an effect on you, Carlson? He's not having an effect on me. I'm merely adjusting to the interface. Carlson inwardly winced. He'd only been back at Deer Park a couple of days, and already the facility's mendacious vocabulary was taking him over. We talked to Norris in telepathy. Carlson scowled. Norris? What the hell did you talk to him for? Norris is from Mars. He was a fuck up when he headed up remote viewing, and he's a worse fuck up now. You two haven't been around long enough to remember the disaster his fire starter program turned out to be. Lustig all but bridled that Carlson should be impeaching his plan. Norris has some nearly confirmed telepaths. We feel a team of them should be assembled to examine Rehnquist. Nearly confirmed telepaths. Yes. Did you consider that we have a fully authenticated vampire down in the sub-basements, and the odds are he can turn Norris's telepaths into oatmeal if he took a notion? A hint of the previous smugness crept back into Lustig's expression. You seem to be very impressed with Rehnquist. Carlson finished his second martini and set the glass on the bar. Yes, I am. Not only impressed, but starting to take him very seriously. I don't think I want to be throwing him to any of Norris's mutations quite yet. He glanced back at Hempel. Another, please, my friend. My pleasure, Mr. Carlson. Lustig was stiffening to protest Carlson's rejection of his idea. I think we need to discuss this, Carlson. We have a time factor too. He was interrupted by a phone ringing behind the bar. Hempel put down the vermouth bottle and answered it. He almost immediately gestured to Carlson. It's for you, sir. The old man wants to see you right away. At the mention of the old man, Lustig's protests faltered and died. You still want the martini, Mr. Carlson? I may need it, Hempel. Hempel nodded and resumed his mixing. Carlson grinned at Lustig. I'll tell you what I'll do, boy. I'll run your telepath idea past the old man and see what he thinks of it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She could hardly remember the name she was using. Her life had been in fragments for so long, she could riffle through her past identities like a tapped-out gambler's dirty and thumbed-over playing cards. The dealer needed to call for a new deck but, in her case, he never did. For who and what had Time Bridewell been designed? She could scarcely remember. The covert missions and seductions to blackmail, the dark places and black operations, the perverse and the atrocious had long ago taken on the blur of a dull and discolored, half-forgotten nightmare. Had the Time Bridewell character been invented to kill, or merely bait a trap with her body and proclivities, and did it really matter anyway? To be culpable was enough, and Time knew she was culpable forever and amen, and the real her, whatever and whoever that might be, was damned as a result. Right at that moment, though, her damnation didn't seem to matter, and the dread of her tattered memories had retreated to irrelevance. The vampire Victor Rehnquist had pushed them away so easily. He had banished the past and isolated her in a delirious and ecstatic present as no human lover, man or woman, had ever been able to do, although many had so striven, and she had striven right along with them. Oh my God, Victor, what are you doing to me? This is perfection. This is better than oblivion. It's symbiosis, my dear Time. The word swoon crossed her mind. She didn't think it had ever done that before. Her voice was a kitten per whisper. Symbiosis. I'm providing what you need while you do the same for me. Isn't that symbiosis? Rehnquist was an all-enfolding velvet presence. He was around her and within her, and yet a part of her knew he wasn't even touching her except with his mind. Some scattered relic of rationality wanted to tell the rest of her that the joyous euphoria and freedom from guilt were merely illusory, but she had no time for killjoy verity. Factual or imaginary, she was in a place from which she never wanted to return. She could hear her own sibilant gasps. Symbiosis. Yes, symbiosis. Please, oh please. For the duration, where she came from and where she was going were lost to her. Where she came from was all in her NSA FEMA jacket, the file that would inform generations to come of who she'd been, and all that she'd done, until it was reduced to ash in some future, and, she hoped, all-consuming conflagration. Her jacket told how she was a foundling raised by nuns in a Catholic orphanage in Maryland. The nuns were members of a stringently conservative order whose fixation on sin's venereal and medieval discipline bordered on the obsessive. She had been routinely whipped for the most minor infraction, and with enough heavy-handed, liturgical ritual to cause her to decide in retrospect it was, in reality, a degree course in high ceremonial sadomasochism. The nuns' piety did not, however, stand in the way of their cutting a lucrative, long-term deal with some CIA black operations people to supply the agency with children, especially the older and unwanted females and the more androgynous little boys, for purposes that had to remain hidden beneath the dread blanket of national security. Bridewell had been one of those selected for the heinous exchange. She had never known the exact criteria that had decided her fate. Seemingly the nuns had decided, when she was little more than an infant, that her soul was lost, and she had been placed on the list. One dark night, she and 2 other girls from the orphanage had been heavily tranquilized and bundled into the back of a formidable Lincoln with tinted windows, and, after an hallucinatory ride, she had arrived at Deer Park. She had been just 9 years old when she commenced her career as Class B Femme Juv 8 to 79. The only mercy was that she was spared being one of their 5-year-old baby whores in heels and makeup, all bent out of shape by steroids, estrogen, and psych conditioning. Most of those had either died or killed themselves by the time they reached 15. Class B Femme Juv 8 to 79 had survived to become Time Bridewell and face the vampire, and, right there and then, despite all that had befallen her, she regretted none of it. If she was to be terminated at the hands of a vampire, so be it. She was so totally past caring that she could only think of it as an apt end to her sorry, if not uneventful, life. Oh Victor! The pleasure centers in her brain were running at an intensity beyond anything she had ever known or even imagined. She palpitated beyond orgasm, perhaps beyond death. Electric jolts zigzagged through her nervous system like abstract thrills of passionate frenzy and colors that moved so fast she had no chance to name them. Her body undulated shamelessly. She cupped her own breasts, and her hips ground in involuntary response to the imaginary stimulation. Her head rolled from side to side, and sweat had broken out on her brow. Class B Femme Juv 8 to 79 was being led through the houses of the holy and shown all the unearthly delights of the garden. A deceived endocrine system let go a flood of pheromones and endorphins. Some part of her knew that Ronquist was watching, standing close but distanced, his steel spike in his hand, but the rest of her didn't care. If he could take pleasure in the total abandon of the spectacle, let that be his gift. Let him bring on his spike. Let him use it on her. Victor, Victor, please do it. Please make the penetration. I don't care. She knew that he permitted her to experience the swift, small, icy stab so there would be no misunderstanding. His business at hand had nothing to do with her immodest diversion or salacious display, it was entirely about her blood. She felt his lips on her throat, cold, but soothing to skin that was damp and close to fevered. She could feel the power flowing out of her, and, at the same time, her desire, her languid lust, was to give it all to him until there was nothing left. Her angry screeching, and wrenching passion was being replaced by a glorious and golden lethargy, an amazing and wonderful weariness, in which she could sprawl, stretch out, and luxuriate. When she tried to speak, her voice was a weak kitten whisper, muffled by a groaning rushing and a slow pulse. Remember, Victor, you promised not to kill me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Victor, you promised. It would appear you have a live one here, Carlson. I believe so, Director. Greel was deep in a leather wing chair with a 40-inch video monitor in front of him. He was wrapped in a shogun's kimono, a flowing, oversized creation of gold calligraphy on black silk. While he watched the images on the screen intently, the palm of one hand cupped a brandy snifter and the other held a remote. A Cuban cigar jutted from one side of his mouth, causing him to talk out of the other. The pugnacious mannerism would have seemed incongruous in one so old and frail, Except Carlson knew that the old man's career went back to World War II, where he'd served his apprenticeship under Wild Bill Donovan, in the shadow of men like George Patton and Omar Bradley, when warriors chomped cigars and barked orders like human Gatling guns. Will you look at it? The thing's amazing. The screen showed a high-angle shot of the pod in which Ronquist was confined. The cell's single bunk was covered with the fur rug that Ronquist had insisted be brought from the Watergate, and a woman's white body writhed on top of it as though in the throes of an atavistic and uncontrolled passion, although Ronquist stood a good 3 feet from her with no physical contact. The colors of the video image were a little strange. Carlson realized that the vampire had probably dimmed the lights to the minimum to at least create an illusion of privacy when it fed, and digital enhancement had cut in. Isn't that Time Bridewell? I believe that's the name she's going by now. Carlson was appalled you gave her to him. She was expendable. She's scarcely been functional over the past few months. She had one of the first implants, one of the early models, and the flaws are showing. But she's one of ours. It would be less morally reprehensible to bring in a stranger off the streets. I've slept with Time, for Christ's sakes. Just watch the picture, Jack. An attack of sentimental guilt doesn't suit you. On the screen, the vampire moved closer to the woman and leaned over her. Greel used the remote to go to close up for an image of Ronquist's right hand holding the ornamental silver tube down at his side. The steel spike was out and naked. The hand moved, and the old man followed with the remote but wasn't quite able to hold the focus. The lower half of Time Bridewell's face came into the shot, and Greel pulled back a little as Ronquist placed his left hand on Bridewell's throat, fingers spread, almost like a billiard player forming a bridge. Fascinating. The delicacy with which the vampire punctured the vein in Time's neck, allowing the spike to be guided between the first and second fingers, had both Carlson and the director unabashedly riveted. Then Ronquist lowered his mouth to the wound on the throat and Greel took it into tight focused close-up. Goddamn. Despite himself, Carlson was awed. The old man spoke without taking his eyes from the screen. He's promised not to kill her, and we are now observing if he's able to keep his word. I think that revelation should be worth the sacrifice. Carlson was suddenly very aware of his own breathing. It's her sacrifice, not ours. He's also told her that she won't automatically become a vampire if she should, in fact, die. Did he volunteer the information, or did she ask him? She asked him. She was, I believe, quite disappointed with the answer. That one has always had a well-developed sense of adventure, ever since she was just Class B FemJuv 8-79. Carlson was suddenly at a loss for words. The huge image on the screen, the pixel trail of blood down the woman's throat, the part profile of the vampire. Reality TV was swallowing him alive. The old man sensed what was happening to Carlson. You'd better pour yourself a brandy, Jack. Carlson forced his gaze from the screen, and stood up. Cognac on top of 3 martinis. Yes, that was exactly what he needed if he was expected to watch the feeding rituals of the undead, live and in color, and with no cutting from the explicit penetration or the gore. This was paranormal pornography as hard as it came, the kind that made you disgusted with yourself when you couldn't look away. Carlson only hoped more booze would help him shake the sick sense of the unnatural and take him to a colder place in his mind, where he could laugh at how it beat the shit out of the Discovery Channel. He made his way across the director's study to the sideboard where the liquor was kept. Aside from the monitor, the only other lights in the room came from a Tiffany shade suspended above the sideboard, the screensavers that unreeled on the 2 computers, and an aquarium that contained a large multicolored and hyperactive eel, that doubled back on itself, over and over, like an animated whip, and seemingly with no intention of ever stopping. Carlson found a second brandy glass, poured himself a healthy measure, drank some, and poured himself some more. A lesser man might have asked himself how he had come to this juncture, how he found himself looking for refuge in fine old cognac, because, on the other side of the room, one of the top 10 most evil sons of bitches in the Western Hemisphere, was watching a vampire feed. Coulson had no introspective questions, however, because he knew exactly how he came to be there. Given the time, mood, and inclination, he could easily and accurately have catalogued all the star-crossed encounters on one side of the scale and the happy accidents on the other that had shaped his career and his fortune, but this was no time for reflection or retroactively charting the byways and detours of fate. The blood-drinking horror on the screen might represent a nightmare peak in the mountain of skulls that, in rare moments of self-doubt, Jack Coulson used as a metaphor for his highly unorthodox life and vocation, but his long familiarity with the unbelievable and the unthinkable should have left him prepared. It wasn't that he was unaware such creatures existed. Over a decade earlier, he had stumbled across his very own irrefutable evidence of the reality of the undead. He also knew it didn't pay to question or complain. To rail against a sequence of circumstances that had turned him into an acknowledged expert in the ways of the hideous and atrocious only wasted time. Just then time was at a premium. The old man was being energized by the closed-circuit vision of Ronkist feeding and would very soon be demanding his undivided attention and professional analysis. And yet Jack Coulson demanded time of his own, if only a couple of minutes, and a couple of stiff drinks, to prepare him for what was to come. He had talked with the Nosferatu, this Ronkist. Coulson had accepted it as an intellectual equal or more. It had seemed so civilized, and, with its impressive history, it had actually gained a certain uneasy respect from him. He knew dispassionately that Ronkist, by his very nature, must regularly revert to the savage inner beast, but a huge gulf yawned between the idea and the huge videocam close-up. He could even tell himself how humans were a little better. They did more to disguise the obvious origins of their nourishment, and organized others to do their slaughtering for them in anonymous stockyards, but he knew that was a rationalization. He still needed a short respite while he assimilated what he had just seen. To some degree, at least, he was still human. RESPites, however, were not something Herbert Walker Greel handed out on any regular basis. Already he was calling to Coulson from in front of the screen. Our guest seems to have finished his repast. ******. Ronkist lifted the woman who called herself Time Bridewell with one arm, and slid the fur rug out from under her with the other. She made no protest, in fact no sound at all, and her aura was at best a tentative flicker. Had he gone too far? Was the female dead? Ronkist had to listen carefully to hear the faint pulse, but then, as he laid her back on the bunk, she took a shallow breath and murmured something from the depths of an uncertain aftermath dream. He had, after all, kept his promise, and not consumed her life force to the point of death. She was weak and insensible, but she had a pulse and respiration. She was alive, and, provided the NSA-FEMA Paranormal Division had no further potentially lethal plans for her, she would survive. What Victor Ronkist had neglected to tell his uncommonly willing prey was that survival might come with an unquiet and eventually overwhelming desire repeatedly to regain the primary rapture and sacrifice her blood over and over again until finally granted immortality. Not every spared victim succumbed to the condition known as dark lost, but instinct told him time was ripe for it. She was exactly the kind who might become a problem. He simply hoped she'd be taken away by the guards for debriefing and he'd never see her again. He hadn't warned her of this catch in the deal because he certainly had no desire to plant the suggestion where no dark lost latency existed. He had never felt himself under any obligation to share the secrets of his species with such sundry humans who gave up their blood so his immortality might continue. The truth was that the dark lost could be a damned nuisance walking, wide-eyed guilt trips, whining and whimpering to be brought through the change and given the gift of everlasting night and dark, unfettered savagery. That he might have created a dark lost was the least of Ronkist's current considerations, however. His immediate and most pragmatic desire was that the humans would be good enough to leave him alone for a while. In quick succession he had been kidnapped, transported, interrogated, and now he had been fed. A Nosferatu could not simply go on and on like the mechanical rabbit that once advertised flashlight batteries on television. Even more than a human, a Nosferatu needed to sleep, digest, and re-energize. At a stretch, Ronquist could perhaps make it without sleep for some 40 hours, but after that he would find himself disoriented, and confused. If he still remained awake, he would rapidly lapse into delusion and hallucination, and ultimately collapse. Normally, the far more serious Nosferatu problem with the lethal effects of sunlight caused their sleep patterns to conform easily to the cycle of day and night, but all this had been snarled for Ronquist by the humans' desire to observe and learn all they could from him and their insistence on keeping him in this underground vault. He was also noticing that his innate sense of day and night were starting to desert him, and he was hazy about how much time had elapsed since he had been taken from his suite at the Watergate. Was this an indication that he had already been awake too long, or was it, like the impairment of his hearing, an effect of some kind of radiation, alpha waves, or other externally imposed confusion? Although he knew to sleep there and then was to leave himself exposed in the hands of his enemies, he felt he had little choice. Allowing Time Bridewell to remain on the bunk, he spread out the fur rug on the floor, but, before settling on the rug, he looked up at the TV camera that had now resumed its bird-like side-to-side motion. Ronquist had not been so overtaken by the delight of feeding that he wasn't aware of the camera following him, tracking his every move, its lens revolving and adjusting as some remote zoom capability was put to use. Now Carlson, and those to whom he reported, had a visual and auditory record of how a Nosferatu dealt with a victim. That was unfortunate, but, for the moment, at least, he could do nothing about it. With a smooth, yogic motion, he sank to the fur and sat cross-legged for a few seconds, before easing back to lie prone, with his arms folded across his chest in the traditional attitude of slumber. Now, if the humans so desired, they could use their video link to watch a Nosferatu sleep. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He has done the equivalent of retiring to his coffin. It would seem so. The monster sleeps with unbelievable ease. I envy him. The rumor around Deer Park, and even at Langley and in Washington, was that the director now rarely slept more than 2 or 3 hours a night. Some stories attributed his sleep patterns to the intense cocktails of more than 15 life-preserving drugs he took on a daily basis. Others attributed it to the rotting sickness of his soul and the weight of his past deeds bearing down on him. Carlson favored the chemical explanation. Nothing Herbert Walker Greele ever had done while Carlson had been around him so much as hinted that he owned a soul or seriously regretted anything in his past. With the images of the sleeping vampire and his unconscious and naked victim still on the screen, Greele rose from his winged chair. The question is, do we leave him to sleep, or do we begin to apply a little stress? We have no information as to what sleep deprivation might do to him. Then perhaps we should gather some. The director suddenly halted and grabbed for the back of the chair in which he'd just been sitting. As he stood swaying and struggling for breath, Carlson moved to help him, but Greele waved him back. No, no, don't touch me. Just a spot of dizziness. I probably stood up too fast. You'll find a little dizziness is one of the lesser burdens when you get to my age. Is there something I can do? The director straightened up with a visible effort and moved slowly to the sideboard to pour himself a brandy, but even before he picked up the decanter, he had to lean heavily and again catch his breath. Carlson didn't approach but frowned uneasily. For the old man to croak on him at this juncture would be highly inconvenient. Are you sure I can't do anything? Greele sniffed his brandy and sighed. I suppose you'd better call Vargas. Carlson moved to the desk. It was littered with papers, folders, scrawled notes, electronic gadgets, small irrelevant objects, and dozens of pens. Do you mind if I turn a light on? Just pick up the red phone and speak into it. Can you do that in the dark? Carlson nodded. No problem. Then I'd rather the lights remain off. The room is bright enough already. Carlson wasn't sure what this was all about. He'd never seen the director show a sensitivity to light before. He picked up the phone and spoke into an open line. "The director wants Vargas with him right now." He hung up the phone and turned. The old man was laboriously making his way to a second wing chair, away from the monitor in a darkened corner of the room. "I have to thank you, Carlson." Carlson simply nodded and continued to stand by the desk. Greel reached his objective and sank down gratefully. "Jack, did I ever tell you that you are one of my most trusted operatives?" "No, Director, you've never told me that." "There's none more reliable than one whose loyalty can be bought for hard cash." "Your company boys might not like to hear you say that. They're conniving little flunkies." "I'm under no illusions." Before Greel could further disparage his underlings, Vargas entered the room. It seemed that when summoned on the red phone, the big bodyguard was not required to knock. He also knew why he'd been summoned. He carried a shrink-wrapped and presumably sterile med pack. "It's past time, boss. Now you're sitting in the dark. You know it's bad when you can't stand the light." "Yes, Vargas, give me the shot." I had hoped the excitement of the vampires feasting would be enough to sustain me, but... Vargas placed the medpack on the arm of the old man's wing chair, moved to a nearby floor lamp, and turned it on. The director immediately protested. "No lights, goddammit." Vargas must have heard all this before. "I can't help it, boss. I have to see what I'm doing. It's hard enough to find a vein at the best of times." Greel fumbled in his pocket and crammed a pair of dark glasses onto his face. "Very well. Leave it on. Let's get this over with." With the extra light, Carlson could see that the medpack was a plastic tray containing a disposable syringe and two pale blue ampoules. Carlson turned away as the old man rolled back the sleeve of his kimono, and Vargas tore the shrink wrap off the medpack. He felt he was intruding and did his best to be as inconspicuous as possible. While Vargas shot up the old man with whatever cocktail of dope was currently needed to keep him from disintegrating before their eyes, Carlson took the chance to look around at the director's private quarters. Greel grew decidedly weirder each time Carlson came to Deer Park, and the place was progressively turning into the lair of some aristocratic alchemist. What the study lacked in dried bats, retorts, and cauldrons, it made up for with gleaming technology, all the electronic regalia of the 21st century, black and racked monoliths with glowing LEDs and dancing displays. Carlson had no idea of which of the rack-mounted systems were related to the work of the facility and the paranormal, and which might be part of the old man's extensive life support. The number of books and file folders seemed to have doubled, if not trebled, since the last time Carlson had been there, and the growing collection of CD-ROMs was now competing for space, whereas before it had hardly existed. Aside from the main entrance by which Carlson and then Vargas had entered, two other doors opened into the director's study. They were the subject of more Deer Park legend. Two were painted a neutral blue, which went with the color scheme, while the third was a significant dark red. The two blue doors were supposed to lead to a private bedroom and bathroom. Nothing unusual there except for some minor speculation about Greel's sexual preferences and his supposed use of a hyperbaric chamber. The red door, on the other hand, was the focus of a wealth of conflicting gossip. Some claimed it was the entrance to the old man's inner sanctum, the unholy of unholies, the closet space in the heart of darkness, where all the records of the truly unthinkable were stored. A more imaginative suggestion was that the door gave access to Greel's own private maze of passages and tunnels. These in turn led to rooms where things were confined that no one but the director himself had ever seen. The most fanciful theory about the red door was that it was nothing less than the disguised portal to some nameless elsewhere where the great ancient horrors lurked. What was the point, supporters of the extreme theory argued, in running a paranormal research operation if one couldn't force an opening into some approximation of hell? The old man was weakly massaging his arm while Vargas dropped the spike, swab, and used ampoules into the disposal bag that came with the med pack. "You can stop being self-effacing, Carlson. The deed is done." I will live to fight another day. The old man's voice had changed. It had risen by 2 or 3 tones, and where once it had been an exhausted and grating sigh, the sound of an ancient turtle too long in the sun, it now had a sense of urgency, more the wrinkled Komodo dragon on an old rampage. The director was still short of breath, but it was now the tense wheezing of one who forces himself on, come what might. When I first took over the paranormal division, some of my colleagues thought I was crazy. Did you know that, Jack? Carlson saw no reason to pull any punches because the old man was getting a rush from his meds and wanted to talk. From what I hear, there's some who still think that. The ones who call me the crazy old fuck at Deer Park. Carlson nodded. The same ones. The old man produced a fresh Cuban from a pocket in his kimono and lit it with a Dunhill. Mercifully, they're too terrified to do anything more than whisper behind their hands. He gestured to Carlson. Why don't you get me another brandy, Jack? You don't have to stand over there in the dark like you just witnessed an atrocity. My drug consumption is hardly a well-kept secret. Everyone in this wonderful establishment wants to see me live forever. I am their vested interest. They know they're finished if I shuffle off. If I die, the protection I afford them dies with me, and their skeletons will rise from their closets to strip and expose them. He waved urgently to Carlson. Come over here, man. Step into the light. I want to see you. The old man was as high as a kite, so Carlson poured brandy for each of them. He didn't know if the liquor would mellow Greel or make him worse, but didn't really give a damn either way. As he approached, the director took the glass from him and gestured impatiently with his cigar. Pull up a chair, Jack. We have a while before we run the next test. There are a few things I should fill you in on. Carlson assumed there was plenty of time to indulge this desire by Greel to tell all. On the video monitor screen, both vampire and victim were inert. He wondered what this next proposed test might be, but decided it was not the time to ask. The 21st century will be the era of the paranormal, Jack. I thought it was to be the era of asymmetric conflict. The paranormal will be the key. Carlson raised an eyebrow. You really believe that? Greel nodded. Indeed I do, my boy. In fact, I intend to do everything to see my prophecy comes to pass. The best way to predict the future is to control it. How much future do you imagine you have, director? How much longer can you exercise this control? The rule at Deer Park was that you never mentioned the old man's mortality to his face. Carlson had half expected Greel to be furious at his flouting of the convention, but the director merely smiled and swirled his cognac. You refuse to lie in the accepted box, don't you, Jack? I thought that was why you trusted me. I will live, Jack. Have no fear. The riddle will be solved. You don't need to worry about that. And who knows? Maybe you'll be one of the lucky few with whom I'll share the secret. If I live that long, director. Exactly, Jack. If you live that long. The old man dragged hard on his cigar and let smoke trickle from his mouth into the glass before he sipped the brandy. As they might be applied to social control, physics, chemistry, and biology are very close to having gone as far as they can go on their own. We have mapped the human genome, and we can incinerate large cities in a single atomic flash. We took religion out of the schools and substituted Ritalin. We have spy satellites that can read a newspaper from space. To go further, we will require the paranormal, the mystic, the occult if you like, to provide the fulcrum for our efforts. It will be that extra and crucial factor, the dimension in which true control of the masses will really begin to become effective. Carlson looked sideways at Greel. What had been in that shot Vargas had given him? Some of the ingredients could only be distant, more sophisticated cousins of tried and true amphetamine. I'm not sure I follow you, director. You have to look at it this way, Jack. Physics has given us the capability to deliver a nuclear fusion weapon by means of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Islamic mysticism has given us individuals so devoted to the worship of Allah that they will deliver a nuclear fusion weapon in suitcases on a commercial airliner. For the price of a ticket and some primitive ingenuity, the entire strategic missile defense shield is rendered redundant. If nothing else, the paranormal is cost-effective. Carlson glanced at the monitor screen. Ronquist and Time Bridewell were both still motionless. Cost-effectiveness isn't the goal, though, is it, Director? Of course not. It's power from a long-hidden direction. What we're dealing with is an entire branch of science we know close to nothing about. Imagine for a moment the crew of an airborne stealth system who were also an interlinked telepath coven. We have barely scratched the surface, little more than played with the elementary toys implants, psyops, non-technological biofeedback, trance states, psychedelics, remote viewing, precog, telekinesis, all that stuff from Sid Gottlieb and on. It's all kindergarten level, Jack. It's the equivalent of Lego. And while we play with Lego, there's 1,000 of years of unexamined data locked up in the Vatican, but it's going to take nothing short of a tactical nuke to pry anything loose from those quasi-celibate fucks. What we have right now is hardly enough to enable us to so much as see the signs. Greel paused. Is there something wrong with me, Jack? Carlson realized he'd been staring all but open-mouthed at the old man as the director's frustrations began to run away with him. Later Carlson would reflect on his answer as little short of inspired the absolute truth but wholly irrelevant. I keep seeing my own reflection in your dark glasses, Director. I guess it's the booze and maybe the time of day, but it's getting a little unnerving. The director made no attempt to remove the glasses, and, in a way, Carlson was relieved. Right there and then he believed he'd rather look into Ronquist's eyes than those of the old man in the middle of his discourse on occult megalomania. You've got to keep a lid on those kinds of thoughts, my boy. You're no use to me staring at your big toe. Maxwell is dosing that Ronquist thing with a whole spectrum of nasty microwaves. And I'm getting the backwash. Greel shrugged. It can't be helped. I'm expendable. That shouldn't be news. You knew that the first time you hired on. That's why you pay me the big bucks. The old man smilingly corrected. That's why a grateful nation pays you the big bucks. I'm just a public servant, remember. Carlson sank down in his chair and inhaled his own brandy. Right. The ancient ones are very close. Carlson had quit smoking 4 years earlier, but at that moment he wished he had a cigarette. The director saw his discomfort and laughed nastily. You really hate it when I talk about the ancient ones, don't you, Jack? You still can't quite make the final transition, can you? You can't bring yourself to believe. I don't have to believe, Director. I'm just an operative. I'm not looking to inherit the earth. My God, man, you were brought in as an analyst on the material we obtained after the Apogee collapse. You know what Marcus Derisk was trying to do. He all but opened a portal to another dimension. He nearly accessed Arlai and reached Thulhu, for Christ's sakes. The speed up is happening, Jack, and you don't want to be left behind. Back in the 80s, we had to invent a Satanist conspiracy for Reagan's retards. Now the Satanists are on the internet, and very soon they'll be lobbying for tax exemption as a legitimate religion. Carlson wasn't buying that. Satan worship is bullshit, Director. We both know that. But it's a symptom, Jack. Massive cult growth was only to be expected. It's the other side hitting back. You're losing me. What the fuck had the old man taken? It was a long time since Carlson had seen him so bad. He wondered if he ought to recall Vargas and check that someone hadn't screwed up the dosage, but he didn't see how he could as Greel rattled on with the impromptu lecture. The director didn't take kindly to being interrupted. Not only do we know little about the paranormal, but I firmly believe that, in our ignorance, we are doing incalculable damage. We have been hammering at the laws, principles, and basic mathematics of other dimensions for many decades now. We cannot do anything as fundamental as splitting the atom, we cannot touch off a piece of a star right here on Earth, and not cause a ripple effect down the curve of time and in all branches of science, both known and unknown, in this world and others. We find it so hard to accept the existence of unknown worlds that cannot even approach the idea that they might exist in violent motion, buffeted by resonances created right here, as we in our turn are buffeted by them. The old man paused to sip his brandy, and Carlson moved quickly in an attempt to divert the monologue. You said something about a test, Director. The ploy worked better than Carlson could have hoped. He thought that he actually saw the old man's mania visibly change direction, like a freight train crossing a set of points, as the appeal of theorizing and the love of hearing himself talk gave way to the allure of real live action. You should have stopped me sooner, Jack. I tend to have a great many ideas after my evening medication, and then I talk too much if I have company. The test, yes indeed. We should run the test. In fact, we have to run the test. We have to run the test before the Ronkist creature wakes again. The old man looked quickly round at the screen, but Carlson was there before him. It's okay. I've been checking them. Neither has moved. Greel stared at Carlson from behind his shades. You really don't need to be a believer, do you? You sweat the details by nature. Carlson nodded. I'm worth more to you as a detached asset than a zealot. The director gestured to the desk. Get Vargas again. Tell him to wake up his boys. Tell him it's showtime. Carlson remained seated. Perhaps, before the show starts, you should give me a brief synopsis of the script. The old man puffed on his cigar. I was hoping to surprise you. I work better when I'm not surprised. So you want me to explain the nature and objective of this test? I'd be more comfortable knowing. Well, Jack, I wouldn't want it said I was insensitive to your comfort. Fortunately, it's all very simple. No complications at all. What we're going to do is attempt to kill the beast in the traditional and time-honored manner. I know you've been counseling caution to anyone who will listen, but I think we need a gauge of its strength before we proceed any further. Vargas has 3 strapping young charros who will attempt to drive a stake into Ronkist's heart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time Bridewell drifted in a place of rose and amber, an afterglow that surpassed any mere animal satisfaction. A slow, rolling boom echoed from far in the distance, beyond the light of the rainbow horizon, single sonorous beats, long-spaced but sleepily rhythmic, and it took her some time to recognize that it was the sound of her own heart and that Victor hadn't killed her. Her nervous system had continued to vibrate with the last shocks and gasps of what he'd done to her even as she had been dreaming her way in and out of consciousness, but it hadn't been enough to convince her fully that she was still alive. The heartbeat was the glorious evidence that Victor had honored his promise and spared her, and she loved him for it. Indeed, the word love didn't have the necessary power to describe what she felt. She didn't love Victor Ronkist, she adored him, she worshipped him. She knew he was nearby, but she couldn't see him. She wanted to push herself up and look at him, but she hadn't recovered sufficiently to move. The best she could manage was to stretch herself slightly and let out a protracted sigh. Oh, Victor. I want you. Time knew he wouldn't respond. He was no longer in the reality of Deer Park. He had departed to his dark and private dreams, to measureless places she couldn't follow unless he completed the change in her. Even though she had yet to begin marshalling her emotions, she knew that she must accept that he would leave her on her own, but also that she had no choice but to resent his not being there. He had brought her through an experience of the kind that would never permit her to be the same again. Admittedly, he hadn't chosen her to be the one. For him, she was merely a random selection, but she could only protect herself by holding him responsible. And yet how could she maintain anger in the face of what he'd done? The experience had hardly left her. The night music was still ringing in her head and in her loins, deafening and overpowering, sensual and psychic. Oh, Victor. I want you. Very, Very slowly she began to curl her body on the prison bunk. She moved her knees, imperceptibly at first, up toward her chest. It was to keep out the cold of reality. She sought the warmth of a fetal position because she was unwilling to face the trauma of being reborn as a composite being, part of which she neither knew nor understood. Ronquist had promised not to kill her, and he had kept his promise. He had told her if she died, she would not automatically become a vampire. In that, too, she supposed, he had also spoken the truth. What he hadn't told her was that, by his very actions, he had shown her what ecstatic power was possible and planted a hopeless craving in her for his touch to be once again on her mind, her brain and its pleasure centers, and that, in itself, was a teasing foretaste to vampirism. She was still alive and still human, but she had become deeply dissatisfied with that condition, and her whole being longed to be like Ronquist. She knew a terrible conflict was to come, but she was mercifully still too weak to engage in it. "Oh, Victor. I want you." Unfortunately, she was recovering all too fast. No sooner had she uttered the whispered whimper than she despised herself for regressing to the infantile. Victor Ronquist had a hold on her. She couldn't debate that with herself. He held the power of life and death over her, thus he was, by very definition, her superior. Superiority didn't mean, though, that she needed to mewl like a baby or grovel for his uncertain affections. "Oh, Victor. I want you." Her voice was stronger, deeper, more contemptuous of her naked need, but not so dizzy, drained, and foolish that she didn't recognize it as such. She had been trained in an uncompromising school, and that training would still be with her no matter what she might become. The human monsters who had been her substitute parents hadn't raised her to cry over what she could not have, but to go out and get it by any means she could conceive. Class B Femme Juv 8 to 79 didn't mourn for an unfulfilled craving, she demanded satisfaction and didn't stop until she got it. "Victor. I want you." Time still whispered, but now a determination had crept in. She stressed the word I. "Victor, I want you," in a tone only separated by 1 degree from the next two logical statements. "And I will have you, and I will have your secrets." She knew her hands were in front of her face. She opened her eyes. It took a few moments for the floating, hallucinatory after images to clear, but, when she could see again, she gently flexed her fingers. She could move, and she wasn't blind. Her humanity was returning. Inch by inch she eased her way across the bunk until she could see the floor by just turning her head. And there was Victor, death-like on his fur, pale hands, a large onyx ring on one finger, crossed across the front of a midnight blue silk shirt, resting on a chest that neither rose nor fell. How beautifully he concealed the truth about himself. His face was in total repose, expressionless beyond any echo of cruel sensitivity. Nothing external revealed him for what he was, except perhaps features that were a fraction too chiseled, the lips a little too flawless, and the way his long hair drifted back from his brow implausibly perfect. Certainly nothing to suggest the reality beneath the human mask. But she had seen that other face, and, like the old rock and roll song said, it was the face she loved. "I will have your secrets, Victor, and the power to take these things out of my head." As she whispered, she saw the shadows furtive move. They were in the detention block, and her first assumption was that it had to be a guard who approached, except everything was wrong. Prison guards didn't come furtively. They had no need. They strolled, they sauntered. Their lives and moves were all ordered routine. The movement in the shadow was stealthy, and guards didn't use stealth. This was something else. An attack? A rescue bid? Conditioning kicked in, and Time Bridewell tensed, her exhaustion pushed to one side. Something way out of the ordinary was about to go down, and Victor should not sleep through its descent. The question was, would she be able to wake him? How soundly did the predator sleep? Surely not so deeply to make him totally vulnerable to intruders. With one more effort, she leaned over the side of the bed. "Wake up, Victor. Wake up right now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Watch carefully, Jack, as you will observe all three of the mission team are Salvadorans, recruited because they have the necessary levels of superstitious belief." Vargas still has his sources. Carlson stood behind the director's wing chair, looking over his shoulder at the monitor screen. "I'd seriously advise calling this off while you still can." The old man shook his head. "No, Jack. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that at all." Carlson was barely keeping his anger under control. So he was just hired help, and if the director, on some doped-up whim, decided to do away with his uniquely prized specimen, that was his choice. He had the right. Carlson really had no say in the matter. So he'd put in time with Ronquist, and this ending might seem highly unsatisfactory, but he'd still be paid his fee. That was ensured by the contract. If nothing else, though, Jack Carlson hated waste. To destroy Ronquist now was criminal waste, pure and simple. "I know you're fuming, Jack, but why don't you just wait and see what happens?" Now and then, it almost seemed that the old man could read his mind. Carlson's face became set. "I've given my best advice. I've got nothing else to say. Just wait and see what happens, boy." On the screen, the three figures moved cautiously down a corridor. The underground levels of Deer Park had so many thousands of yards of corridor that Carlson could not immediately recognize the particular section, but he knew he could safely assume it was somewhere close to the pod that held Ronquist. The three men wore baseball caps and the standard, dark blue coveralls, but no body armor. They had sidearms, but no heavier weapons, and one carried a weighty club hammer and a pair of foot-long iron spikes. At first the trio were in shadow, but when they entered a patch of light Carlson saw that they all wore large silver crosses around their necks, prominently displayed over their uniforms. A reflection burn flashed from one of them, and the sight left him speechless. "Don't they know those crosses are of no use?" The old man cut him off. "Recruited because they have the necessary levels of superstitious belief. Weren't you listening to me, Jack? Jesus. Just shut up and watch. You're starting to irritate me." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time tried to pull herself off the bunk, but she didn't have the strength. "Victor." Three men were on the other side of the plexiglass divide, but Ronquist didn't move. She could see the crosses around their necks, and the spikes, and the hammer that one of them had in his hand. Beyond any reasonable doubt, they were coming to destroy Ronquist, and she could not allow that to happen. The door to a new dimension of life might not as yet have been opened to her, but it had certainly been unlocked, and she had been allowed to peer through the keyhole. Without Victor, it all would never be, and she had lost enough of her life to might-have-beens and the conspiracies of killers. "Victor, wake up. You have to wake up." The three men were now at the double doors. One had a key card. The outer door slid open, and still Ronquist didn't move. With an almost superhuman effort, but with little idea of what she intended to do, Time swung her legs off the bunk, and attempted to stand. The three men were through the inner door. Under the uniform baseball caps, they were swarthy, maybe from some place in Central America, muscular and expressionless, with those blank shark eyes unique to Death Squad veterans. The old man kept a few around for when dispassionate, pre-Columbian sadism might be required. For a moment she was on her feet facing them, but then her legs gave out on her, and she dropped to her knees. One of the men took a couple of paces toward her, but, quickly realizing she posed no threat, turned and joined his companions as they closed silently in on Ronquist. Crouching on the floor, Time Bridewell cried out frantically one last time. "Victor, you have to save yourself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Victor, you have to save yourself." She seems to have fallen for him. Now Carlson was quite as revet as the old man. Was this part of the vampire's strength that its surviving victims should fall in some unholy approximation of love with him? And did it always happen, or was it some special influence he had used on Bridewell to recruit her as an asset? Unfortunately, it was starting to appear that the questions would turn out to be wholly academic as the old man saw his experiment through to the end, over all of Carlson's protests. Despite how Ronkist's feeding had disturbed and disgusted him, it seemed absurd in the extreme to capture the first living vampire in recent history, then throw away all chances of anything but post-mortem study on an elderly lunatic's willful caprice. On the monitor screen, the three Salvadorans moved fast, but with an attendant caution. One knelt beside Ronkist and briskly took an iron stake from his companion. The third of the trio readied himself with the hammer as the point of the stake was positioned squarely in the center of Ronkist's chest. They had obviously rehearsed the routine. The old man grunted. He seemed disappointed that the vampire was failing to put up any kind of a fight. When they sleep, they're completely unconscious. It would seem so. Greel shook his head. That would seem to be an unconscionable weakness for a nocturnal predator. Unless, of course, it's a deception. Are you suggesting the vampire is playing possum? Carlson shrugged. I imagine we'll see in a matter of seconds. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The very act of opening his eyes froze his attackers just long enough for him to move. Later he would learn that the three Salvadorans had been selected for the experiment because of their supposedly high levels of superstition. The vampires still loomed large in their personal mythology, and that proved to be their undoing rather than their strength. Fear had immobilized them when they should have hammered home the iron spike with all urgency. Ronkist's hand moved faster than a striking snake. It gripped the brown wrist that held the stake, and it didn't let go no matter how much its owner struggled. Bones audibly crunched, and the man let out a scream that must have taken every last cubic inch of his lung capacity and seemed to shake the plexiglass wall like a sounding board. Furious at what he saw as a shameful assassination bid, Ronkist rose to his feet in a single movement, still holding onto the human's arm. He only hurled the man from him when he'd drawn himself up to his full height. The attacker crashed into the wall beside the bunk, and flopped like a rag doll. The iron stake he had previously held in his locked fingers clattered to the floor. The one with the hammer swung at Ronkist, but he slapped the implement easily aside. Simultaneously he let loose with a full-scale psychic counterattack. In front of the subjective eyes of the two men and, collaterally, the crouching exhausted time, he transformed himself into a demon straight from the burning pit of the men's own Catholicism. Hellfire red and stinking of sulfur, blackened horns, cloven hooves, and the face of a skull, he towered over them, drawing the images of horror almost entirely from the Salvadorans' own minds, with some added touches from Day of the Dead festivals, and the masked Mexican wrestlers he'd seen on TV in Los Angeles. Ronkist had to admit the two humans didn't lack courage. Even though confronted with one of the worst nightmares from their devil-ridden ids, his remaining attackers managed to retreat in good order, slowly backing away, holding up their crosses, irrationally believing the Christian charms would keep him at bay. He laughed and pointed out in Spanish that they were wasting their time. At the same moment they realized that, with the keycard to the pod only operating one way, they were effectively locked in with the monster. Now the true depths of horror gnawed with elemental rat teeth at the men's minds, but, once again, they demonstrated the sternness of their stuff. The one with the remaining steel spike lunged at Ronkist, and the other fumbled for the fashionable 9mm Glock automatic holstered at his hip. Ronkist doubted the one with the spike could do him much harm, but a bullet was another matter. A 9mm wouldn't kill him, but it could slow him down critically. The problem would be magnified if the gun was loaded with hollow points or vest cutters. The Nosferatu had a phenomenal rate of recovery, but not fast enough that a gunshot wound to the body wouldn't give the two men the chance to be all over him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't believe it. Will you look at the speed of the thing? On the monitor screen, the vampire was just a blur, followed by a trail of distortion. One of the Salvadorans appeared to collide with the other, then fly through the air. The man had been in the process of drawing his pistol, but that, too, went flying. Carlson shook his head. Look at the pure fury. I'm damn glad I'm not down there. The old man stared at the screen. We have to replay this in slow motion. It's much stronger than we ever imagined. The old man slowly nodded. All our previous estimates will have to be revised. He paused. What the hell is it doing now? Ronquist had picked up one of the Salvadorans, but almost immediately dropped him again. As the man fell, Carlson observed the odd angle of the head. I think he just broke the man's neck. Now he's going for the last one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In his rage, Ronquist advanced on the single surviving Salvadoran, bent on taking the blood of his attacker. The man had come upon him to drive the stake and destroy, so to drain him was close to a matter of honor. The illusion of the walking demon fell away, but the small steel blade with the silver tube handle that he used to feed on Bridewell was in Ronquist's hand. Behind him an expression of pure horror spread over Bridewell's face. Victor. Ronquist turned. Time's aura was the purple of those who see themselves hideously betrayed. You'd take his blood after mine. Ronquist lied, but his mental caress allowed her to believe him completely. No, of course not. To further convince her he slowed his approach. The man tried to crawl away from him. Ronquist allowed this last attacker to go a couple of yards, but then moved quickly forward and dispatched him with a simple thumb and index finger to the windpipe, killing fast with a minimum of pain. To feed would have been a moment of ancient animal rapture, but he in no way wished to alienate Bridewell. A single glance told him that the longing of the dark lost was in her eyes, and that was something too useful to be wasted. She might not have any direct power, and that she had been willingly sacrificed to feed him clearly indicated her lowly status in the hierarchy of Deer Park, but that didn't mean she couldn't be shaped to a purpose. Like a more conventional prisoner might secrete a paper clip or plastic pen to be used in some future, unrevealed eventuality, Bridewell could be squirreled away. She'd be walking among his jailers, but devoted to him, and ready to be utilized any time he saw a way to deploy her effectively. Ronquist turned away from the dead attacker, went to the small fridge, and took out a plastic bottle of designer water. He drank half of it in one go and looked down at Time. I imagine reinforcements will arrive at any moment. Time sat up as best she could and gestured to the weapons the Salvadorans had dropped. You have their guns. Ronquist's lip curled in contempt. Firearms. A Nosferatu doesn't fight his battles with firearms. Never. Never. Isn't that a little short-sighted? We have powers far beyond those of humans, and little need to copy their weak reliance on devices. They'll be coming at you with guns. That still isn't reason enough to reach for one myself. If nothing else, the reliance on firearms makes one lazy. The brain itself should be the weapon, not merely the control behind it. I hope you know what you're doing. Ronquist drank some more water and glanced significantly at the bodies of the Salvadorans. They came at me with weapons both old and new, and presented no major problem. I have survived a long time, my dear. Too long to perish in this 21st century dungeon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All through the flurry of violence the old man had seemed in a trance, but the moment when, on the video link, Ronquist had finished the last Salvadoran, he had suddenly become brisk and businesslike. So, now that the experiment is complete, let's go and confront our vampire. Carlson was less than enthusiastic. I think we have to assume the vampire is now as mad as hell. He seemed, to me, distinctly pissed off as he was killing those Salvadorans. I wonder why he didn't take their blood. Perhaps he had drunk his fill from Time. Greel began to rise from his chair, but it took considerable effort, so much so that Carlson moved to help him. As he attempted to grasp his arm, the old man snarled, "Get away from me, Jack. You know I can't stand being touched by anyone except Vargas. Carlson backed off. The director was definitely crazier than the last time Carlson had worked for him. Is there any point in offering the opinion that this is not a good idea? None whatsoever, Jack. I wouldn't like to confront him only to discover he was confronting me. Where's your sense of adventure, Jack? It's directly beneath my imperative for self-preservation, director. You're acting like a man preempted, Jack. I thought I'd established a dialogue with Ronquist. I believed we had a certain rapport. All you had was his pragmatic acquiescence. I have his attention. I know you meant well, but we needed to cut to the chase. It was in his interests to hear you out, but I'm his real jailer, and we have just transacted a little test of strength to define our positions. And what are those positions as you see them, director? It's very simple. I hold him, but he's just wasted 3 of mine, and proved that he's hard to hold. I feel a certain kind of honor has been satisfied, and now we have some parameters within which we can deal. Chapter 3. His very first look at the elderly human's aura was quite enough to show Ronquist his abnormal hunger. This Herbert Walker Greele, this director of the paranormal warfare facility, was gripped by a hunger to rival that of an Nosferatu. He clung to life with a baleful fury, and, aside from a long-practiced joy in the manipulation of his fellow humanity, all his remaining passion and energy were invested in an intense and personal crusade to cheat death. The same look also told him that it had been Greele, not the taller, younger, generally more stable Jack Carlson who had ordered the attack on him. The two humans stood side by side beyond the plexiglass, with a guard of more faceless men in blue jumpsuits and baseball caps, carrying shotguns at high port behind them. Greele was personally attended by yet another Salvadoran. A quick scan of the man's mind revealed that his name was Vargas, and that he possessed a past that encompassed 2 long intervals of obscene political murder and torture. The relationship between Vargas and Greele was akin to master and dog. In Greele, Vargas had apparently found his match and bowed to his will as his lord and chief. Vargas was the kind who was either at your feet or at your throat, and he needed a strong and patriarchal authority figure on whom to lavish this devotion. Certainly Vargas felt more loyalty to Greele than to the 3 countrymen he had personally selected to make the attack on Ronquist. The fact that they now lay dead in the pod was a matter of complete indifference to him except in how it might affect the plans of his director. When Greele and his escort appeared, they had found Ronquist sitting calmly on the bed drinking from a fresh bottle of water. Time Bridewell, who had recovered slightly but was still as pale as a corpse, sat naked at his feet, leaning lightly on his right leg. Ronquist believed he could detect a crude, impromptu ceremony in the way Greele and his escort made their entrance. The threatening pomp told him this was not another attempt on his life but the preliminary softening up to some kind of negotiation. In some respects, Ronquist had done the same, having arranged the 3 dead Salvadorans, face up on their backs, in a neat row just inside the door, like a 3-man body count, or perhaps a domestic cat bringing gifts of mice. While Ronquist had arranged the dead, Time had weakly gathered up their weapons and now had the 3 pistols placed beside her, intending to use them if any others tried to do harm to either of them. She accepted the possibility that, now that Victor hadn't killed her, the old man or one of his underlings might decide she was surplus to their requirements, but she was much more concerned with Rehnquist's safety. She seemed to feel obligated to protect him despite what she had seen him do to the previous would-be assassins. Such obsessed protectiveness was not uncommon among Darklost. They became totally concerned with the well-being of the predator who had fed from them. At root it was really a matter of the victim's self-interest. The Nosferatu they so slavishly worshipped was, after all, the one who could bring them through the change and make them what they increasingly aspired to be. The predator held the keys to the kingdom of immortality and more, and must be preserved at all costs. The group around Greele and Carlson stood for a moment staring at the tableau Ronquist had arranged for them, and Ronquist again felt like an exhibit in an exotic zoo. He was gratified, however, that the combination of himself, his newly created dark lost, and his fresh kill made the humans decidedly ill at ease and reminded them they were not as all-powerful as they pretended they were. A technician handed Greel a microphone, and a moment later his voice boomed over a set of speakers concealed somewhere inside the pod. Victor Ronquist. Director Greel. Seemingly a concealed microphone went with the speakers because Greel and his party had no problem hearing Ronquist through the plexiglass. You know my name. Ronquist could feel Time Bridewell tremble each time the director's amplified voice grated from the hidden speakers. Ronquist nodded. Of course I know your name. And you have killed 3 of my men. What do you have to say about that, Victor Ronquist? I assumed it was my purpose to resist them as best I could. Greel looked at the lined-up casualties of his experiment. You seem to have done that. If you'd wanted to know my physical capabilities, you needed only to ask. Perhaps a demonstration could have been arranged that was less costly in lives. Even in the controlled light of the detention area, Ronquist noted that the director concealed his eyes behind dark glasses. It was usually a sign that a human had things to hide. You put a value on human lives, Victor Ronquist. Ronquist smiled and shook his head. No, but I do observe the niceties. And where should the niceties take us now? I don't know. We seem to have reached something of an impasse. An impasse. You have me, but you don't know what to do with me. I also suspect that you want something from me, but don't know how to get it. What could we possibly want from you? The traditional answer would be knowledge, information, data if you like, but I suspect your motives go deeper. Are you reading my mind? Ronquist shook his head. No, I made an undertaking with Carlson that I've more or less adhered to. For the moment, I've extended the same courtesy to you, as the director of this place. I believe I could block you even if you tried. Perhaps you could. Perhaps for a while, but, in the long run, I doubt it. What Greel didn't know was that Ronquist had already made a cursory examination of his mind and discovered that the outer layers were such a roiling mire of drugs, near hallucinations, and paranoid possibilities he was unwilling to wade through all the mental undergrowth. In a way the director actually was blocking him by having a psyche that was distasteful for Ronquist to enter. He knew there had to be an inner area beyond the miasma and mania, where some jewel in the skull controlled a pure and rational cunning. Greel could never have maintained his considerable and long-held power base on psychosis alone. You doubt it? We are different species, director. The concept of competition is totally absurd. Ronquist felt Time move beside him and glanced down. She was reaching for one of the Salvadorans' discarded weapons. Her exact intention was unclear, even to herself, but it seemed that, as she recovered her strength, she also manifested a hatred for the director of a depth and intensity that Ronquist had not previously observed. Her hand was on the pistol, but none of Greel's people seemed to have noticed. She pulled it toward her, and her fingers curled, closing around the grip. Ronquist probably should have stopped her immediately, but a malicious curiosity wanted to see her act out what she had in her mind. She paused for a moment before trying to lift the pistol, but once started, she seemed to gain strength. Her powers of recovery were quite phenomenal. Even though Ronquist had drained her almost to the point of fatality, he also seemed to have infused her with some kind of chemical stimulant. It wasn't until her hand was about halfway to being level with her shoulder that Carlson and Vargas spotted what Time was doing. The old man's microphone picked up Carlson's warning shout. Gun. Vargas was instantly in front of Greel. Carlson, who was unarmed, spun out of the way, while the escort in back of them raised their weapons. Time's voice was still fragile but also grimly determined. Why don't you bastards all just go away and leave me alone with Victor? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The 9mm Glock was Time Bridewell's only tangible reality, metal and plastic, hard and in focus when all else was blurred and unreal, a whirlpool of fragments and a world turned wholly upside down. Her voice was still fragile but, at the same time, grimly determined. Why don't you bastards all just go away and leave me alone with Victor? All of her concentration was required to aim the weapon at the old man, but Vargas was shielding him with his body. Had she expected otherwise? Vargas, the human Rottweiler, would always take a bullet for his master. A part of the director's black and gold kimono still showed, though, and she drew a bead on that. She recognized the kimono. She had seen him wearing it before. Indeed, she had seen him slip the garment off his shoulders to reveal a body so deformed by age it looked hardly human, more like something out of a tank of formaldehyde or an alien autopsy. Fortunately, that one time the old man had revealed himself in decrepit undress. Another woman, the one they called Lara, who had vanished soon afterwards, was the primary recipient of his erotic attentions. Time had only acted as one of the secondary companions whose roles were limited to looking pretty and pornographic and helping where they could while he acted out his gasping reptilian fantasies. The act of aiming the weapon increased Time's area of focus. Now a precise line was drawn from her eye to the front side of the pistol, and onto the portion of the old man's shoulder that was exposed behind Vargas. Within that linear projection, the hallucinatory haze was gone, and all was sharp, precise, simple, and real. With the target acquired, and without losing her aim, she reached around with her free hand, seeking a second of the 3 guns by touch alone. Again her fingers felt metal, and she grasped the piece. Time was aware that the idea of rising to her feet stark naked, and with a Glock in each hand, was, to say the least, over-theatrical and probably well within the outer bounds of madness. Something inside her had definitely snapped. She had accepted a lifetime of abusive insanity from the old man and his kind, and it was time to take her stand, to make her play. She might be going to her own death, or an entire new world of pain, but she was determined to put fear, if not a serious hurt, on Greel and those around him. She had the second gun. Now if she could just get to her feet without swaying, losing her balance, or fainting, she would be in reach of achieving her goal. As Time steeled herself to stand, Carlson took the microphone from the old man. "Ronquist, do you have any control over that woman?" That Jack Carlson should be talking to Ronquist and not her, even though, during one of his previous visits to Deer Park, they had been lovers, plainly indicated to Time that he knew she was beyond any appeal to reason. If she hadn't irrationally loved Ronquist already, she might have fallen for the cool nonchalance of his response. "None whatsoever, Jack. Surely she's one of yours. Perhaps she's angry that she was sent to me like a packed lunch." Time knew she had to remind herself at regular intervals that Ronquist was an Nosferatu and not a man, that the allure was either an imposed illusion or the projection of her own willingness to do anything for him if he only would give her the gift of immortality. They had trained her as a whore, so why should she not act the part now that she was confronted by the greatest payoff imaginable? Whores, however, had to be circumspect and not fall in love. Carlson spoke again, and Time was pleased to hear that he was treating her as a worthy threat. "You know we could be teetering on the edge of a burst of uncontrolled gunfire." Ronquist actually laughed. "Why so alarmed, Carlson? The plexiglass is surely bulletproof. In theory she could keep shooting until it exploded or shattered." And, indeed, that had been Time's original plan insofar as she'd had one at all. The NSA FEMA issue Glock 9mm autos came with the now illegal 17-round clip, and 28 impacts surely should be enough to blow out the transparent wall. After an almost impossible effort, she was on her feet. She felt Ronquist's glance as he looked at her for the first time. She could sense his approval, and, despite herself, she delighted in it. She felt thin and strong, a reed now reinforced, and she silently brandished her pistols, posing like a demented work by the sculptor Ert. "How can we discuss anything when you have a naked woman with a gun in each hand beside you?" Time had seen the scrawny hand of the old man gesture for the microphone, and she'd seen Carlson hand it to him. Nonetheless, when his voice came over the speakers, she all but lost her poise. One of the changes wrought by the night's experience was that her long smoldering hatred for Director Greel had flared up into a potentially lethal rage, but that didn't mean she wasn't still fearful of him. Fortunately, Ronkist's fast answer covered her tremor. "How can we discuss anything when I am sealed in a giant aquarium with this naked woman? I believe we have reached the impasse again, but now it's a standoff." When Greel replied, time was chilled by how advanced the madness in the old man's voice had become. "So what would you suggest, Ronkist?" "Nothing can be done while she stands there like some Art Deco nude with pistols. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." 3 random vectors of destruction had Jack Carlson all but triangulated, causing him to reflect how suicide wasn't in his job description. The old man was artificially stimulated to somewhere far out of his already hyper-gored. Time Bridewell had clearly lapsed into total insanity after being handed to the vampire, and Ronkist, of course, wasn't even human. The worst part was that he couldn't see any way to extricate himself. The director appeared hell-bent on confronting Ronkist, and Carlson was irrevocably locked into the terms of the confrontation. He could never understand why men like Greel hired men like him as advisors and facilitators, then completely ignored their advice. The whole party was now crouched low, and Carlson eased himself in beside the old man. "Can I try talking to Time?" Surprisingly, Greel passed him the microphone without question or argument. "Do what you can." Carlson took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke into the mic with the fake equanimity of a hostage negotiator. "Put the gun down please, Time." "I can't do that, Jack." "Why not?" "Willingness to go out in a blaze of glory is the only asset I have left." Behind Carlson, the old man muttered angrily. "At least have her put some fucking clothes on." Carlson ignored him and switched his attention to Ronkist. "Can't you do anything about this?" Ronkist seemed unperturbed. "Why should I, Carlson? You have, after all, just attempted to destroy me. I had an idea earlier that I could trust you, but now I see there's no possibility of that. Time, would you put down your guns if Ronkist asked you to?" If anything, Time Bridewell held her weapons more stiffly and with less compromise. "Let him ask. It's the only way you'll find out." Ronkist. "I'm sorry, Carlson, but why would I want to do that? Suppose I were to offer an inducement." Carlson had been present at a number of standoffs, including what he considered the big one, the FBI's MT Zion debacle at Waco, and he was well aware that those engaged in them were frequently pressed to extremes of attitude, resorting either to infantile demands or pedantic observations. He was somewhat heartened when Ronkist went for the second choice. "That's really the nature of an inducement, isn't it? That it should be worthy of consideration." Carlson smiled. Ronkist was playing the game, at least opening a window to the possibility of a negotiated resolution. "Why don't you save some time? Just tell me what you want." "What does any prisoner want?" "I don't know, Ronkist, what does any prisoner want?" "To cease to be a prisoner, Carlson, to cease to be a prisoner." "Are you suggesting you simply be set free?" Ronkist laughed. "Yes, of course. That would be ideal. Just return me to the Watergate, and we'll forget the whole thing. But I doubt that's going to happen. On your side, institutional paranoia is going to rule it out, and, for my part, I'm not going to forget. My pride isn't going to allow me to rest comfortably until I know why you felt the need to take me in the first place." If Ronkist's history was even close to what was claimed in his NSA FEMA jacket, he had been making deals with the hardest of men, in half the hotspots of Europe and the Middle East, along an unbelievable 1,000-year timeline. This walking nightmare had seen the Crusades, and the 30 Years' War, and the Holocaust. Forget the vampire's repertoire of superhuman powers, he could hardly have lived for as long as was claimed, or been undead, or whatever the terminology was, if he wasn't a master manipulator and virtuoso horse trader. It was no disgrace for Carlson to bow to a reputed millennium of experience and let Ronquist make the running. So? What do you suggest? Defuse this in easy stages. Easy stages to what? To the point that you humans stop probing, testing, and observing, and accord me the respect of telling the truth about why and for what you've brought me here. And what would be the first stage? For you to tell the men behind you to lower their weapons and move out. I can hardly do that. I have the safety of the director to consider. He can keep Vargas with him. Before Carlson could reply, the old man was already snapping his fingers impatiently. Give me the damned microphone. Carlson handed it over without a word. He was past arguing with Greel. Ronquist, this is Greel. I'm ordering my men out. Thank you, Director, you won't regret this. Greel gestured to Vargas, cupping the microphone with his hands so Ronquist couldn't hear him. Get them to lower their weapons and move out into the corridor, but make sure they don't go too far. Vargas relayed the order. The men complied, but demonstrated they weren't total robots by exchanging baffled and uneasy glances. As they filed out, a part of Carlson wanted to leave with the guards. Screw his fee. He'd forfeit it. This farce had gone on long enough, and he wanted out. Unfortunately, a misplaced sense of duty insisted he remain beside the old man. The old man removed the muffling hand from the microphone. Now tell Miss Bridewell to put down her pistols. Carlson watched tensely as Ronquist turned to time. Can you do that? I'd still rather blow the bastard away. I fear that would be a short-lived gratification. How do I know I won't be taken down the moment I lower my guns? You're going to have to trust me to handle this. Trust you? You're asking me to trust you? Carlson couldn't help his own half-smile of respect, as Ronquist laughed ruefully and shook his head. No, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm just asking you to put your guns down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What do you think I been doing for close to a millennium, my friend? Stalking young women and bringing babies home to the damned castle in a burlap sack. Be real. I am an active and highly motivated creature with resources, skills, and natural attributes absurdly distant from any point of human comprehension. If you are seeking to recruit me to your cause or conspiracy, it will not be the first time such a thing has been tried. I am hardly a blushing virgin in that respect. Your own dossier on me offers a catalogue of my more illustrious former employers. I believe it speaks for itself despite being highly incomplete. Ronquist closed on the verge of anger, and yet the humans seemed too slow-wit to realize it or contemplate how little they would enjoy that anger when it came. They had made a deal. The armed guards had been withdrawn. Time had put down her guns, and, waiting only for her to slip into her bathrobe again, Ronquist had gone to the airlock of the pod. Carlson worked the keycard, and Ronquist emerged, followed by the reluctant Time. The next phase was smooth and civilized. With the armed guards maintaining a discreet distance, they had been moved to the room they now occupied. It was a comfortable and well-appointed combination of conference room and small viewing cinema, in which rather luxurious swivel reclining chairs formed a loose semicircle around a 120-inch, high-definition screen. Subsequently, he would learn it was designated a briefing room. As they entered, Greel took up a position in what had to be the command chair, so defined by the assortment of controls built into the armrests, and his first act as captain was to push a button to summon an aging servant to take orders for drinks. The man was a ramrod stiff, pensioned-off mercenary with an eye patch, and an immaculate white mess jacket. The American secret government liked its comfort as it fought its invisible wars and managed its empire with no name. Carlson ordered coffee and brandy, Greel one of his cereal cognacs. Both looked at Ronquist to see what he would do. I drink vodka. Frozen, straight up, please. That was indeed the truth. Although Ronquist's metabolism was such that he could not experience anything approaching human intoxication, He could derive a certain pleasing shudder from the impact of the cold harsh liquor, and, of course, Ronquist also knew the best way to disarm a human was to drink with him. Time smiled at the servant as if she knew him well. "I'll have vodka, too, Hempel, but I want mine as part of a very spicy Bloody Mary, and put a large stick of celery in it." She rose to her feet and indicated she was still in her bathrobe. "If you gentlemen will excuse me, I think I'll get dressed while the drinks come." Carlson glanced up. "There's really no need for you to come back. Go to your room and we'll speak with you later." Ronquist quickly intervened. "I would prefer it if Miss Bridewell returned." He didn't want them separated just then. Fresh dark lost could be unpredictable, and he preferred time where he could watch her. Carlson was about to put up some kind of objection, but Greel merely beamed. "Hurry back, my dear. Look decorative. Victor Ronquist seems to have taken a shine to you." Time laughed with complete insincerity. "I'll be back with the drinks." In that, she was not only as good as her word, but when she returned, directly in the wake of Hempel and his tray of drinks, she was totally transformed. Her dark hair was brushed out, and she was made up for dramatic effect 1940s-style silk lounging pajamas clinging to her narrow body, as she swayed like a model on lucite mules with matching feathers. A velvet choker was around her neck, hiding Ronquist's blade work, and he was mystified at how she had achieved so much in so short a time. Nosferatu females could take forever on their looks, being forced as they were to employ various wiles and devices to overcome their lack of mirror reflections. She smiled brightly as, just inside the doorway, she moved around Hempel and lifted her glass from the tray. "My Bloody Mary, how wonderful." She then went to a couch in the back of the room, away from the screen and the discussions of the men, and draped herself dutifully. Only the brightness in her eyes gave away that she was focused and alert. While Hempel handed round the rest of the drinks, Ronquist made the mistake of looking into the man's mind and discovered a loyalty so intense that even he shouldn't have invaded its privacy. The servant would kill anything that threatened the director, and, right at that moment, Ronquist was right up there on the enemies list with the doddering Fidel Castro. Ronquist was reminded how Greel hadn't always been ancient and unstable. There could well have been a time when he cut a dangerous dash. Such loyalty was only engendered by some shared semblance of combat, and Ronquist withdrew from Hempel's mind before the intrusion was noticed. He saw that Greel and Carlson were once again watching him. Earlier they had waited to hear what he would order, now they were waiting to see him drink it. Ronquist picked up the chilled glass, observed that it was a double, if not a treble, raised it in semi-toast, and drank it down. He took a deep breath while savoring the effect, then looked at the two humans with barely concealed mockery. "So, gentlemen, to business." A game pattern was starting to emerge in the way that Greel and Carlson were dealing with him, but Ronquist theorized that it was more a product of familiarity with each other and past habit than a rehearsed and preordained plan. Carlson played his hand carefully and methodically, not hurrying matters, and, at times, frustrating Ronquist by holding back information and generally delaying progress toward any kind of conclusion. Greel, on the other hand, maintained the forward momentum in his own peculiar way. He would keep quiet for long periods of time, then suddenly interpose a tangential leap, as when he'd resolved the standoff with time by capriciously acquiescing. Ronquist could only suppose it had been Greel who had ordered the attack on him by the three Salvadorans, and Carlson had probably opposed it. He could only hope that Greel would save time by making a few of his unpredictable course changes in quick succession. The briefing room could only have been chosen because some form of show and tell was intended, an eventual revelation of secrets complete with video-visual aids, and Ronquist wished the pair would get to that stage without further delay. His sleep had been interrupted twice, and he was beginning to feel the resulting fatigue. The great temptation was to rip into the minds of the two of them and cut his way directly to the root of what was behind his capture and imprisonment. Having looked at the outer thoughts of both Greel and Carlson, he knew that each, in his own individual way, would be able to block all but the most devastating psychic violence. Furthermore, he was far too vulnerable, confined as he was in Deer Park, to attempt that kind of direct assault. Ronquist might be powerful, but he was neither invincible nor omnipotent. He wasn't going to be able to fight his way out of the facility single-handedly, past all the assembled operatives, agents, spooks, armed guards, and automated electronic security, without being finally and fatally taken down. He really had no choice but to go along with Carlson and the director and let them play out the game. Does the word pellucidar mean anything to you? The question came out of nowhere. Greel had made another of his surprise jumps. Time had been chewing on the celery from her Bloody Mary, but now she looked at Ronquist to see how he might react. He hid his surprise as well as he was able. Yes. I haven't heard it used in quite a long time, but isn't it one of the names for the supposed hollow earth? Agartha. Another of the same. Nagaloka. I believe that's the Hindu name for it. Now Carlson joined in. You called it the supposed hollow earth. Does that mean you don't believe in such a thing? Ronquist shrugged. When I think of such a thing, which is not often, I suppose I keep an open mind. I've never been in a situation where hollow earth theories had any practical import. Suppose you were in such a situation. I guess I would search for a way to deal with it, at least learn the truth as best I could. Why am I in such a situation? Greel sipped his cognac. I'd like you to look at something. He switched the glass to his left hand and tapped a command sequence into a keypad in the arm of his chair. The lights dimmed, and the screen flickered into life. I would advise you to watch this at least once through without comment. A plain title appeared, white sans serif letters out of a black background that read Neuschwabenland, November 5, 1947. The image that followed was a grainy daylight snowscape, also in black and white, filmed by what appeared to be a handheld newsreel camera contemporary with the date in the title. It came without sound, which added an eerie archaic quality in a world accustomed to even their home videos coming with audio and living color. For some 15 seconds the screen showed nothing but a pristine snowfield stretching to what looked to be smudgy, unfocused mountains or hills forming a distant horizon. Then the anonymous cameraman made an awkward turn and the cargo door of a World War II vintage DC-3 came into medium close-up. A crew of ski troops, muffled against extreme cold, manhandled boxes and bales out of the plane with a sense of great urgency. The camera abruptly panned again. The cameraman must have heard the second DC-3 coming in to land. It was rigged with giant skis for a snow landing. The sky was clear, visibility good, and another aircraft was on a descent path, some way behind, still high in the middle distance. A sudden cut moved the filmed sequence up in time. A number of DC-3s were on the ground unloading men and cargo, but this was rapidly interrupted by confusion and camera shake, as if something sudden and violent had taken the cameraman completely by surprise. Images jumbled as he turned and searched, then he focused on one of the recently landed cargo planes, which was now skewed off its skis and burning, and the men who fled from it, some with their clothes on fire. Confusion and panic intruded on the foreground, and the camera was again jostled. The cameraman seemed to be searching for something in the air, but when he found it, it was nothing more than a dark, out-of-focus ovoid. Another cut, and the thing in the sky was revealed, this time in considerably more detail. The size was hard to gauge without reference points, but it was a flying machine, circular, like an inverted soup plate, with an unidentifiable mechanism on the underside, and a domed superstructure of armored greenhouse glass. The thing was coming almost straight at the camera, and its iron cross markings were plainly visible. Flashes of some kind of projectile fire came from 2 points of the superstructure as though it was on a strafing run. As it passed over his head, the cameraman tried to pan with it, but lost the image. The picture went through a violent shaking and then spiraled, as though the camera had been dropped or thrown while still rolling, and had continued to run for a short time while lying on its side. Smoke drifted past the lens, distorting fleeing figures, and finally the screen abruptly went black. That was seemingly the end of the tape, because Greel then restored the lights, and cut the projection. What you saw was the very last engagement between the Allies and the Third Reich, in which we were handed our hats. Ronquist raised an eyebrow. In 1947. Greel said nothing. Ronquist nodded. He began to see where this might all be going. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, he had spent a little time in Buenos Aires, as a guest of Juan and Eva Perón, although the charismatic, if megalomaniac, human couple had no idea who or what he really was. Former Nazis were coming to town by every means of conveyance from cruise ship to U-boat, and with them all the gold, diamonds, art treasures, opium, and Swiss francs they had squirreled away against the fall of their Führer. Argentine society was in something close to meltdown, with political murders nightly, and Perón's shirtless ones constantly on the rampage. For an Nosferatu it was a custom-crafted paradise. Most of the Nazis that came through had given up the cause and were looking for nothing more than a bolt hole in which to hide, but rumors abounded of the more fanatic heading north for Brazil and into the Mato Grosso to regroup and contemplate revenge far from the eyes of civilization. Wilder stories also circulated about others who had gone south with weapons or heavy equipment to set up a permanent base in Antarctica. Ronquist had assumed that, had there been so much as a grain of truth to the story, they would have frozen to death by the first winter. Then, some 2 years later, he heard the softest whisper that some kind of Allied task force had gone in to clean them out. Greel confirmed it without Ronquist needing to ask. It was called Operation High Jump. 1947. That's right. It was a task force led by Admirals Byrd, Nimitz, and Crusson aboard the aircraft carrier the USS Philippines. In addition to the carrier, there were the destroyers Brownson and Henderson, the submarine Senate, plus support and supply ships. The DC-3s you saw were rigged with JATO bottles to get them off the deck of the Philippines. JATO. Jet-assisted takeoff. Ah. Carlson added another detail. Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal was also along for the ride. That did take Ronquist by surprise. The same James Forrestal who was supposedly thrown out of a window of the mental ward of Bethesda Naval Hospital. The very same. I thought he was murdered for attempting to go public on CIA-covered operations. Forrestal wanted to go public with a lot of stuff. And I presume that film was a vignette of High Jump getting started. That's correct. And what was the thing in the sky? A flying saucer. Time looked up. Now all the humans were watching his reaction. He treated them a calculated display of mild surprise. That was what it looked like. A Nazi flying saucer. Greel nodded. The Flügelrad, also known as the Flugriesel. The prototype was constructed in a factory attached to Mauthausen concentration camp, by a team led by Victor Schauberger using the liquid vortex propulsion unit designed by Rudolf Schriever. How 10 production models got to Antarctica is still a mystery, but they did, and they proved more than enough to rout Byrd and his boys. Ronquist held up a hand. Hold it a moment. Is this the Admiral Byrd who was supposed to have flown over the North Pole in the 20s, and seen some kind of huge hidden fissure obscured by clouds? Again the same one. Some strange company being kept here. Didn't he, too, have to be muzzled at some point? Greel made a regretful, couldn't he be helped gesture. There was a lot of muzzling. When the remains of High Jump limped back to Norfolk, the first reaction was that we should fuel up the flying wing and go back and nuke the bastards. Unfortunately, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were still quite warm, and President Truman was decidedly less than keen. The geophysicists would have screamed bloody murder if we'd let off a nuclear blast in the Antarctic, and there was also the problem that an atom bomb might not have worked at all. Why not? Because the sons of bitches hadn't set up a base on Antarctica. They were under Antarctica. They'd made their way down into the hollow earth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time didn't care much for the history lesson. Some of it she already knew, and the rest she treated on a need-to-know basis. Carlson and the director were teaming Ronquist, he understood that, but he was taking it, because he had little or no choice. Time Bridewell was aware that Ronquist could do things no human could even attempt, but she was also familiar with Deer Park, and for him to make any kind of stand against the old man would be about as futile as her facing him down, naked, with 2 pistols. She at least had the excuse that she was abused, burned out, and crazy. Ronquist wasn't crazy, so he had to be biding his time. She hadn't heard too much of this Hollow Earth stuff before, and she didn't have a clue whether it was true or not, and hardly cared. Inside Deer Park, truth was such a relative commodity that time hung little importance on it. Maybe there were Nazis or worse burrowing beneath the crust of the planet, or maybe there weren't. On the level that time functioned, it made very little difference. The entire intelligence community had been forged and fabricated out of threatening shadow shapes and paranoid fantasies, and everything went at least double inside of Deer Park. To attempt to sort the real from the imaginary wasted time and was wholly without profit. The piece of film had looked reasonably authentic, but to phony up that kind of documentation was child's play. The trick that time, along with most other black op operatives, had long ago learned was not to bother with truth, even as a concept. You accepted it, but, at the same time, you didn't believe a word of it. That way you stayed maybe halfway sane for a while, and still managed to keep with whatever program to which you found yourself drafted. Victor Ronquist was clearly being drafted, and, for her, the Hollow Earth preamble only served to indicate that they wanted to deploy and use him in a deeply bad place. In the old days, when she sat in on these briefings, dutifully playing the role of the decorative and apparently mindless party slut, her task was either to lure the pigeon in the first place or work as the pigeon's handler during the job. The ramifications of a plan had little interest for her. She merely played her part, doing what she was instructed to do, on time and on cue. Unfortunately, since her encounter with Ronquist, one thing had changed. She still didn't give a damn about the old man's elaborate machinations. She still didn't want to know about the plots and schemes or the extensive backgrounds that went with them, but she had become supremely interested in Victor Ronquist. Time doubted she was included in whatever mission Ronquist was being pitched into, but she was determined to make herself a part of it. Persuading either Carlson or the old man of that was so far out of the question she hardly needed to consider it. Her best chance was to manipulate Ronquist into declaring her indispensable. Maybe later, the old man might accept her as an integral part of the bargain, but in the meantime she had to concentrate on winning over the Nosferatu. And the fastest way to do that was to learn everything there was to know about him. Fuck the script, concentrate on the characters. She had noticed the file immediately as they had walked in the door of the briefing room but had refrained from either commenting or letting anyone notice her interest in it. The blue loose-leaf binder, with red eyes only stickers, and the NSA FEMA logos, was almost certainly Ronquist's jacket. During the showing of the film, she had surreptitiously moved it so it was closer to her. Now the 2 men and the vampire seemed completely absorbed in their metaphysical poker game. She picked it up, quietly, and with all the casual lack of concern of a woman idly leafing through a copy of Vogue because the men in the room were both boring and ignoring her. One thing she'd learned from the nuns was how to read well in bad light and, since Ronquist had had his way with her, for some reason she didn't quite understand, she saw even better. *******. Ronquist ran a pensive index finger round the rim of his empty vodka glass. So if you couldn't use atomic weapons on them, what could you do? Why, my dear Ronquist, we cut a deal. As the old man answered, Carlson noted that Ronquist was taking this all very much in his stride, but then he had to remind himself that Ronquist wasn't human. The handsome and urbane exterior was so damn deceptive. Why shouldn't he believe their story? Wasn't he, and all of those like him, themselves the subject of disbelief and skepticism? A deal. In a nutshell, they stayed below and we stayed above. That hardly seems credible. They weren't communists, and that's pretty much all that counted in those days. Ronquist still seemed less than convinced. As a political thinker he was astute, but with two obvious weaknesses: he tended to overestimate human levels of cunning and not allow for the sometimes deep and brutal stupidity of fools with power. Some strange alliances were formed in the name of fighting communism, but this defies all strangeness. Don't forget that there were only a few of them and a great many of us. For them to come out and threaten us would have proved fatal, even if they had developed some very advanced technology. Like the Flügelrad. Like the Flügelrad. Which made it also fatal for us to attempt to winkle them out. You also have to remember that they needed things from us. Machine tools, fabrics, pharmaceuticals, luxury goods, cigarettes and nylons, you name it. They might be setting up an underground empire to last 1,000 years, but they still needed the stuff they'd become used to and took for granted, up here. Carlson remembered there had been something in Ronquist's file. A note from Dirichlet's archives about how Dirichlet and Churchill had exhibited some merriment at the news that Hitler had hundreds of crack mountain troops of the Waffen-SS climbing all over Tibet searching for the entrance to the Hollow Earth. What he didn't know was that they had, in fact, not only found it, but mapped a number of others before 1945. He looked round for the file to see if he could find the item, but discovered that Time Bridewell was leafing through it. She looked up and made a dumb show gesture. What did he expect? Carlson decided to say nothing. He probably owed Time that much. Neither the old man or Ronquist had noticed. They were deep in Underland. So a bargain was struck. Greil smiled. Probably regrettable, but yes. And it held. More or less. Their Flügelrads came out pretty regularly and were mistaken for alien spacecraft. We shot some of them down, and they blew up some of our aircraft, but more talks were held, and we put a stop to that, although they still buzzed commercial airliners now and again. And there was nothing we could do about the abductions. The real rule was that they didn't hit any ground targets, and we didn't go subterranean. Both sides pretty much adhered to that. There was the unfortunate incident at the Bentwaters Air Base in England, and, of course, the major fuck-up that caused the New York City blackout, and the oil companies made some tries at infiltrating below, but, by and large, coexistence was managed. So what changed? The old man raised an eyebrow. Changed? What makes you think things changed? If the situation had continued to remain stable, you certainly wouldn't be telling me all about it. Carlson took a certain pleasure in the way Ronquist seemed to let nothing get past him. For their first vampire in captivity, they had themselves a distinguished specimen. The creature could have been some drooling, blood-drinking nocturnal cretin, but they had pulled in a thoroughbred on their first try, and all might actually be well if he didn't ultimately prove too smart for them. The old man was less pleased at the way Ronquist had short-circuited his lecture. His face darkened, and he rang for Hempel before answering. He obviously needed more cognac. How the hell much was the director currently drinking, on top of all the life-prolonging meds? You're right, of course, things have changed. However the Underlanders might have started out, they're now the mole people. The Underlanders. That's what they called themselves. In the early days it was easy. They were Nazis, and we'd been fighting them for 5 years. We understood each other, and if there was a problem, we could bring in some of the old Gehlen group, the Operation Paperclip Nazis from Langley as advisors and mediators. There were enough former SS, Abwehr, and Gestapo in the CIA back in the 40s and 50s for everyone to just about speak the same language. Ronquist nodded. But humans grow old. New generations take over. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Indeed they do, Ronquist. Indeed they do. The hunger that Ronquist had observed when he'd first seen Greil now completely suffused the director's aura. Up close he could see that it was a very primal and desperate hunger for life, completely driven by an equal and opposite obsessive terror of death. Greel feared death in the worst of grand manners. Since his 50s, he had been hag-ridden by the classic dread of mortal egomaniacs, the dread that compelled kings and countesses to hire alchemists or bathe in the blood of virgins, and billionaires to retreat into climate-controlled plastic bubbles, racked with germ phobia. The director saw death as a vast and infinite emptiness in which he'd find himself screaming and alone for all eternity. The hunger was also tinged with envy. Ronquist had the immortality that Greel wanted so badly, and that envy would eventually override all other considerations. Despite all that was being discussed, Ronquist knew the director's hunger would spawn any number of underlying agendas, and he should guard himself accordingly. So what is this new generation of Underlanders like? Carlson was the one who admitted the weakness. That's the problem, we don't know. You don't know. Greel resumed his interrupted lecture. Since the early 90s, communications have made less and less sense. First they became strange and then stranger. It was as though we were no longer relating to human beings as we knew them. The old guard, the original Neuschwabenland Nazis, held on to power for far too long. Dissent was savagely repressed, and it started to resemble North Korea down there. In addition, as far as we could tell from some of the stuff that was being shipped to them, a widespread program of genetic experimentation had been going on. We believe that around 1997, some kind of uprising occurred, and shortly after all contact broke down. That was during the Clinton administration. Right. And did Clinton have a policy on them? Clinton didn't know about them. Anything about them. Greel looked at Carlson, but Carlson wasn't going to field this one, and he had to respond himself. Since Reagan, the president hasn't been included in that particular loop. This is strictly non-accountable, deepest black budget material. Ronquist wasn't in the least surprised. Too delicate to be trusted to politicians. Far too delicate. Especially for that politician. He had little sympathy for our work at the best of times. He would have certainly have attempted to do a John Kennedy on us, except it had been made clear to him from the start how, in that eventuality, we would have done a John Kennedy right back on him. Before Greel could elaborate further on the threatening of Bill Clinton, Hempel arrived with a fresh round of drinks. Although Ronquist hadn't asked for and didn't need one, he found himself with another frozen vodka, which he held onto, maintaining the illusion of being one of the boys. Do you know anything at all about these modern mole people? Surely there must still be some flow of consumer goods at the very least. Greel nodded. Some trade continues. Lately, the Chinese had been sending them a load of illegal software and microprocessors, but the Underlanders now shun all but the most minimal of direct contact, even with the boys from Beijing. Carlson added an addendum. The most we can glean is that not only have some strange things been happening among the Underlanders, but they've been using their Flogelrids to gather up some, how should I put it? Greel provided the word. Some very exotic individuals have been taken down there in the last few years. Kidnapping. Kidnapping or recruitment. Probably a combination of both. What kind of exotic individuals? Greel seemed to feel it was of little importance. Who knows? Serbian Chetniks, Tibetan serpent cultists, on-the-run hawk colonels, gunmen from the Ahum Shrinrikyo, defectors of all kinds. Time asked no one in particular. So scum sinks rather than rises. Charles Manson wanted to hide in the deep pit in Death Valley, but he couldn't find it. Carlson eyed Ronquist carefully over his brandy snifter. It's possible some of your kind may be down there. Without breaking into his mind, Ronquist couldn't tell if Carlson was telling the truth on this last point. Ronquist had noticed that Carlson lied only when he needed to, and he did it very well. He seemed to be a man who believed lies should not be wasted on trivia. From the scanty description, this Underland might be a place to attract an immigration of Nosferatu, but it sounded a little too pat, too calculated to pique Ronquist's interest. He knew the bait was being dangled in front of him. Rather than snap at it, he called, if not their bluff, at least their procrastination. Am I right in thinking that all this is building to the conclusion that you want me, one way or another, to go down into the Underland? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Hempel arrived with the second round of drinks, Time had put down Ronkest's file and acted girlish and delighted at a second Bloody Mary, as if it was all her little alcoholic pea-brain could desire. Carlson had already caught her going through the dossier, but to his credit he had said nothing. Then Ronkest had asked if it was the plan for him to go down into Underland, and she immediately began to take notice. Instead of answering Ronkest directly, the old man had slowly turned and looked at Carlson. Our friend here really likes to cut to the heart of things. Ronkest's eyes glittered, and, aside from giving Time something of a chill thrill, it made it clear to her that the old man hadn't done himself any favors with this less than respectful aside. And what is the heart of things? The old man compounded his discourtesy. Yes, Ronkest, you have discovered our agenda. We want you to go down into Underland and come back with a detailed report of the situation down there. Time waited, along with Carlson and Greel, while Ronkest gave himself a moment by throwing back half of his second vodka. On one level I find the prospect of an expedition to a place I never knew existed outside of legend quite fascinating. On the other hand, I find the delivery of your proposition less than acceptable. You really could have met me in a Washington restaurant and put the idea to me over drinks or dinner and saved all the sturmuendi drang. Sturmuendi drang. We're dealing with the offspring of Nazis, aren't we? I'm merely seeking appropriate language. So you'd have no real objection to performing such a service for us? Ronkest made a dismissive gesture. If I had an objection, would it really make any difference? Your behavior so far suggests I have no choice in the matter. Time decided she'd been quiet long enough, and it was time for her to throw her 9 cents into the machinations. Victor. Ronkest swiveled in his chair and faced her. Time. There's something you might want to consider. What's that? If they're doing something as outlandish as recruiting you to go down into this place, they have to be desperate. They must have already tried it with regular operatives. Ask them how many earlier teams they've sent in, then ask what the fuck happened to them. Now she not only had Ronkest's attention, but Carlson and the old man had turned to look at her. She could see the old man's ire rising, although he kept his voice deceptively calm. You're not being particularly helpful, my dear. Ronkest immediately came to her defense. I disagree. It sounds like a highly germane question. Time found herself basking in his approval, but fuck, what was the matter with her? She hadn't acted like this over a man in years, but, then again, Ronkest wasn't a man. How many others have you sent in? Greel glanced at Carlson. Carlson took an uncomfortable breath. There were 2 other insertions. And what did happen to them? Carlson tossed the ball to the old man. You want to answer that, Director? The old man didn't know whether to direct his anger at Time or Carlson. Time would have laughed, except she knew it might push him over the edge. The first team vanished without trace. We believe the second defected to the Underlanders. And you believe Nosferatu can do better. Your special capabilities could help you function better in that place. Now Time couldn't help herself. She laughed out loud. And if you vanish like the others, the old man can deny the whole thing. Damn you, woman. Get out of here. We don't need your smart mouth. Again Ronkest stood by her. I'd still prefer it if she stayed. Look, Ronkest. An intangible darkness seemed to gather around the Nosferatu, and for the very first time in their long acquaintance, she saw the old man afraid of something. I would prefer it if she stayed. The old man recovered himself and waved an angry but nonetheless yielding hand. Keep her. Let her stay. She's yours. Time grinned. You hear him, Victor. I'm yours now. I've been passed from hand to hand to hand in this place for as long as I can remember, but now I'm yours. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Am I expected to go to this Underland alone? Ronquist had allowed time her fun with Carlson, but now it was time to get back to business. Greel was still furious at him for insisting that Bridewell stayed, and refused to look at him. Carlson answered instead. No, you won't be alone. Who else will be with me? I will. Just the two of us. We'd have a small detachment of trained personnel with us. All human. Of course. Ronquist had expected time to remain quiet for a while after almost being thrown out of the briefing, but she seemed to have the bit between her teeth, and again her interruption was right to the point. I'm still not quite clear what talents Victor has to equip him for an expedition to Underland. Is it because he can see in the dark, or his strength, or are you just looking to fight evil with evil? Greel rounded angrily at Ronquist. You still insist on her remaining? Ronquist actually smiled. Now even more so. She seems to have my best interests close to her heart. Why do you view me as so suitable for this mission? Carlson sighed and glanced at the old man, who made the slightest gesture of assent. Carlson leaned toward Ronquist as though eliciting his confidence. The truth is that all of the other divisions of NSA-FEMA have run out of road on this. They don't have a clue. If paranormal operations and research can resolve the Underland situation, it'll make this division king of the hill. The catch is that, by definition, POR has to resolve it by some paranormal means. Hence the kidnap of Victor Ronquist. Ronquist's expression was both amused and rueful. So, as with all things in this part of the country, it eventually comes down to raw politics, and the need to look good. Carlson nodded. That is one way of putting it. Greel stared balefully at Ronquist. Looking good is what gets the funding, and we live on funding. Much like you things live on blood. So why stop at one Nosferatu? What? This mission team will consist of you, me, and a squad of Thompson gunners, am I right? Greel grunted. Thompson gunners. I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. Not since the old days in the Congo. I rather like it, even if it is archaic. They may not still carry Thompson, but it seems apt for mercenaries with automatic weapons. Ronquist looked from Greel to Carlson and back again. So, why just one Nosferatu? We went to enough trouble to get you. How the hell are we supposed to come up with more? Just give me a telephone. I'll have any number here in less than 24 hours. Greel seemed almost outraged. That's preposterous. Is it? You think we Nosferatu aren't in close contact with each other, Director? What makes you assume that only humans are capable of social organization? Ronquist was growing angry at what seemed to be Greel's willful stupidity. Carlson sensed this and attempted to head off the clash. It might be worth investigating the possibility. That's nonsense, Jack. I don't trust one of them on his own, let alone 2 or 3 of the things. You know, Director, if you didn't maintain such a cult of secrecy, you might be better informed and not so ready to disrespect me with your ignorance. In my colony there is one called Lupo. Lupo. He has done contract work for numerous branches of your so-called intelligence community over a span of years, and his trustworthiness has never been questioned. You will find reference to him in this dossier you have on me, and, if you look farther afield, you will find out a great deal more about him. You say his name is Lupo. He uses the name Lupo Leomandi at times, also Lupo Rieti. In other contexts, he is Vincent Satrielli. He is also known to the Sicilian Mafia and some sections of law enforcement as Joey Nightshade. I would suggest you start with the FBI Central Databank and work outward from there. References to Lupo will not be hard to find. Would you like me to spell those names for you? The director was speechless, so Carlson quickly filled the vacuum. You can contact this Lupo. Of course I can contact this Lupo. He is one of my closest associates. Carlson looked at the director. He either needed more medication or considerable rest. This might be worth the effort of checking it out. The old man's voice suddenly sounded weak. How do we know this isn't just some vampire subterfuge? We don't, but we still should investigate the matter. He turned to Ronquist. I will see that Lupo is checked out, and then we can talk again. Talk again? After we've done our homework. Do I understand the session is at an end? Carlson nodded. I believe so. The director appears to be flagging. I would like to sleep myself. Carlson rose from his chair. I will have someone show you and Time to your new accommodation. Apparently Ronquist and Time Bridewell were being considered, at least by Carlson, as two halves of some unholy bond. The man was now treating them like a couple, and Ronquist wasn't sure how he felt about that. It might have its short-term advantages, but he could also see a tangle of potential complications should such an idea endure for any length of time. Chapter 4. Before the phone call had come from the congressman, Lupo already knew that Ronquist had been taken. Where his Don was concerned, his empathy was sharp and precise. Their relationship went back so far that when something traumatic happened to one, the other felt it. Even in the Los Angeles residence, across the width of the continent, Lupo had sensed a strange constriction and knew that Ronquist was in trouble and was somehow confined, deprived of his freedom of movement. The congressman had merely filled in some details. The politician's name was Ralph Bendix, and he was one of the handful, both Republican and Democrat, that Lupo either held in personal thrall, or who had made themselves vulnerable to his remorseless blackmail. Lupo had chosen Bendix because of his seat on the House Intelligence Committee. Bendix had no idea of Lupo's real nature. All he really knew was that Lupo could, with the most minimal effort, ruin him politically and probably send him to jail until he was a very old man. The human would wake in the night sweating at the knowledge that, deposited in some obscure bank vault that he would never be able to locate, a single reel of film and a number of videocassettes waited, like an undiagnosed cancer, to destroy his life. Bendix would always return Lupo's calls and comply with whatever demands he might make, because the reel of grainy amateur film showed him as a young gung-ho army lieutenant in Vietnam, whose warped and bloody enthusiasm had led him to take the leadership role in an atrocity that was garish and excessive, even by the perverse standards of the time. Lupo, of course, had seen far worse in his long, undead existence, but that didn't negate the impact, should the damning clip ever be aired on national television. The close-ups of the youthful Bendix's unhealthy and unmistakable glee were enough to finish him, as he encouraged his men to Zippo the huts, and rape, torture, and slaughter the old men, women, and children who had turned out to be the only inhabitants of the anonymous village a few clicks outside of Tra Vinh in the Mekong Delta. The videocassettes would never air on national TV. They were too raw and explicit to even edit, showing as they did, in graphic detail, cruel, unusual, and far more recent sex parties with perilously young Oriental women. Lupo's grip on Bendix was made even tighter and more intractable by the fact that the massacre and the orgies were psychologically and inseparably linked in the politician's mind. The horror of rape and murder had been so attractively intense that the human had sought over and over, and even taken suicidal risks for one in public office, to relieve the vicious excitement. Bendix had not been able to tell Lupo a great deal about what had happened to Don Victor. The congressman was too scared of Lupo to attempt to lie or not make every possible effort, but he had run into one of the multitude of brick walls that the intelligence community routinely erected to hide their activities. As he succinctly put it, "I swear, I'm doing everything I can, but you know what it's like. They treat us like mushrooms. They keep us in the dark and feed us shit. So what did you find out, Bendix? You know my threats are never idle. Some kind of flap went down at the Watergate. A SWAT team sealed off an entire floor, and later came out with a prisoner under heavy restraint. At first it was assumed these were regular DC cops or FBI, but when I checked neither knew anything about it, beyond that it had happened. Thus far, it had sounded completely plausible. Ronquist had indeed gone to Washington, on an overdue excursion to consolidate his own political contacts in the nation's capital, and he had been booked into the Watergate, as had been his habit in recent years. "Did you get anything from the hotel?" "I put an 8 on it, and the individual who was taken away seems to have been registered under the name Van Ryder." That again had the ring of truth. Lupo knew that Van Ryder was one of his Don's traveling aliases, and even if he hadn't, the initials would have been enough to inform him. "Have you discovered who took this Van Ryder?" Bendix sounded acutely uncomfortable. "That's where the problem starts. You are well aware I don't like to hear the word problem. I know who doesn't have him. I talked to my insiders at Quantico and Langley, and neither the FBI nor CIA is holding this man. Naval intelligence doesn't have him either. So who does? We're getting into some deep shadows here. You should be accustomed to deep shadows, Congressman." Just because Lupo had the film and videos, it didn't mean that Bendix had totally curtailed his more distasteful erotic games. When the need grew too strong to be sublimated or ignored, he still managed to find the courage to placate it. There was a whisper. A whisper. "There's this very weird area where Federal Emergency Management and the National Security Agency overlap. NSA-FEMA. You've heard of it? You should know by now that little escapes me. There seems to be something afoot there." "Afoot? I really have no details. You are starting to disappoint me. As far as I can tell, there's been friction." "Friction? Ever since Mervyn Tailshian became the president's new special national security advisor, there have been problems. From the very start there was resentment at how he was able to come out of academic nowhere, jump the pecking order, and move into the very center of power, with his own staff and his own office in the White House. The rancor grew worse as it became clear he had the president by the balls, and as the media hailed him as the new foreign relations wonder boy. More than one attempt has been made to unseat him, but he's always ahead of every coup or conspiracy. It seems pretty certain he has his own private intelligence unit, like Henry Kissinger did way back in the Nixon era, which, needless to say, has pissed off the spooks at NSA-FEMA and quite a few others besides." Lupo's voice was chill and ominous. "You're giving me background, Bendix. I want facts." Bendix now sounded frozen with fear. "I'm not sure you're going to like the facts. Just tell me, and let me be the judge. I keep hearing about a unit called the NSA-FEMA Paranormal Operations and Research Facility, both in the context of the arrest of this Van Ryder character and the head-butting with Tailshian." A breathless, frightened silence ensued as Bendix waited for Lupo's reaction, and Lupo allowed him to sweat. Finally, the congressman could stand it no longer. "I'm sorry. You have to believe that the last thing I want to do is disappoint you, but that's all I've been able to come up with. I know it makes no sense, but..." In fact, mention of the NSA-FEMA Paranormal Operations and Research Facility made more sense to Lupo than Bendix could ever have imagined, but the human didn't need to know that. From his unique Nosferatu perspective, Lupo had been able to observe how paranormal operations were currently enjoying a deeply secret vogue. In part it had been triggered by the discovery that Osama bin Laden and the other terrorist leaders who had followed in his wake had used the dreams of their followers as an aid to mind control. Lupo doubted that Bendix's inquiries would take him very much further, but he wanted to keep the squirming congressman firmly on his merciless hook. In England, London criminals had an expression that Lupo rather enjoyed. They talked about putting the frighteners on people. Lupo would conclude by putting the frighteners on Bendix before he hung up on him and left the unfortunate mortal to scuttle and scurry, desperately trying to ferret out information that, by the time it reached Lupo, it would probably be irrelevant. The notion of the frighteners had bulked large in the almost 500 years that Lupo had survived. He had been created in the time of the Borgias, and had made his Nosferatu bones amid the naked blades and Baroque intrigues of Italian city-states, and, as the years passed, and his life extended infinitely, it had seemed only reasonable that he should support himself by marketing his undead skills and attributes to the human power structure, such as it might be at any given time. Popes, presidents, and prime ministers, dictators, captains of industry, bankers, beer barons, and racketeers had all employed him as a nocturnal contract killer, and he was especially sought after for the hits that were thought to be impossible. Other Nosferatu, the kind who prided themselves on remaining aloof, like a nocturnal aristocracy, tended to look down on Lupo as a compromised, night-stalking mercenary, but Lupo held such elitists in equal contempt for being unable to face reality and often being destroyed because of their practical inadequacy. No itinerant vampire hunter had ever so much as attempted to drive a stake into Lupo. His killer-fearsome reputation and his contacts in the corridors of mortal power had always protected him. That was why he and Ronquist had trusted each other the very first time they'd met. They both appreciated old-fashioned principles and an old-fashioned sense of honor, and, although both were skilled pragmatists, their pragmatism was at least couched in a veneer of chivalry. When Ronquist had become master of the colony, Lupo had been the first to pledge him his absolute loyalty and that the focus of his every effort would be the protection and survival of that colony. This was not to say he didn't, from time to time, execute a commission for organized crime, who knew him as Joey Nightshade, or for the intelligence community, who claimed not to know him at all, or that such work did not make a useful contribution to colony's material liquidity. Even among the members of the colony, he knew there were those who thought him something of an anachronism. They considered his elaborate manners heavy-handed, and secretly laughed at the way he insisted on addressing Ronquist as Don Victor, and at how he was one of the very few who still dreamed away the daylight hours in the traditional coffin, in his case a massive edifice of brass-bound mahogany. They judged the careful gravity of his thinking as slow and ponderous, and he knew that, to a degree, he was even feared by some of his companions as too old and too unknowable. As he walked the night, cloaked in his grim invincibility, some of the newly changed looked on him as little more than a throwback to times that would never return. They never, however, expressed such opinions to his face. Lupo had taken the congressman's call seated at his Don's desk in Ronquist's spacious if dusty and unkempt library on the ground floor of the LA residence, in the house at the end of the road with no name off Benedict Canyon. While the rest of the colony slept, and the hazy polluted sunlight of Southern California was shut out by the sealed windows, he had waited silently for the phone to ring. The large antique grandfather clock stood in a corner, the one on which carved wooden demons scaled a carved wooden tower, and green copper dragons and gargoyles appeared at the windows when it tolled the quarter hours. The only noise above the distant freeway traffic and the sudden rustling of an armadillo in among the unpacked and uncatalogued books, was the clock's measured ticking, and the worn escapement's faint grinding, and that was again all that remained when the call was over. The library was so much a part of Ronquist that it was hard to believe he was a prisoner on the other side of the country. It was as if he might walk in at any minute in one of his dark bathrobes, to be one with the dust and the thousands of antique volumes that Ronquist never seemed to finish organizing onto the many yards of shelves, and which were worthy to be in the collection of any major museum. Close to the desk, a large and very ancient volume lay open on a table, as though Ronquist had been studying its text before he left for D.C., his place marked by a short, jeweled dagger placed in the furrow of the spine. Damn it! Lupo allowed himself a brief flash of anger that once more a human-instigated crisis was upon them, but then he returned to hard practicality. It would be some hours before the rest of the colony woke, and he would use the time to make further calls to numbers with East Coast area codes. He had other connections in the capital, more covert and more potentially useful than just a compromised and corrupted politician. Lupo would learn all he could before he informed the others that their leader was lost. *******. Ronquist surfaced from a dream-plagued sleep to find Time Bridewell ready with a large glass of ice water. He blinked and shook his head. "Have you been waiting there for long?" "No. I also slept for a while. And then I had some thinking to do." Ronquist drank almost the whole glass of water, then handed it back to her. The two of them had been transferred to a new room. They were out of the pod in the underground detention area and above ground, in the west wing of the original house that had borne the name Deer Park. The room had little to recommend it. It was slightly larger than a double room in a mid-class hotel. The windows were sealed. The only furniture was a king-size bed over which Ronquist had draped his fur rug, two uncomfortable chairs, and a dressing table. A door opened on a minuscule bathroom, and a small refrigerator was stocked with water, alcohol, and ice. The almost regulation TV graced its own movable stand. A telephone stood on the bedside table, but it allowed no outside calls. The color scheme was muted shades of cream and orange, and a Van Gogh print hung on the wall. The door was locked from the outside, but a lack of any more heavyweight security measures seemed to indicate that they now trusted him at least not to attempt an escape. Ronquist was scarcely awake enough to examine auras, but something in the way Time took the glass, plus a definite stiffness in her speech and expression, spoke of all not being well. You were thinking. Contrary to popular opinion, I am able to think. It was confirmed. The honeymoon was apparently over. Time Bridewell was no longer happy, but Ronquist had the good sense and good manners not to probe mentally for whatever troubled her. She would let him know herself soon enough. Tell me something. Ronquist was cautious. Tell you what? You've fed from me twice now. Ronquist's expression was neutral. You appeared to enjoy it. I did, but after the second time, it was harder to recover. The weakness didn't go away. Ronquist flexed his muscles, easing them to physical wakefulness. That's only natural. If you keep feeding from me, I'll die on you. Ronquist swung his legs over the side of the bed, not really needing to commence this new night with an interrogation. I thought you didn't care if you died. That was then. This is now. You've decided you don't want to die. That's right. I don't want to die. If that's the case, I'll ask Carlson for a replacement. It shouldn't be a problem. Bridewell looked shocked. A replacement. It's the only logical course of action. And what happens to me? I don't know. What does happen to you? Time looked at Ronquist as if he was an imbecile. I'll be taken away, won't I? Ronquist was still too fresh from the dream state to grasp the underlying point. Why should they take you away? Because you won't need me anymore. And when you don't need me anymore, that's me fucked, after I pulled a gun on the old man. 2 guns if I remember correctly. Okay, 2 guns. That only makes it worse. Just because another is brought in for me to feed on doesn't mean you have to go. You think I want to stay here and watch? I imagine a role can be found for you. A role. It suddenly dawned on Ronquist that Time was jealous of her theoretical replacement. She was showing the classic symptoms of an extreme dark lost a great deal faster than Ronquist had ever seen before. It was either because of the implant in her head or some psychological yearning that came from being raised as a Deer Park experiment. You want to be Nosferatu one day, don't you? Yes, but... But what? She'll have to die. I don't want another moody dark lost hanging round. Ronquist looked at her with interest. Where did you learn the word dark lost? From your dossier. You've read my file. It was laying around in the briefing room, so I picked it up and read it during the history lesson. And no one stopped you. In your bloody arrogance, you men didn't give a fuck what I was doing. Remember, Ronquist, the ignored bimbo becomes invisible and can do anything she wants. We girls have a lot of practice hiding behind airhead vapidity and substance abuse. I'll attempt to remember that. So am I a dark lost? What do you think a dark lost is? Time frowned. A human with her nose pressed to the candy store window of life eternal. Ronquist smiled. That would be one description. Do you promise me she'll die? You're totally unscrupulous. Totally. And I find to my amazement that I'm still learning. Ronquist turned and picked up the phone from the table beside the bed. The move drew a sharp reaction from Time. "What are you doing?" "I'm calling Carlson." "But you haven't answered me." Ronquist was growing irritable. "No, I haven't. If they send a new girl, will you drain and finish her? Will you kill her so my position is assured?" This was as far as Ronquist was prepared to go. "Be quiet." Time's eyes angrily narrowed. "What did you say?" Ronquist lowered the phone. "Damn you, woman, be quiet while I talk to Carlson, or I swear I'll tell him to remove you." Time's aura colored as she realized by how far she'd overstepped the line. "I'm sorry, Victor. I..." "Quiet." He found that he'd lost the dial tone. He jiggled the cradle and a human operator answered. "I want to speak to Jack Carlson." He waited for a few moments. "Carlson? This is Ronquist. I need another human female. This one can be disposable." A pause ensued. "Bridewell?" "No, for the moment she can stay. I prefer that she remain alive, and that won't happen if I continue to feed from her exclusively." He looked up at Time, whose aura was a kaleidoscope of relief, gratitude, and sudden weakness. As he hung up the phone, Time fell to her knees at his feet and hugged his legs. "Victor, thank you, thank you. Don't thank me too soon. Neither of us knows what will happen next." Victor, for a long time she clung to him, as though deriving a desperately needed comfort from his touch, but when she finally raised her head, a trace of the old sly rebellion had returned. "You know something?" Ronquist raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" Time smiled. The bad girl persona of FemJuv 8 to 79 had fully returned. "I have come across many oblique approaches to the suggestion of a three-way, but that has to be both the most oblique and certainly the most bizarre." Ronquist could only shrug. "Sex is hardly my concern." "I'm not so sure about that. You may not physically practice it, but you sure as shit understand it. You understand it better than the majority of humans." Ronquist iced over. Bridewell still needed to be put in her place. "I understand a multitude of things better than the majority of humans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Further vampires are totally out of the question. Didn't the old man ever need to sleep?" Carlson felt beset from both sides. Ronquist wanted fresh blood, and Greel, now that they were back in his private quarters, was close to becoming infantile. "I'd be the one going into Underland with them. And if you recruited more of the horrors, you'd be a bloody fool. I've run a check on this Lupo, and it's as Ronquist said. He may be another vampire, but he's also a highly respected contract killer. His record, one that seems to go back forever, shows 100% success rate and is without a blemish. So why didn't we pick him in the first place?" Carlson was about to censor his first response, but then wondered why the hell he should bother. Why should he kiss up to this irrational and vacillating old fool with at least a bottle of brandy in him and heaven only knew what drugs, and who should have been forcibly retired years ago? "I don't know. If you recall, I wasn't in on the planning stage. I was only called in when everyone else chickened out on handling the vampire. Whoever dreamed up this idea was a bloody fool. It wasn't thought through properly. The right kind of research wasn't done. When I was first turned loose on Ronquist, I had no idea what he really was, or what he could do. I was provided with no clues to his character. Basically, you gave me a linear monster, and I had to find out for myself that I was dealing with something far more complex and perplexing. So far, this whole project has been a complete bloody fuck-up, and now you're compounding the original stupidity by flatly refusing to let me examine alternative options. Do you realize that poor fucking Time Bridewell has made more progress in getting close to Ronquist than any of us? And you wanted to feed her to him." The director was rapidly turning puce. "You can't talk to me like that. I tolerate a lot from you, Jack, because you're good at what you do, but you can't call me stupid to my face and get away with it. So fire me." You think I need this shit? You believe you're your own man, Jack? The independent operative? The hired gun with the hired morality? I'm not one of your flunkies. I know that for sure. Maybe you should put Schultz or Lustig in with Ronquist and see how long they last. How long you think you'd last if I put out the word on you? Are you threatening me? No one walks away from me. So what's the plan? You summon Vargas in here and have him put a bullet in the back of my head. If need be. And what would happen to your Underland operation then? It would continue. Bullshit. You've made me an integral part, and without me the project goes to shit. Are you challenging me to put that to the test, Jack? Greel, who was sitting at his desk, reached for the red phone and spoke into the mouthpiece. In here. Now. Carlson looked at the old man in amazement as he put down the phone. Are you senile? This is one hand you really don't want to play out. Greel said nothing. He just sat with his fingertips still resting on the phone. I could kill you before Vargas even gets here. The director shook his head. You won't. If you were going to do it, you'd have done it. Instead, you're talking about it? That's your problem, Jack. You always want to know what happens next. In this, the old man was absolutely right. Carlson had waited too long, and now Vargas was coming through the door. His gun was already drawn, and his hackles were up, ready for an emergency. He seemed a little perplexed when he found only the director and Carlson, apparently in normal conversation. Vargas. Boss. I want you to put your gun to Mr. Carlson's head. Greel made the request with no more emotion than if he had been ordering a drink or a snack. Vargas exhibited even less feeling as he carried out the order. Carlson said nothing as the cold barrel of the automatic touched his skull just behind his left ear. The old man flexed his bony fingers. Get down on your knees, Jack. Carlson turned slightly, as much as Vargas and his pistol would allow. No. I'm not going to do that. You're not going to do that. I'll die on my feet. At least that choice is mine. I could have Vargas put you to your knees. That might create a problem. He'd need both hands, and what would he do with his gun? Aren't you afraid, Jack? Yes, but I'm not going to grovel. You think I'm bluffing? That I won't have you shot? Oh, no, I believe you. You're fucking crazy enough. Remember, I've seen what you can do. What do you want, Jack? Tell me what you want. I always want to know what happens next. Isn't that what you said? Just tell me what you want, Jack. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lupo was filled with a profound sense of relief when Dahlia was the first of the colony to emerge at the end of the day and the start of a new night. Lupo had remained awake through the long afternoon. After making calls to all of his human assets in the twin businesses of espionage and murder, he had waited for the sun to set. He had left Ronquist's library and gone to the kitchen. The kitchen was the place, in all normal circumstances, where the colony began each evening. The large ground floor room was a very odd mixture of the wholly normal and very nearly unthinkable, the American mundane, and what, to many humans, would be nothing short of a bizarre and hideous abomination. Most of the flat surfaces in the communal rooms, particularly the kitchen, were a clutter of the familiar and the unrecognizable, piles of unopened junk mail, a perfectly ordinary Sony TV set, a Gaggia espresso machine, an IBM laptop computer, Max Factor, and Calvin Klein cosmetics mixed in with nameless things marinating in jars of unappetizing liquid. 400-year-old weapons and implements of pain shared wall space with framed photographs and Broadway playbills, and since none of the colony members considered themselves responsible for keeping the place clean, or even marginally tidy, and, for obvious reasons, no human maid came in to perform these chores, the communal area qualified as a chaotic slum. Lupo sat very still at the long farmhouse table as an armadillo, bolder than most of its brothers and sisters who shared the residence with the colony, poked a cautious scaly head out from the space between the refrigerator and the freezer in which the colony kept its fresh ice and frozen supply of whole blood for times when hunting live prey was either difficult or unadvisable. The small and very ancient armored creatures were, according to Nosferatu superstition, bringers of good fortune and security to a residence and its inhabitants, and they had an inexplicable propensity for seeking out the undead and taking up abode with them. Lupo, whose patience was almost infinite, scarcely breathed as the armadillo slipped out from its hiding place and moved across the kitchen floor, inspecting various small objects. He watched with pleasure as it foraged, completely unaware of his presence. Then a sound startled the animal, a movement in the corridor outside, and it scuttled back to the shelter of the refrigerator. Dahlia came into the kitchen looking scarcely awake, and was surprised to see Lupo there already. "You look like you've been up all day." Lupo flexed his arms, which had grown stiff while he'd remained motionless observing the armadillo. "I was." Dahlia knew that Lupo set great store by his rest and was not prone to spend sleepless pensive days doing nothing. "What's wrong?" "Something has happened to Don Victor." Dahlia looked aghast. "Don't tell me." "Not destroyed?" "I felt nothing." "Not destroyed, but a prisoner." Even among the members of the colony, Dahlia's story was less than clear, and a number of variations were repeated behind her back. The only certain part was that Dahlia had negotiated the change from human when nothing more than a child, and had then, quite deliberately, arrested her physical development so she had remained acutely feral 10-year-old Victorian moppet ever since, apparently, at the same time conducting a form of homosexual incest bonding with her even more bizarre sister, Imogene. Beneath the ringlets, and the Shirley Temple, lollipop exterior, lurked a sharp and devious mind, honed by a solid vein of perverse cruelty, the capacity for blasphemy of a hung-over longshoreman, and a sense of humor that took no prisoners. On this particular evening she had emerged from the private quarters she shared with Imogene, with her hair in rollers and still wearing the short baby doll night dress, in which she had presumably slept. She put coffee in motion. Dahlia drank coffee in the same way that Ronquist now and then drank vodka. It didn't have the same stimulant effect on her as it did on humans, but it provided a symbolic start to each fresh night. With the coffee happening, she turned to face Lupo. The worried gravity of her expression was equal to the concern displayed in her aura. Did a hunt go wrong? Was he observed making a kill? Lupo shook his head. No, nothing as simple as that. He was taken at the Watergate by agents of some NSA paranormal unit. You're telling me the fucking feds have him? That's right. What about all the bribes and blackmail? I thought we had Washington under control. I have humans trying to get me more details. Imogene was in the kitchen, having entered silent and insubstantial as a ghost. Details of what? Dahlia moved close to her sister. Victor has been abducted by the feds. I don't believe it. I'm afraid it's true. Imogene shook her head. The federal government of the United States? What do they want with Victor? Do they intend to test his tolerance to shameless hypocrisy? Imogene was a total contrast to her sister. She was almost 6 feet tall, narrow-boned, and corpse-thin, to the point that, at times, her flesh seemed almost transparent. Currently her hair was cropped into a short flat top and dyed a vibrating rock and roll orange. The lenses of her sunglasses matched her hair, while her black leather jeans and cotton roll neck gave her something of the look of a beatnik tarantula. She carried a small leather-bound notebook in which she habitually wrote with an old-fashioned Parker fountain pen. The pen had a custom nib, so Imogene could inscribe the intricate calligraphy of the old speech, and colony rumor claimed that the leather cover of the notebook, and the covers of all the other notebooks that had preceded it, were made from actual tooled and finished human skin, but no one knew for sure because not even Ronquist dared to touch one of Imogene's notebooks. So far it's less than clear. Imogene looked from Dahlia to Lupo. So what are you telling me? That a rerun of the Great Slaughter is about to start and we can expect a SWAT team to come rolling up the driveway at any moment armed with stakes and hammers. I don't think so. I can find no sign of a conspiracy against us. Nosferatu in general would appear to be safe behind a very effective screen of total human disbelief. As far as I can tell, Don Victor is in the hands of some Black Operations Paranormal Unit. The NSA FEMA Paranormal Operations and Research Facility. Both Lupo and Dahlia stared at Imogene in surprise. Where did you come up with that? It's a fairly recent gathering under one roof of all the old occult warfare units. Its headquarters are at Deer Park, a large estate in rural Virginia. Lupo nodded. I know Deer Park. I've never been there, but I know it. For many years it has been the place of concealment for a variety of things that our government does not wish to have known. The odds are that it's where they have Victor. Dahlia was mystified at how well informed her sister seemed to be. How the fuck do you know all this? Imogene smiled, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of water. Lately she had been emulating Ronkist's habit of drinking water on first waking. I have warped hackers to my will, and now they do my bidding without question. It's quite astonishing what evil secrets can be disinterred with a computer and the right bending of thralls. The coffee was ready, and Dahlia poured herself a cup. It was thick and dark. So what do the feds need with Victor? She offered some to Lupo, who declined. I would imagine they know something of Don Victor's record and are looking to recruit him into their intrigues. Imogene opened the lid of the laptop. Wait just a moment, there's something I have to check on. She pulled up some documents and scrolled through them as Lupo and Dahlia watched and waited. Yes, I thought so. If Ronkist is at Deer Park, there could be another agenda. The director of the facility is currently one Herbert Walker Greele. He is nearly 100 years old and has been on a series of life-extending medications for at least a quarter of a century. It's possible that Victor might have been abducted for another reason. This Greele might be looking for the secrets of immortality. Lupo made an inhuman rumbling sound deep in his throat. It's never good when humans seek to be immortal. As a rule, a quest for the life eternal creates a great deal of death and very little else. Dahlia stirred her coffee. So what do you intend to do about it, Lupo? Rush off after Victor just like you did when he got into all that trouble in Scotland with the Fenrir clan. If he's in trouble, it's my duty to help him. And leave Imogene, Sata, and me to run the residence on our own. And Naza? Yes, I suppose you can count Naza now that he at least seems to be housebroken. Since the colony had first moved to Los Angeles, Ronkist had increasingly relied on Dahlia to take care of much of its day-to-day running. The diminutive Nosferatu enjoyed the authority, but that didn't stop her complaining bitterly about all the responsibility she felt she was expected to shoulder. I swear, for most of you, this place is turning into nothing more than a rest stop between excursions. Lupo looked at her bleakly. Are you about to tell us we use the place as a hotel? Something in that vein. As the colony had learned the hard way, it was never a good idea for Dahlia or Imogene to travel too far among humans. Apart from the obvious problem that they both looked outlandish by any set of human standards, even those of Southern California, it tended to be a bad idea to put the childlike figure of Dahlia in any direct conflict with human authority. Her abusive contempt for mankind, its works, and its social foibles was something she had never bothered to check or control, and the scathing, world-weary tone coming from her moppet body was too much for the majority of police officers, customs agents, and even the cabin attendants of charter jets. Being effectively housebound herself except when she and Imogene forayed out to hunt, she resented those who felt the need and enjoyed the freedom to travel. I fail to see the point of maintaining a colony if those who make up that colony spend all their fucking time gallivanting round the goddamned planet. Right now we have Siegel off bike riding with humans, and spending the days in his safe lair. I suppose the only mercy is that the humans he's running with are so degenerate themselves, and so heavily drugged, that they pose no threat to him or us. We also have Brandon Wales and Miss Dance on some prolonged bonding courtship, and now Julia's taken it into her head to go after the fucking Derisk woman. Imogene looked disbelievingly at her sister. Don't tell me you wouldn't prefer Julia to be anywhere else but here. Dahlia sighed. Yes, my dear, you're right. I much prefer it when that trouble-making cunt is elsewhere. I all but pushed her out into the fucking sun when she came back after her breakup with that Destry Maitland. Dahlia's irascibility was to some degree warranted. In theory, a Nosferatu colony was supposed to provide a safe haven in a human-controlled world, and, it was hoped, a degree of calm and serenity. Unfortunately, theory and practice never quite seemed to match. While they resided in New York, the colony had suffered an internal uprising that had cost two young ones their immortality, and in the course of which Ronkist's longtime consort, the much-mourned Kinara, had gone violently to the real death at the hands of a psychotic and defrocked priest. When the survivors had relocated in LA, all hoped for a slightly less stressful and intrusive way of life, but all had been quickly disappointed. The human Marcus Derisk had attempted to use the wealth and resources of his high-tech mind control cult, the Apogee, to open the way for an interdimensional invasion by the ancient demon Thulhu, and Ronkist had insisted that it was the colony's duty to thwart him in his plans. Even their victory over Derisk had failed to gain them any interval of peace and quiet. At Julia's insistence, the aging movie star Brandon Wales had not only been brought through the change, but also restored to the appearance of gilded youth. Julia's master plan had been that Wales, freshly immortal and rejuvenated to his former glory, would provide her with the ideal bond partner and hunting companion. Unfortunately, the other females had their own ideas about this, and Julia had found herself in a competition for Wales's attention that would turn the night-by-night routine of the colony into a distorted, undead soap opera. It also turned out to be a competition that Julia would ultimately lose. Dahlia joined Lupo in his thoughts. I couldn't stand to be near her after Elaine Dance snagged Wales from under her nose. Imogene looked up from her notebook. You think we'll ever see those two again? Dahlia shook her head. I very much doubt it. They really pair bonded. They'll wander the earth together until something interrupts them. They have no need for a colony. Who'd have thought Wales would have bonded with a neophyte like Elaine? He was a neophyte himself. But he was so beautiful. Still jealous, Imogene. I won't deny I tried. Elaine Dance had been nothing more than a dark lost leftover from the New York adventure, a human with whom Kinara had amused herself, holding her in thrall, promising her the change, but, with typical Nosferatu coldness, never quite allowing it to happen. Dance had arrived in Los Angeles during the conflict with Derisk, and, in the aftermath, Ronkist had made her Nosferatu out of a sense of duty that even Lupo considered a trifle overextended in that instance. Dance had then surprised the other females by disappearing with Brandon Wales one fading sunset, and, for a while after, Julia had been totally insufferable. Then Ronkist had departed for London and found himself involved in the drama surrounding the waking of Merlin. Lupo and Julia had flown to Don Victor's aid when he had been taken to the north of Scotland by the clan Fenrir, a primitive pack of Nosferatu Highland swordsmen, who seemed to be attempting to live as though it was still the 16th century. Although the escape of Merlin had left this episode without a wholly satisfactory settlement, it also had an aftermath that provided Julia with an interlude of undead romance. Destry Maitland was at least a seasoned Nosferatu, one of the now sundered Ravenkeep Troika and the owner of the great Uzbek stallion Dormandu, on which Merlin had effected his escape. Even while the newly aroused Merlin still threatened them, Julia had established a relationship with Maitland that had come as close to sexual as it was possible for two undead. Julia had brought Maitland to the colony, but, for reasons unknown to Lupo, the female bond had failed to hold, and Maitland had moved on, leaving Julia aggressively bereft. Dahlia again expressed her contempt. To have Julia mooning around playing the lovelorn human lesbian was more than I could take. Imogene looked up from her notebook. I never did understand why, after the affair with Destry ended, Julia decided to go off and track down the Darisk woman. I mean, she wasn't even Nosferatu. Just a human with some remarkable powers. Dahlia sighed. She's another of Victor's cast-off Dark Lost. Julia probably thought, if she found Philippa Darisk, she could somehow use her to manipulate Victor. Julia has never given up on wanting to replace Kinara as Victor's consort. And don't forget that the last time the Darisk woman was seen, she was making off with the head of, what was the name of the mortal whore, the one who turned out to be the real power behind the Thulhu business. Lupo growled deep in his throat. Terra swirling. Dahlia nodded. Terra swirling. That's right, and the small living fragment of Thulhu that was supposed to have hidden itself inside the head, that might also be part of Julia's motivation. Lupo was about to comment further on Julia's motivation, but he caught himself. He must have been more tired than he had imagined. His Don was in danger, and he was indulging in colony gossip. I thought we were discussing the plight of Don Victor. Dahlia shrugged. Yeah, well, I guess I was sidetracked into bitching about Julia. In Lupo's opinion, Dahlia not only had the body of a 10-year-old, but also the attention span. She seemed capable of going off on conversational tangents no matter how serious the situation. She needed to be reminded of the potential crisis. The fact still remains that Don Victor is in the hands of humans. Dahlia also had trouble relinquishing her position of the put-upon, de facto keeper of the colony. Sometimes I think Victor only gets into these fucking predicaments as an excuse for you and him to act like 15-year-old boys, and have breathless fucking adventures, swashbuckling all over everywhere. Lupo grew stone-faced and stern. If it pleases you to think that way, Mistress Dahlia, then please do so, but, at the moment, my major concern is Don Victor, not swashbuckling. I would imagine, though, you want to go tearing off to the Steer Park place and bust him out of whatever passes for the slammer there. I think I still need more information, but yes, going to Don Victor is clearly where my duty lies. So you're about to put your mysterious travel plans in motion. I have already covered that eventuality. You're too fucking secretive, Lupo. I don't think so. Before you charge away to rescue Victor, spare a thought that you'll be leaving 3 defenseless females and a scarcely civilized Tlaisaki blood child alone here in the residence. Imogene protested. Don't be theatrical, Dahlia dear. You, Sada, and I are not in the least defenseless, and we can hold the residence on our own if need be. That's not the point. Lupo sighed. Why were females addicted to complications? I will summon Siegel back from his motorcyclists. Dahlia sipped her coffee. I suppose that's better than nothing. Lupo rose to his feet. Any moment, Sada would be up and insisting that she turn on the kitchen TV and watch Mexican soap operas. The kitchen would totally cease to be a place of peace and quiet. Like the armadillo behind the refrigerator, he needed a refuge. I have more telephone calls to make now that it's dark. I'll be in Don Victor's library if I'm needed. Dahlia looked at him over the rim of her coffee cup. Don't forget one thing, Lupo. Victor is like a cat. He falls on his feet. As we speak, he's probably lording it over the spooks and having them feed him live humans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The room was bloody, red on cream and orange, like the splatter work of a furious and homicidal Jackson Pollock. The bed was bloody, the walls were bloody, the TV was upended and smashed. The woman called Wisteria lay dead, her nude body contorted on the floor, and Time Bridewell was face down on the debris of the bed, unable to move. Many times in her life she believed she'd climbed the towering twin crags of madness and depravity, but, in the torn sheet aftermath of the terrible feeding that had just occurred, she realized that she had only previously ascended the foothills. The preceding 2 hours had been such a display of unchecked predator savagery that even the immediate memories so frightened her that she preferred to remain, at least for the moment, in the mindless now, with all thoughts and reflections held at bay. Time had tasted blood, but was hardly ready to contemplate the real depths of what that might mean. Oh God! Ronquist sat down on the bed beside her. I believe you've gone a little beyond calling on any Christian God. Ronquist paused while he adjusted the cuff of his shirt. Or any God at all for that matter. Unless you happen to have the ear of some ancient Central American soul-eater. Time groaned a second time. It's an habitual figure of speech, damn you. Even the movement of the mattress made her head hurt. Ronquist, on the other hand, had showered, changed his clothes, and seemed completely unruffled by what had just transpired. She could only suppose that, after 1,000 years, he really had seen it all. What have you done to me, you bastard? And how can you be so fucking suave just moments after? Ronquist briskly stood up again as though he didn't want to listen to her whining. He went to the fridge, poured her a straight vodka, and brought it back to the bed. Drink this. It might help restore you your equilibrium. What makes you think there's anything wrong with my equilibrium? I just showed you the abyss, Bridewell. No human is so jaded as to take that in her stride. Time rolled over and attempted to sit up. She suspected that Ronquist had, in some degree, arranged the raw intensity of the spectacle for her benefit, perhaps as some kind of a test of her eligibility to become Nosferatu. She also knew that much of what had happened in the room was pure hallucination created by Ronquist manipulating her mind from the inside. On the other hand, the fact that the room looked like an abattoir proved that reality had also played its part. The woman called Wisteria hadn't lasted long enough even to have a history. To say she was escorted to their room by Vargas was an exaggeration. She was little more than delivered. Thorazine, or a prefrontal lobotomy, had made her close to vegetative. Poor Wisteria. She had been a pretty little thing, with her white bikini and high heels, and the cutesy, honey blonde looks of a provincial beauty queen or TV anchor, but when Time had first seen her, she'd realized that her earlier potential jealousy was, in reality, nothing short of pitiful. The woman wasn't tangible enough to be a threat, and Time regretted that she'd acted so foolishly, especially in front of Ronquist. Being a dark lost was infinitely worse than being a hormone-pumping teenager, insofar as she ever really was a hormone-pumping teenager, but there were similarities. You showed me the abyss, all right. Look on it as the commencement of your education. Taking the glass of vodka from Ronquist was hard enough, but getting it to her lips without spilling it was even harder. Once, in the line of duty, I spent a long morphine, amphetamine, and tequila weekend distracting a dictator by letting him whip me so repeatedly with such a variety of implements that my body was striped like a tiger for a full 10 days after. I believed that a triumphant acme in degeneracy. That my share of the take was close to $250,000 added a further piquancy to the overall sweat of corruption. But now that weekend has been surpassed. I later had the satisfaction of seeing the son of a bitch slowly garroted by his personal bodyguard and his chief of staff, but, yes, I think you just topped all of that. You desire similar revenge on me. Time downed her vodka and felt a warm numbness. She loved Ronquist. He was bathed in violet light. She didn't know she was briefly seeing an aura. Oh no, Victor, not you. If that was hell, let me be damned. You sound a little purple. I feel a little purple. She started to drift. Purple, nightshade, belladonna. Before Wisteria arrived, Time had protectively rendered herself numb. Not only with booze, but with a couple of Deer Park's exclusive homemade Quaaludes, possibly the last of those pills on the entire planet, the once famous and adored hypnotic having vanished from even the illegal drug market decades before. Time had, at that point, really been looking for a buffer against herself, an insulation from such remnants of vestigial revulsion that the coming experience might swirl to the surface. She quickly discovered, however, that both barriers and possible revulsion would be swept aside by the seduction of an evil so pumped and gothic it was anything but banal, and quite irresistible. Except, as she asked herself before things progressed well beyond the scope of language, What was evil in this instance except a spirited attempt to leapfrog the food chain? Time had seen others like Wisteria, with the same dead eyes revealing an extinguished will and a readiness for sacrifice. She had seen them on the sets of snuff movies. She had seen them moments before bullets started flying. She had seen them being squired on the arms of psychotic torturers and assassins with whom only the near brain dead could form a liaison. In earlier times those who waited on line, climbing the Aztec pyramids to have their living hearts cut out by the priests of the sun probably had the same eyes, and the crucified of ancient Rome after they'd received their dose of opium and vinegar, from the sponge on the spear held up by the bribed executioner. From the moment that Wisteria set foot in the room, Ronquist had worked her like a puppet, shaping and interweaving her nervous system, while, at the same time, laying a widescreen, patterned scenario in Time's imagination, Time shaping the backgrounds, altering the contexts and tweaking the details, in a veritable tour de force of mind-bending illusion and metaphysical destructuring. Victor felt no need for continuity in the erotic mirage. Wisteria made love to Time amid silk and incense, and the soft splash of decorative fountains, houris in the seraglio, a perfumed garden of 14th century Byzantium, naked with jewelry where no jewelry had been before. Gold bangles and chains at wrist, throats, nipples, and ankles, and pendant earrings with tiny bells that tinkled as they writhed. The fantasy Wisteria had a gold and diamond stud in the tip of her tongue. The gold was cool and smooth while the diamond was a pinprick abrasion, reminding Time for whom the tiny bells tinkled, and that the body of Wisteria was only a thin disguise for Victor's orchestration. With a shift in scene, they sprawled under orange flame against a violent, bruise-colored sky, as if the night itself were on fire. The ground trembled, and the earth moved continuously, and, in the distance, towers burned and fortresses crumbled. All round them were fields of poisoned flowers that hid the charred bones of the incinerated dead. Innocent white but deadly blooms that spilled a languorous and addictive perfume, while overhead, flights of carrion black, bats or birds circled, eventually to coalesce into a single sable-cloaked phantasm that Time knew was another version of Ronquist. The spectre covered the melting merging lovers, flowing between them like a liquid presence to inflict small but gentle wounds with a glass obsidian blade, until Time felt herself one with the bloodstream, micro/macro, the hunter-killer virus attacking the red, oxygen-gorged cells, or the black hole feeding on the unraveling death throes of a terminal star. And then in a moment of absolutely clear reality, Ronquist opened a wound on Wisteria's breast, and spoke softly to Time as he forced her mouth to the blood, like a puppy being taught to suckle. The darkness enfolded the light, but the light comprehended it not. She also heard her own dreamy reply. "Is that from the Bible?" And Ronquist laughed. "No, my dear, a far older book." As Ronquist drank the blood of Wisteria, Time was shrouded in a new illusion. A razor-sharp crescent moon of corrupted silver rose over a frozen landscape of frightened trees, and the material moment was again gone. The wide-eyed deer sniffed the air too late, and could not flee before the pack was on her. With Ronquist channeling the feeling, Time became the she-wolf tearing at the prey to feed her hungry cubs. Ronquist's purpose was clear. Time was made to know the frenzy and the exultation that could be hers. Such shreds of shame that were left to her were being forcibly stripped away. As Ronquist tightened his hold on her, he wanted her morally naked, separated from her humanity, clearly seeing what she might become should he so choose. She in no way resented him. She already knew that to become Nosferatu would involve no half measures. To look away squeamishly, or worse still, to look back, would not be tolerated. If Time was to succeed, she could only be bloody and resolute. To do otherwise would condemn her as dark lost forever. She had somehow to make sure that Victor made her just like him. Bridewell. Ronquist's voice snapped her out of the preoccupied reverie. "I'm sorry. I was. You were drifting." She knew he was right, but what the hell did he expect? She was still only human after all. "I was thinking. You were reliving the last 2 hours." "Yes. I was." Again, what the hell did he expect? I'm aware how you must feel, but this is not time for shocked introspection. Time shook her head and looked round at the room turned slaughterhouse. Her own voice sounded very distant. I'm not shocked. Unless that in itself is shocking. I've called Carlson and told him we need a new room. It had been enough of a surprise to find Ronquist up and dressed. She hadn't even been aware that he'd used the phone. Yes, I suppose we do. Her voice was still a long way away. Pull yourself together, Bridewell. We are still deep in the woods. Time didn't feel like pulling herself together. If anything, she would have liked simply to come apart and defer reality for a while. You're Nosferatu. You take all this in your stride, but I'm new to the game. You wanted her to die. I know, but... There are no buts. I would recommend you take a shower and ready yourself to move out of here. Carlson is coming in about 20 minutes, and from his tone, I think we will soon be leaving. I don't think I can move. Just do it. Don't even think about it. You made me drink her blood. As I said, the commencement of your education. You're closing your grip on me, aren't you? The grip is in your mind, my dear. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The snow had stopped falling, the sky was clear, and the moon had come out. Ronquist took a deep breath of the crisp, freezing country air, and his head immediately cleared. When he exhaled, condensation billowed like smoke. He also discovered that he could once again hear properly. He was clearly out of range of the microwaves and whatever other radiations to which he had been deliberately exposed. The newly fallen snow on the terrace was fresh and virginal, with a blue shadow sheen, untrodden by anyone until he and Carlson left their footprints. In the wardroom, on the other side of the French windows, the denizens of Deer Park ate and drank, talked and laughed, in the warmth and light, bolstering the fiction that they had just completed another day as nothing more than civil servants in government employ. Although only separated by glass doors and velvet drapes, Ronquist and Carlson could easily have been on another planet. At the end of the terrace, steps led down to a sweep of a white lawn terminating after about 100 yards in a dark mass of trees, and it was toward those steps that Carlson seemed to be headed. He had come to the room as he and Ronquist had arranged on the phone. He had unlocked the door, but then stopped dead on the threshold at the sight of the carnage inside. Ronquist had to give Carlson credit for controlling his reactions better than most humans might have done under the circumstances. I fear the party became a little wild. Perhaps a reaction to incarceration. I'm afraid I'm going to need another room. Carlson could see Wisteria's body from the doorway, and he looked questioningly at Ronquist. And Bridewell? Is she dead, too? Ronquist smiled and shook his head. No, she's fine. She's taking a shower. Ronquist was only wearing a lightweight black jacket over his shirt and jeans, and Carlson questioned this. I was intending to go outside so we could talk privately. Will you be warm enough? Ronquist had laughed. I will be quite warm enough. We feel cold in completely different ways. At first, Ronquist and Carlson were content to walk in silence. So far the snow on Deer Park was only 3 or 4 inches deep, and they could stroll easily. Ronquist was delighted to be out from under the bunker atmosphere inside Deer Park that seemed to swathe everything like a shroud. He realized how much living in California deprived him of weather, and wistful memories of other snow-covered nights down the years intruded, visions of St. Petersburg, the Persian uplands, or the dark woods of Maine. He had to put them aside, however. Carlson wanted something, and Ronquist needed to know what that something might be. So the time has come to talk privately, away from microphones and spy cameras. Carlson nodded and rubbed his gloved hands together. The snow crunched underfoot and the temperature must have been well below freezing. What about the helicopters? We'll be okay here on the lawn. The choppers mainly work the perimeters. Besides, I have more important matters to consider. Specifically? Specifically, a couple of hours ago the old man had Vargas put a gun to my head. You might call it a kind of loyalty test. That's how they calculate loyalty in this place. That's how the old man sometimes does it. But since you're here and talking to me, I would have to assume that you passed. In a way. Their path crossed the footprints of a fox. The animal seemed to have hurried across the lawn, making for the trees. Carlson had fallen silent again, as though he was unsure about the wisdom of this conversation with Ronquist. Ronquist was tempted to run like the fox, but both common sense and curiosity restrained him. He simply kept pace with the human until Carlson was ready to talk about what might be on his mind. I not only passed the test, but I managed to convince the old man that we had a better chance of getting in and out of Underland alive if I was calling the shots. I must congratulate you. That's quite an achievement for a man with a gun to his head. Greel may be crazy, but he's far from stupid. I think if I'd backed down, or gone in any other direction, he would have had me shot. He's a respecter of courage. In his own way. Carlson once again fell silent, but this time Ronquist felt he needed prompting rather than time. So how are we going to proceed if you're now in full command? I'm not in full command. There was this one point on which our director refused to budge. And that was. He rejected out of hand any suggestion of bringing in Lupo, or any others of your kind. Ronquist halted. You were in favor of doing that. Carlson stopped, too. I was coming to believe that it might be a way to get you to trust me. You need my trust. Can we go on walking? I feel the cold even if you don't. The Nosferatu and the human continued to traverse the snow-covered lawn. You and I will be headed for the worst place in the world. Carlson smiled grimly and corrected himself. The worst place under this world. And we need to watch each other's backs. It goes deeper than that. I think we're going down there on a very slim need-to-know basis. Greel isn't telling us everything. I don't believe the old man tells himself everything. His left and right hands are virtual strangers, and grunts like us are only briefed as far as he thinks is good for us. Like I said, it's all need to know. I believe the only thing we can count on is that something is happening down in Underland, something that poses a clear danger to all of us up here on the surface. And it doesn't matter what species we are. We'll all feel the impact. You're proposing an alliance. We'll be going into a situation about which we know next to nothing. Learning as we go. And I hope the deeper we go, the more we will learn. Where does it leave this attempt at mutual trust if Greel has vetoed the idea of bringing in Lupo? This time it was Carlson who halted. I want to bring in Lupo anyway. Ronquist stopped and turned. Would you mind repeating that? I want to bring in Lupo on my own responsibility. I'd like you to tell me how to contact him. Ronquist scanned Carlson's aura. As far as he could tell, the man was doing his best to be as frank and candid as he could, and doing pretty well for one in the secrecy business. Ronquist still felt the necessity, though, to ask the obvious question. How do I know this isn't a setup? How do I know this isn't just Greel using you to enlarge his collection of live Nosferatu? You're welcome to look into my mind. Ronquist had, in fact, already gone that far. Every indication was that Carlson was telling the truth. Perhaps not the whole truth, but certainly his intentions for Lupo were exactly as he said, and to bring Lupo in was entirely his own idea. I'm not sure I'm entirely taken with the notion of Lupo just walking into Deer Park. Lupo doesn't have to come to Deer Park. He can go straight to Andrews Air Force Base. Across the Potomac from Dulles International. I have contacts that can supply him with all the passes and documentation he needs to get him inside. He can meet us there, then travel with us on the same transport. When do we travel? As soon as we can. Within the next 48 hours. I want to be away from here and beyond recall before the old man can change his mind. That makes sense except for one thing. What's that? Neither Lupo nor I can go to the Antarctic. It may be winter here, but it's high summer in the southern hemisphere. It's getting close to the midnight sun down at the South Pole. Carlson burst out laughing, as much in relief as at anything Ronquist might have said. We're not going to the Antarctic, Ronquist. Ronquist frowned. I thought that was the entrance to the hollow earth. Carlson got a grip on himself. There are any number of entrances. The Soviets and later the Russian Mafia had an access point on the Baltic island of Rügen. The Chinese go in through Tibet. I believe there are at least 2 shafts leading down under the Andes. And there was a rumor Nikola Tesla had his own private entrance through a fissure and borehole on Long Island, but that one was sealed with explosives back in the 1940s, on Hoover's orders, after the FBI seized Tesla's papers. And us? How do we get in there? Ice Station Zebra. Ronquist looked doubtful. I thought that was the name of a movie. It's the name used by the agents who go there. It's a secret base in northern Greenland. Its real denomination is NORAD 40. It's a radar station. It was once, but now it's a Cold War leftover used exclusively as a transit point for trade with Underland. So we'll be going north. That's right. You'll have hardly any daylight to worry about. And, of course, once we've descended the Arctic fissure and are inside Underland, you won't have any daylight at all. Carlson shivered. Listen, can we go back indoors? Of course. I'd like to conclude this conversation while we're still out here. Do I get a secure phone number for Lupo? Ronquist slowly nodded. Yes, I'll give it to you. And if it does turn out to be a setup, Lupo is more than capable of taking care of himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One scene in the film Lawrence of Arabia had always stuck in Carlson's memory. It was when, after taking a Kabar by land and then crossing the Sinai in a sandstorm, Peter O'Toole as T.E. Lawrence walks into the British officers' mess in Cairo in his filthy Bedouin robes and with his Arab boy companion, to the intense consternation of English military conservatism. Carlson had never thought he would have the chance to act out such a scene himself, but walking into the Deer Park wardroom with Victor Ronquist at his side was probably as close as he would ever come. Carlson had always had a secret schoolboy admiration for Lawrence, the misfit outsider who had, by the application of his own unique and unorthodox madness, actually changed the course of history. The man had been the total antithesis of the self-congratulatory spook suits who now ran the global conspiracies. The reaction to the entry of Carlson and Ronquist was much the same as the one in the film. The entire room fell into hostile silence, and all heads turned. Carlson wasn't sure how many of those present in the wardroom knew for sure that Ronquist was a vampire. Deer Park might be one of the most secret installations in the world, but, within its own closed community, little remained confidential for very long. He was prepared to bet, however, that most were aware that Victor was, at the very least, a homicidal sociopath, brought in from the outside world with blood on his hands. Some probably even knew that he had racked up a body count of 4 since he'd been there. Ronquist had demurred when Carlson had suggested they stop in the wardroom. He seemed concerned about the risk of walking into a public place among humans who knew he wasn't one of them, but, after deciding to risk all by going against the old man and privately recruiting Lupo for the mission, Carlson was in a mood of reckless rebellion. Come along, Victor. We'll be out of here soon. Fuck 'em. Let's put you just once among all those Ivy League pigeons and the rest of the pencil-pushing fucks. Ronquist had made a gesture of surrender and followed him into the hubbub of drinking humans. Before they were even halfway to the bar, a short thick-set individual called Rampton got to his feet. Rampton, who was nicknamed the Gargoyle because of his slight hunchback, had come to the Deer Park Mind Control Unit after being fired as the assistant warden of a federal prison. Rumor claimed he had beaten and tortured inmates for his own amusement, far beyond what was unofficially considered acceptable. At Deer Park, Rampton was permitted a much freer hand. He looked as though he wanted to make an issue of Ronquist's entrance, but two of his drinking companions dissuaded him, managing to talk him back into his seat. At the bar, Hempel had received them with a hard warning look. "Are you sure about this, Mr. Carlson?" "Oh, I'm very sure about this, Hempel. If you say so." Hempel probably disliked Ronquist being in his bar as much as Rampton did, but his control and sense of place was so much more rigid. "A martini, Mr. Carlson. Please. And for your friend. He'll also have a martini, but make his with vodka." Once Hempel had mixed the drinks, Carlson turned, leaning on his elbow, back to the bar and facing the room, seeing if anyone would openly challenge his bringing Ronquist there. Although Rampton continued to glare at them, Carlson found his open provocation had no overt takers. As he suspected, the company men were so chicken shit it extended even to their prejudice and territorialization. Since no barroom brawl seemed imminent, Carlson indicated to Ronquist that they should perhaps take their drinks to a table. Ronquist pointed to one away from the main crowd of drinkers, and Carlson went along. As they settled in, Ronquist glanced around as though looking for surveillance devices. "Is it safe to talk here? There's too much background buzz, even for a directional mic. One of us would have to be wired to catch the conversation. There are probably 3 or 4 cameras looking at us, but if you keep your head down and don't give them the chance to lip read, they won't know what we're talking about. How's your martini?" Ronquist sipped his drink and nodded. "It's very good indeed." He looked quizzically at Carlson. "You seem to come in here looking for a fight. After the last few days, one might have cathartic value. Brawl therapy." Carlson laughed. It was so unexpected that a vampire might have a sense of humor. "Brawl therapy. I like that. Violence is one way to release excess emotion. I'm not sure many psychiatrists would tend to agree with you." Ronquist permitted himself a half smile. "And to even the balance, I tend not to agree with many psychiatrists." The smile faded, and again Ronquist looked carefully around. "You are certain we cannot be overheard?" "I'm certain. You have something on your mind." Ronquist fixed Carlson with an odd stare. "I believe, when we leave, we are going to have to take Bridewell with us." This was about the last thing that Carlson had expected. "You're kidding." "I'm perfectly serious. What possible use can she be? She's a trained operative, isn't she?" "Yes, but she's burned out and unstable." Ronquist continued to maintain eye contact with Carlson. "Nonetheless, I would like her with us." Carlson was starting to find Ronquist's eyes highly disconcerting. "Is this some kind of test? Are you now gauging my loyalty?" "I suppose you could think of it as a test, but not in the way you imagine. Why do you want to take Bridewell? Surely you could find other sources of nourishment along the way." "It's not so much that I want to take her with us. I'm more concerned with what might happen if we leave her here. She has become what is known as Dark Lost. I read about Dark Lost in the dossier." To Carlson's relief, Ronquist finally looked away. "Well, she is one. And that's a problem. Dark Lost can be compulsive and highly unpredictable. Bridewell is unpredictable at the best of times. And she has that implant in her head. At times, even a relatively normal human who has become Dark Lost can form a psychic link with the Nosferatu who made her what she is. I have no idea how the implant might enhance such a link." For Jack Carlson to listen to someone talk calmly and seriously about a psychic link as a factor in an enterprise in which all concerned might well be risking their lives would once have seemed far beyond the boundaries of insanity. Except this was Deer Park, and, within its grounds, all deals between the rational and irrational had long ago been cancelled. He only had to look round the wardroom to confirm that. The two attractive women drinking scotch on the rocks at the bar and making small talk with Hempel were Maria Sanchez and Sigrid Karnstein, a lesbian couple who attempted, on a daily basis, to access the spirit world for inside information about Iraqi counterintelligence operations. The group around the billiard table were all part of a remote viewing team. Across the table from him was a fully documented, undead vampire, and if he entertained the slightest doubt about that, a cleaning crew was already at work in a room in another wing of the building, washing blood from the walls, floor, and ceiling, and removing the furniture, drapes, and carpeting to burn them. Once again Carlson wished he had a cigarette. If the lunatics had taken over the asylum, that had to make him, at the very least, a visiting lunatic. So what are you saying? That if we leave her behind, we become vulnerable? To what exactly? I have no idea of the capabilities of her implant, but I believe Greel might very well be able to use her to monitor us. Even inside Underland. I see no reason why not. And that's not even taking into account what she might decide to do of her own accord. A Dark Lost can be a desperate creature. The desired prize is, after all, a form of immortality. Carlson let the madness carry him along. The simplest solution would surely be to kill her. If she's out of the way, we no longer have to worry about her. Ronquist shook his head. I can't do that. Why not? This is an odd time for you above all to discover a belief in the sanctity of human life. As you well know, I don't give a damn about the supposed sanctity of human life. So what's the problem? I promised her I wouldn't kill her. It's as simple as that. I made no such promise. I'd rather you respected my wishes in this. Carlson stared down at the olive in his martini, avoiding Ronquist's eyes. Is Bridewell a deal breaker? I'd rather it didn't come to that. Do you see her being of any possible use to us? I believe she might be. As we are both well aware, the training she received at this place gives her a unique and uncompromising outlook on the world, and, as a Dark Lost made by me, I command her unquestioning loyalty as long as she believes there is a chance I will ultimately make her Nosferatu. Carlson sighed. Very well. He wished some miracle might occur by which he'd magically become a shoe salesman or a bank teller with no memory of any of this, but he knew that wouldn't come to pass. He had made his metaphoric bed, and now he had to thrash about on it. Be sure of one thing, though. The very first time she takes a wrong turn or does anything I don't like, I will have no compunction about putting a bullet through her brain, implant, and all. Ronquist raised his still full glass to Carlson. If such a thing occurs, I won't stop you. Then we're agreed. Agreed. Then let's get the hell out of here. I think we've caused the natives enough discomfort. The conversation in the wardroom had resumed, but grim glances were still being directed at Carlson and Ronquist. Accordingly, they rose and started for the door, but when they reached it, two further obstacles confronted them in the form of Schultz and Lustig. Both men stopped dead in their tracks. Schultz's jaw dropped, and Lustig blurted out what was obviously the first thing to come into his head. Does the old man know about this? Lustig's fear of the vampire was actually exceeded by his fear of higher authority, and Carlson couldn't help but laugh out loud. Does the old man know about what? That you're taking this thing out for drinks. Would such a thing be possible if he didn't? Lustig seemed set to go on protesting, but Carlson cut him off. If I were Ronquist, I wouldn't take kindly to being called a thing. Especially not to my face. Lustig suddenly realized the implication of what he'd done and turned pale. Ronquist, on the other hand, merely smiled and extended a hand. I believe you two gentlemen are the ones who arranged to have me brought here from the Watergate. I'm pleased finally to meet you in the flesh. Carlson couldn't quite believe that Lustig had the courage to grasp Ronquist's hand and shake it. Either he was sufficiently shocked to have reacted out of blind habit, or Ronquist had taken hold of his mind. For a moment, Carlson thought Ronquist was going to do something terrible, but then he released Lustig's hand and the contact was over. He turned to Schultz and again offered his hand. Schultz also took Ronquist's hand, but then did something incredibly stupid, even for him. Schultz was essentially a low-level bully, with a fondness for crushing the knuckles of the unsuspecting while shaking hands, but to try such a thing on Ronquist was so unthinkable that again Carlson didn't know if it was shock or Ronquist's influence. Ronquist merely stared at Schultz and smiled. "If I so desired, I could break all the bones in your hand, little man. Do you know how many bones there are in the human hand?" "No, you don't, do you? Therefore, I recommend you think twice before trying that handshake trick on anyone else." He released Schultz's hand and turned as though Schultz and Lustig were dismissed. "It was nice to meet your underlings, Carlson, but can we go now?" They had walked about a half-dozen paces when a terrible, drawn-out screaming echoed from the wardroom. Carlson stopped and turned, but Ronquist gripped him by the arm. "Just keep walking." "What's happening?" "That sounds like Lustig." "It is, but still keep walking." They moved on as three uniformed goons hurried past them, responding to the barroom commotion. "What happened?" "I implanted a short delay suggestion. Right now he believes that his flesh is liquefying and melting off his bones. Of course, no one else can see what he imagines he's seeing. It will be assumed that he's in the throes of some very violent nervous breakdown. I imagine the experience will leave him mentally incapacitated for quite some time." "Why Lustig and not Schultz?" Ronquist laughed. "Schultz is going to have to wait 24 hours for his turn in hell." Carlson shook his head with the expression of a man who devoutly wished the wonders would cease. "Now we really do have to get out of here as soon as possible." Chapter 5. By night, Andrews Air Force Base was a place of hundreds of lights: runway lights, work lights, high-mounted floodlights, the marker lights of radio and radar antennae, the lights from buildings and ground vehicles and, of course, the lights of the aircraft themselves. Ronquist had never had the chance to explore a modern military air base, but it looked like a perfect operating environment for Nosferatu, with so many pools of light hard against shadows as deep and black as India ink. Carlson and Ronquist had been chauffeured to the base by a blue-uniformed Deer Park security goon driving a government-issue Lincoln Town car that, Ronquist suspected, judging by the cumbersome weight of the vehicle's ride, was effectively bulletproofed. The driver didn't speak during the entire journey, and rarely even glanced in his rearview mirror at the two passengers in the back seat. The rule among Deer Park security seemed to be that they saw nothing and said less. The car was stopped no less than 3 times by Air Force security, but the driver carried a folder of credentials that assured their access was not to any degree questioned. At the checkpoints, the man didn't have to speak. He just handed the folder to the equally silent Air Force cops manning each barrier, with their polished helmets, white gloves, and holstered weapons, and, after a reasonably detailed inspection, they waved him through. Each time the driver rolled down his window, Ronquist believed he could smell ice on the waters of the Potomac, the chill carried by a wind that gusted across the extensive complex of runways and taxi zones. As they penetrated deeper and deeper into what functioned as the capital's military and government airport, Ronquist peered from the back seat of the Lincoln at the parked ranks of military jets and helicopters. Farther into the base he spotted the geometric and matte black shape of what he assumed was a stealth aircraft, and he thought he saw the tail section of a presidential 747, but he couldn't tell if it was the plane designated Air Force One when the president was on board, or maybe the legendary Looking Glass, the command plane in which the president and his staff would ride out a nuclear attack. It was clear, however, that they were entering progressively more secret areas of the facility. Shortly after they passed the stealth plane, Carlson had nudged him and pointed ahead. "That looks like our transport coming up." What Carlson had referred to as a transport was a sleek, black, twin-engined, private jet without markings of any kind. Was it a Gulf Stream? Ronquist wasn't sure. On the other hand, he instantly recognized the unmistakable silhouette of Lupo, dressed in a long black overcoat that flapped in the wind, and with his face partially concealed by the brim of a black Borsalino. He stood apart from the ground crew, which was loading items of cargo into the body of the plane. When the Lincoln came to a stop a short distance from the aircraft, Ronquist didn't wait for Carlson's permission to immediately exit the car and hurry to greet his old friend. "Lupo. I am extremely pleased to see you. And you, Don Victor." Carlson was hurrying to catch up with Ronquist, and Ronquist made a gesture of introduction. "Lupo, this is Jack Carlson. He is mortal, but should be treated like a friend." Lupo's response was momentarily drowned out by a military transport taking off from a runway some 500 yards away. The two Nosferatu and the one human looked up briefly as the plane climbed for altitude before resuming their interspecies formalities. Lupo extended a hand and, without hesitation, Carlson shook it. Ronquist wryly noted that the man seemed to be becoming accustomed to the company of the undead. "I am pleased to meet you, Jack Carlson. Your reputation has preceded you." Lupo's expression was unreadable under the brim of the black hat. "I'm not sure I'm pleased to hear that. My trade is, after all, one that must be plied in secret. It's a reputation known only to a very small and select group." Lupo nodded as if, to a degree, mollified. "I can only hope it remains that way." He turned to Ronquist. "I take it he is not one of the ones who abducted you?" Ronquist shook his head. "No, that was two other mortals." "And what has become of them?" "Pay them no mind, old friend. They suffer as we speak. I trust they suffer enough. I have taken good care of them." A young officer in a cold-weather flight suit approached the group. "If you gentlemen would board the aircraft." Lupo hesitated. There was a young woman, a dark lost as I read her. So happy to see Lupo, Ronquist had neglected to ask about Bridewell. "Yes, the dark lost." "Where is she?" "She is already on board." She seemed to have the correct credentials. Ronquist reassured Lupo, although he knew later that he'd have to explain to him why Time Bridewell was traveling with them. "That's as it should be. So I suggest we board the plane ourselves." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Carlson wondered if he was afraid. Events seemed to be outstripping his feelings. He sat in a private jet, in temporary surroundings of executive luxury, and any impartial, if uninformed, observer might have been forgiven the assumption that he was a master of the universe who had reached the very apex of all corporate opportunities. The impartial and uninformed observer, on the other hand, would not have known that two of his companions on the aircraft were not even human, and that the woman who completed the quartet was seriously disturbed and had electronic devices surgically installed in her brain. If that wasn't enough to give Jack Carlson a moment of pause, as the Gulf Stream lifted into the freezing sky, with its wheels folding into the fuselage, the matter of their destination also remained. They were cleared for a direct course to a transit point deep inside the Arctic Circle that gave access to a world that most of humanity considered a chimera of fiction, fantasy, or paranoia, if indeed, they considered it at all. Carlson found himself wishing more and more that he still had cigarettes. As the pilot turned off the obligatory seat belt sign, he wanted to light a Marlboro so badly he could taste the smoke, and feel it catch in his throat. He found himself running down memory's checklist of all the other planes down the years and miles, smoking, non-smoking, and, in one case, actually on fire, that had brought him to the situation in which he now found himself. The DC-9S and DC-6S, the Bristol Freighters, and Piper Cherokees, the scheduled 747s and the wind-whipped, beat-up Hueys, left over from the Vietnam War, in which he'd been too young to fight, but had become his schoolboy obsession. How many times, as a teen, had he watched Apocalypse Now and wanted to be as cool as Captain Willard, or recklessly dared to wonder if he had the intensity of resolve it took to become as pitiless as Kurtz. And now, at least, he seemed to have made it to Willard, and maybe Kurtz was still to come. He had told Ronquist that they were going to the worst place under the earth, a remark that had been devoid of any implied humor. Jack Carlson's wanderings had started straight out of college. He had zigzagged his way through a world of other people's hurt, pretending to be a photojournalist, but in fact following a boyishly amoral need to keep up with the action. Very rapidly he had become addicted to the shit, and where the shit went, he followed. He was soon embroiled and compromised, and he relished it, with only a minimum of guilt, which rapidly diminished the longer he spent in the bush and the closer he came to the firefight. He had served his freelance apprenticeship in the era of the Contras and Ollie North, Pablo Escobar and Jean Kirkpatrick, as the Soviet evil empire sagged under the weight of bureaucracy and the arms race, when all that was needed to fill a plane with CIA cocaine was a confirmation that the plane was taking off empty. From La Paz to Medellin, from Havana to Trench Town, and on to Beirut, and back to Bangkok, then home to weird shit in Mena, Arkansas, and then off to Port-au-Prince and the fall of the Tonton Macoute. Getting dusted with the zombie drug should have been a turning point, but it turned out to be nothing more than a circuitous detour through peyote ceremonies and Santeria, the Society of Lucifer, and secret meetings with the late Terence McKenna, John Running Elk, and the venerable Dr. Benway, as he searched for what he thought of as the last remnants of his lost humanity, mislaid during the 72 hours of personality extinction he'd experienced in Haiti, before some of Fidel's covered. Ops boys took pity on him and dragged him out of the underground for where he could well have been abused all the way to a permanent grave. The finale of his post-traumatic, extreme spiritual diversion came in the form of an affair with an older woman, who had persuaded him that he should abandon his quest for his mislaid soul, because, as she put it, the ectoplasm of lost humanity turns toxic as rapidly as sashimi in the sun. Philippa Tarisk had been the estranged wife of Marcus Tarisk. And she was now his widow. Between the two of them, they had built the franchised faux religion known as the Apogee, all the way from nothing more than an insane post-psychedelic concept to a multimillion-dollar corporation with a glass tower in Beverly Hills that had doubled very comfortably as a corporate headquarters and holy temple. Philippa had, at the time, recently broken with Marcus, feeling she was also being eased off the gravy train, and her seat given to Marcus's latest bimbo of death mistress, a silver blonde named Tara Swirling. In an impulse of devilment and payback, Philippa had shown Carlson enough of the inside workings of the Apogee for him to fully grasp how mind control, gussied up as New Age faith, could really get freaky with its followers and effortlessly separate them from their money. Philippa Tarisk had probably saved Jack Carlson from being nothing more than another tedious, murder-for-hire asshole, just one more wet work whore among the Miami Cubans, rabid Serbs and Chechens, IRA provos, unemployed KGB, and former Green Berets who went in for that kind of thing. From the zombie dust to the Apogee, Carlson's quest for enlightenment had, if nothing else, made him a unique specialist in certain areas of occult combat. Philippa convinced him that he should stop resisting and accept his experience as a pointer to vocation, that he had no real alternative to the role of occult warrior, so he might as well go with what he was good at. She had set him on the course that had led him back, if not to the general rough and tumble of international intrigue, at least to the more rarefied conspiracies of men like Herbert Walker Greele, and ultimately to being on this Gulf Stream headed for what might just really be his heart of darkness. He turned and glanced at Ronquist and Lupo. He certainly had the right companions. Both Nosferatu lay back in their seats with their eyes closed, and he wondered if they were resting or telepathically exchanging information. Bridewell was staring at the tiny screen of a handheld television, and, suddenly finding himself with nothing to do, he recalled that he'd been living exclusively on alcohol for many hours and that he was really hungry. He rose from his seat and walked back to the small galley. No cabin attendant had been included on this flight for all the obvious reasons, but the galley was well stocked with both food and drink. He poured himself a Kirin and, beer in hand, browsed the selection of TV dinners, selected a tray of teriyaki beef on a bed of rice, and placed it in the microwave. At almost exactly at the halfway point of the preset cooking time, Time appeared in the entrance to the gallery. "How are you doing, Jack?" Carlson shrugged, still watching the timer on the microwave. "I'm fine, how about you?" "I feel like Dorothy, setting out for Oz with the two vampires and the spook. It seems like the Nosferatu are taking over." Carlson wanted to maintain a slim semblance of normality, at least until he'd eaten, so he didn't respond to what had to be bait for some kind of pointless and probably lengthy discussion. "Do you want a drink?" "Sure, pour me a scotch and give me a Coke to go with it. For some reason I don't quite understand, I always drink scotch and Coke when I'm flying. It's probably something to do with the cabin pressure working on the carbonation and the caffeine." Carlson assembled scotch, ice, a tall glass, and a can of Coca-Cola. All the glasses in the gallery were actually made of plastic, and decorated with logos of various government agencies and departments. "I'm going to be one soon." "One what?" This was the kind of conversation that Carlson had wanted to avoid. "I will soon be an Nosferatu." "Does Ronquist know that?" "Not yet, but he will." Carlson tried to change the subject. "Are they sleeping out there?" Bridewell shook her head. "I think they're having some kind of telepathic conference." She grinned. "They're probably talking about you, Jack." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ronquist had boarded the aircraft, again noting how well the keepers of American secrets treated themselves. The interior was plush with darkly muted, self-important colors. It had been decorated for those who needed their sense of power constantly reaffirmed and bolstered. The seats were soft brown leather and, although locked for takeoff and landing, could swivel at will during level flight. The passenger cabin was equipped with personal TV and computers, a chart table, and a large projection screen on the bulkhead that separated the flight deck from the cabin. As the pilot waited for final clearance, the four passengers had remained silent, each in his or her own way locked into the contemplation of embarking for the totally unknown. Ronquist knew that, as soon as they were in level flight, and not headed into the sun, or anything else as completely outlandish, he needed to fill Lupo in on everything he knew, everything he'd seen, and everything he theorized or suspected. Where such an exchange would involve humans in a lengthy verbal discussion, Nosferatu as intimate as Ronquist and Lupo were blessed with the capacity simply to relax, close their eyes, and open their minds to each other. Ronquist could provide Lupo with a visual and highly detailed shared memory of everything that had happened to him since he'd checked into the Watergate. At the same time, he could supply Lupo with answers to any questions he might pose and fill in background details on anything that was not absolutely clear. And all the time they were engaged in the transfer, the humans would likely assume they were merely asleep. The only point in the exchange where things became less than clear was when Lupo had pressed Ronquist on the inclusion of Time Bridewell in the party. When he'd talked to Carlson, Ronquist hadn't exactly lied about his promise to Time, but his motives for wanting to keep her alive and bring her with them had been vague, even to himself. Obviously she posed too clear a threat to be left at Deer Park, with not only all the conflicts of a Dark Lost, but also the Dark Lost's near hysterical rage, should she decide that she'd been deprived, abandoned, or forsaken. That, however, was merely a fast house cleaning of the negative aspects. If Ronquist had only wanted to protect himself against what she might do, he should have killed her as Carlson suggested. He had broken his word to humans more times than it was possible to remember, and to cite any promise he might have made to Bridewell was mendacious to say the least. The positive side of making Bridewell a part of the expedition was much more difficult to delineate. In Deer Park parlance, she was a resource. The surface facts were as he had described them to Carlson. The woman was a highly trained if unorthodox operative, with a wealth of experience behind her, some of it abnormal by any scale of values. She was also, for the time being, absolutely subject to his command. The combination of those two factors could obviously be put to use in a variety of as yet unknown situations. What he hadn't told Carlson was that, at any given time, it would be relatively easy, especially now that Lupo was with him, to transform Bridewell into full Nosferatu and turn her loose on any opposition they might encounter, with all the raw and feral fury of the newly changed. He supposed one analysis might be that he was treating Bridewell as a weapon that could be armed and primed, should the need arise, but even that was far from a complete explanation. To be completely candid, Ronquist was operating on instinct rather than reason where the Dark Lost was concerned. Fortunately, Lupo would be quite prepared to accept that and act accordingly. It wouldn't be the first time that they had embarked on a venture relying on some nonverbal and hard-to-define Nosferatu intuition. With the matter of Bridewell settled, at least for this initial stage, all that remained were the immediate specifics, and, up to boarding the aircraft, specifics had been pretty thin on the ground. What was their objective when they reached this mysterious installation with the nickname Ice Station Zebra? What might be expected of them, and what might they expect to confront? Ronquist knew that the always meticulous Lupo was less than happy with the dearth of hard facts and stated plans of action. He was also aware that Lupo didn't really see why one or both of them didn't merely rip into Carlson's mind, and drag out all the information they could find. Again, a certain level of instinct was at work. Ronquist's sense was that, with Carlson, he should resist the violent impulse. It might tell them what they wanted to know in the short term, but, for the longer haul, he wanted Carlson sharp and functional, not a bleary thrall with no ideas or impulses of his own. He didn't want to turn the human operative's mind into a tattered phone book because they thumbed through it too carelessly or too often. That Ronquist wanted to keep Carlson's brain intact didn't, of course, preclude using the remainder of the flight to the Arctic Circle to quiz him on all that he knew, and they didn't and ruthlessly exploit their capacity to read his visible aura to call him on any lies, half-truths, deceptions, or displays of subterfuge. Lupo wanted to get started on the questioning as soon as possible, and Ronquist could find no reason to disagree with him now that he himself was no longer vulnerable or needed to employ the caution of a prisoner. ******. Carlson had no sooner finished his food than the two vampires started in on him. They'd had the good grace to let him eat in peace, but the moment he set down his fork, they wanted to know it all, everything, down to the smallest detail. Bridewell was very glad she wasn't in her former lover's shoes. The way that Ronquist and Lupo had borne down on Jack Carlson had been little short of awesome. It might well have been enough to spook her, and the one thing Femme Juv 8-79 prided herself on was how she didn't spook easily. She had followed Carlson out of the galley, in the waft of soy sauce, with her scotch and coke in her hand, in a highball glass with a Justice Department logo. While he ate, she had gone back to her handheld TV, and, through all that time, the two Nosferatu had remained prone in their seats with their eyes closed. She didn't know what influence caused her to look up at the very moment that both Ronquist and Lupo, in perfectly synchronized unison, opened their eyes, sat up, and stared straight at Jack Carlson, but it was enough to cause the normally self-assured Carlson to blanch white, and time was gratified to see that he was still capable of experiencing irrational fear. Lupo delivered the bad news. "We have decided it's time to talk." Time had to admit that Carlson recovered admirably, using only a sip of his beer to cover his shock. "Yes, I guess it is." The first question came from Ronquist and was relatively simple. "I understood we were taking a weapons team with us." Carlson nodded. "We are. They'll be flying up separately in about 4 hours. There's a transport flight coming up with a load of stuff for the Underlanders, and they are on it." Lupo grumbled in his throat. "So the common foot soldiers don't travel like this. Did they ever?" Lupo treated Carlson to a long, thoughtful look. "No, I suppose not." Ronquist returned quickly to the point. "So when we first go into this ice station Zebra, we'll be looking out for ourselves. We have no reason to expect any trouble there." Lupo continued to stare stone-faced at Carlson. "Why not? It's an area of neutrality." "A DMZ? Neutrality between what and what?" "Between the US and Underland. It's where all the trading is done." "I thought contact had ceased." "Trade continues." "How?" "There's a trade representative who meets each shipment, places the new orders, and arranges the transfers of funds." "That hardly sounds like a total breakdown of communications." Carlson's forehead had taken on a slight sheen as though he was either beginning to sweat or his collar was too tight. From where Time sat, the stairs of the two Nosferatu were clearly starting to pressure him. Not that Carlson didn't merit or deserve some pressure. Jack was slick, and he could use a challenge. His personal craziness had been honed by some fairly outrageous wheels of fortune to the point that he could be as smooth as polished marble, and bright as the chrome on a new trailer hitch. Time had rarely seen him meet his match. He had almost certainly not told Ronquist all there was to know about the mission, and this now seemed to be the time of reckoning. The breakdown in communications is in that we have no idea what's going on in Underland. Lupo was looking increasingly unhappy. So what happens when we get to Ice Station Zebra? I make contact with the Underland trade representative and hope to persuade him to arrange an audience with whoever is now in power. And what do we do? Wait and see how he reacts. And if he reacts badly, what then? At that point we apply some pressure. He has to be made to understand that our request is backed with the full force of the United States government. Lupo noisily exhaled. Wars have started over less. Carlson sighed. I'm well aware of that. We will be walking a narrow line. Time found it hard to fault the way Jack was handling Lupo and Ronquist. He had the technique of appearing frank and candid, but at the same time giving away only what was absolutely necessary. He had the added advantage of not only having talked the talk but also of having walked the walk for a considerable distance. In that, he was radically different from the federal career flunkies inside Deer Park, and all the other soulless establishments just like it that the government had scattered around the nation. When handling the hellish, Jack Carlson could be more than just theoretical. Jack Carlson had not just visited his personal hell, he had served a protracted sentence there, and, in fact, might still only be out on spiritual parole. Something had happened to him in Haiti, the details of which he'd securely chained down and hidden behind iron masks somewhere on the far side of denial. During their affair, one time after orgasm, he had attempted to tell her about it in an Italian hotel room. They had both been drunk, intoxicated but still capable. Standing with his back to her, naked at an open window, drinking grappa from the bottle, smoking a Marlboro, and staring into a hazy Roman dawn, he had launched into a confused and headlong story of a Tonton-Maco ambush, the forcible use of the zombie drug, and a descent into living death. Seemingly the Tontons had then brought him to some kind of underground amphour or temple, where he became the focus of some outlandishly horrible ceremony. He'd been unable to describe the details of what had been done to him, each time breaking down, unable to continue. He attempted to resume the monologue 4 times, but had always faltered, ending in inarticulate lip-biting, and, after the 4th try, he had collapsed sobbing like a baby in Time's arms. The next morning, and forever after, the incident was never referred to again. A few seconds of silence ensued while Ronquist and Lupo considered what they had learned so far. The other teams that went in, they also walked the narrow line. More or less. But they lost their footing. So it would appear. How much do you know about exactly what happened to them? Not a great deal. Or, to be precise, I haven't been told a great deal. Don't your people believe in the maxim forewarned is forearmed? They've never made it past need to know. That's why they fuck up so often. Ronquist brought the conversation back to the subject at hand. So what exactly happened to the previous attempts to penetrate Underland? We touched on that back at Deer Park. Ronquist made an impatient gesture. I know we touched on it, but the time has come for any and all details. Carlson rose from his seat, picked up the used food tray and the empty beer bottle, and went to the galley, talking as he opened another beer. The first group went in the hard way. They were all ex-Delta Force, and they wanted to do the Macho Ice Trek. They left Zebra in a helicopter that set them down close to the fissure. From there they approached on foot, with intention of climbing down without the Underlanders knowing. We had communication with them until they began the descent of the Arctic fissure, but that was all they wrote. As far as anyone could work out, they either fell or were intercepted and killed. So the second team tried another route. They employed a scenario closer to the one we're using. Lupo scowled. That's encouraging. Carlson continued. They were met at Ice Station Zebra by a delegation of Underlanders who conducted them below. And they, too, were never seen again. We never saw them, but they were in radio contact for the next 2 weeks, routinely checking in. And after that, there was silence for a week, and one final and highly cryptic message. Which was that they'd embrace the serpent and would make no further communication. They intimated that they would be staying in Underland. And was this believed? It prompted a lot of discussion. As far as we could tell, they weren't broadcasting under duress. They certainly used none of the pre-arranged keywords that would indicate anything like that. I pretty much accepted they'd willingly crossed over. And no one theorized why. There were a million theories. None seemed to hold water. That's why we now find ourselves cruising at 30,000 feet. Carlson paused and took a hit on his beer. Time was pleased she wasn't the one under interrogation. Ronquist and Lupo were a prefect team. Ronquist was the scalpel, Lupo was the highly accurate blunt instrument. Ronquist leaned forward, with the intensity of a rapid-fire, big-money chess player. Lupo sat back and coldly contemplated. Massive and foursquare, he stared over his prow of a nose, through eyes so narrowed that, even though he had never looked into the sun, deep ridges and furrows were etched in his face. Where Time Bridewell had previously only been enthralled by Ronquist alone, she now found herself hopelessly in love with the sheer magnificence of the Nosferatu as a breed. They were so formidable, but at the same time so powerfully uncomplicated. Unlike humans, they required no validation of their existence. They did not question why or what they were, and they certainly seemed to have no desire to reshape the world in their image. Indeed, quite the reverse. For Time to be reshaped in Ronquist's image, she might have to grovel on her knees, begging him to change her, but she was, now more than ever, completely devoted to the idea of becoming the same as he and Lupo, and all the others that might lurk in the night. This Underland trade representative, who and what is he? Carlson indicated a pile of folders on the plan table. There's a short dossier on him. Lupo slowly but emphatically shook his head. I am too old for dossiers. I leave them to humans and the young. Just tell me in your own words. Ronquist reached for the folders. Explain it to Lupo. I'll glance at the dossier while you're talking. What is this person's name? John Tiberius Beauregard. Ronquist sorted through the folders until he found the correct one. John T. Beauregard, Jr. As Ronquist opened the folder, Carlson looked directly at Lupo. This Beauregard would appear to be second-generation Underlander. Second generation. His family arrived there after the influx of Nazi fugitives, but have been down below long enough for John T. Jr. to have been born beneath the surface. And who was his father? His father, John T. Sr., came out of the rotting gumbo of Louisiana politics, and moved from something akin to a Huey Long position, further and further to the right, until he was too fucking crazy even for the Klan. Some even maintain he was hanging with Clay Shaw, David Ferry, and the rest of the New Orleans Kennedy conspirators. By the mid-60s old John T. appears to have gone completely insane. He declared himself a Nordic pagan, which put him at complete odds with the Christian right, then claimed that the takeover by the New World Order was going to come down at any moment and that he was heading out for the land under the earth. After about 1973, he vanished, never to be seen again. The more rational concluded that John T. had finally lost his mind, killed his entire family, then himself out in some impenetrable bayou, where the alligators disposed of the bodies. But he really made it to Underland. Carlson nodded. In his madness, it seemed he figured it out for real. Ronquist looked up from the dossier, obviously amused. That's one of the troubles with the current practice of enfolding secrets in a winding sheet of paranoid fantasy. Now and again the extremely paranoid discover exactly what was supposed to be kept secret from them. Lupo was pensive. He moved to Underland with his whole family, like some kind of paranormal pioneer. The only one of the Beauregards who remained topside was the eldest son, Samuel T., who ran away to the San Fernando Valley to make gay porno tapes under the stage name Sam Ram. Needless to say, he and his daddy really didn't get along. In fact, Sam Ram turned out weird so early that his name was changed and the second son became John T. Jr. Ronquist tapped the dossier. It says here that Beauregard Jr. sports the titles Companion of the Serpent and Storm Leader of the Iron Order. A little disquieting, I admit. Ronquist nodded in agreement. Was the possibility considered that any entirely new social system might have evolved down there? Carlson sighed. It was by me, but the government suits could only think within the parameters of some variety of 20th century totalitarian autocracy. Ronquist warmed to the subject. Such titles as this Beauregard assumes usually indicate the social order is degenerating to feudalism. Now Lupo joined in. And feudalism generally involves the adaptation to some form of divinity. Or at least a divinely appointed monarch. The boys were getting to the point of mutual congratulation, and time decided the male bonding, even if it was cross-species, had gone far enough. And a divinely anointed monarch brings us squarely back to divinity. Ronquist looked at Bridewell as though he had completely forgotten about her. She laughed. You don't listen to a word I say, do you, Ronquist? You're making me the invisible bimbo again. Then, to Time's even greater amusement, Ronquist, before he could respond, was cut off by the pilot's voice over the intercom. Gentlemen, Ms. Bridewell, we are starting our descent to NORAD 40. If you are currently moving around the cabin, it might be advisable to resume your seats. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The air was so cold that it was devoid of content. Ronquist had never been above the Arctic Circle before. As far as he could calculate, St. Petersburg was as far north as he'd ever gone. It was not the climate that had directed his wanderings away from the far north. The temperature didn't bother him at all, and he rather enjoyed snow. He had never headed toward the North Pole, or the South Pole for that matter, because humans didn't thrive in those places. The Nosferatu were man-feeders. They followed the herds, and could not prosper in a wilderness where freezing humans feared to tread. The distance from the Gulf Stream's passenger door to the igloo-like tunnel that led inside the NORAD 40 complex of single-story buildings, 9/10 buried in the snow, was around 100 feet. Bridewell and Carlson had donned heavy coats before stepping out of the plane, and they still ran, heads down against the cutting sub-zero winds, for the sanctuary of warmth and shelter. Ronquist and Lupo, on the other hand, covered the distance at a leisurely pace, Lupo holding his hat, Ronquist's hair streaming wildly, and the coats of their Washington Street clothes flapping like demented raven wings as they paused to look up at the sky where, between masses of cloud, the starfields shone, brilliant and dense in the frozen sky, so far from the glare and airborne filth of cities. Inside the base, the atmosphere was radically different, warm, almost steamy, with undertones of a sauna, and dozens of conflicting smells: baking, alcohol, dirty clothes, aviation fuel, hot metal, and damp leather. In some respects, it resembled nothing more than a crowded, if makeshift, and not very well maintained ski lodge, and, like a ski lodge, it was noisy. Vintage country music played over a less than discreet PA system, but as they moved into what was laughingly called the transit lounge, Patsy Cline was forced to compete with the electronic crash of pinball machines and the sound cards of arcade games. An entire community seemed to be gathered in this portal between the above and the below. Ronquist didn't see any faces he actually knew, but the collection of human types was highly familiar. Military and mercenary, players and adventurers, crazy scientists and crazier covert operators, with few exceptions, a variety of Joseph Conrad misfits, updated by 100 years, and modified for the modern world. Ice Station Zebra was populated by the same aberrant personality profiles and distorted genomes that had once manned the far-flung outposts of empires and would, sometime in the future, establish the first colonies on Mars. By far the majority of auras told of junkie slaves to the endorphin rush. The kind of brain chemical hunger that could always be found in professional soldiers, war photographers, cowboy drug smugglers, and rough terrain taxi pilots. They also leaked a nervousness and an anticipation of fear of what could happen next, and the hope for what might. Collectively it was an emotional combination that caused them to drink a lot and boast of their exploits in a booze-lubricated camaraderie. As human company went, Ronquist could have chosen a good deal worse, although the surface of shared adversity hid a more negative lower waft of intrigue, conspiracy, distrust, and suspicion. Spooks, spies, observers, informers, and stone killers were all well represented. Many of these men and women had not only the potential for violence when required, but also a thorough, field-tested grounding in its practical applications. Although they were clothed in parkas, anoraks, and kapok quilting, fancy sweaters, and spandex, they were dangerous professionals, not snow bunnies and their escorts. In the den he was in, sex and hot chocolate might be included somewhere on the menu, but neither was given a particularly high priority without an ulterior motive. Ronquist was immediately aware that he'd been lied to by either Carlson, Greel, or both. If communication between Underland and the USA was as limited and interrupted as they'd claimed, why were so many people at the transit point? The only other explanation was that NSA FEMA Paranormal was being fed a mess of disinformation, and he wasn't sure which alternative he liked less. He immediately communicated his findings to Lupo, who straight away looked round for Carlson. He should be braced on this matter, Don Victor. Ronquist wasn't so sure, and also Carlson had, at least temporarily, vanished. Leave him for now. I prefer just to get a feel for the place. Lupo glanced around. I think I'd prefer to be somewhere a little more private. We are much too noticeable in this mass of humanity. Ronquist and Lupo had realized the same thing at exactly the same moment. Ronquist in his leather jacket and Lupo in his mobster overcoat hardly conformed to the unstated, but very obvious, practical dress code at Ice Station Zebra. In their demonstration of bravado at not feeling the cold, they had rather overreached themselves. Not to feel the cold was one thing, to attempt to blend with a mass of humans who did was something else again. Already their outfits, so plainly from a more temperate climate, were drawing curious glances, and Ronquist knew it was too late for a dignified retreat, had there even been somewhere to which they could retreat. I think we've screwed up here, my friend. If anyone here is capable of recognizing us for what we really are, we have already betrayed ourselves, and everyone in the room at least knows there's something anomalous about us. The best we can do is to brazen it out. I don't like this. Neither do I, but it can't be helped. We've erred, and we're going to have to live with it. The only factor in our favor is that the humans in this place are very far from normal themselves. While Ronquist and Lupo had taken the time to inspect the room, Bridewell had headed straight for the transit lounge bar and was ordering a drink. She appeared completely unfazed by those around her and, as far as Ronquist could read her, she seemed perfectly at home, almost comfortable. She might have owed him the fealty of the Dark Lost, but Time Bridewell was among what was still her own kind. Ronquist grasped that, up to this point, he had been thinking of Ice Station Zebra as the calm before the storm, a place of rest and preparation before the real challenges came. In that he had been completely and profoundly wrong. Ice Station Zebra was a challenge in itself. His inappropriate style of dress and his unpreparedness for what he was now discovering, had left both himself and Lupo vulnerable. This had to stop. He had to be far more careful from there on out. He didn't feel entirely responsible for the mistakes. He had neither been briefed nor warned as to what to expect when the plane landed, and that was unforgivable. If Carlson had known, he should have alerted him and shared the information. On the other hand, if Carlson had come there with no more clue than Ronquist, then he should not have been leading their expedition at all. Ronquist found himself with no option but to join Bridewell at the bar, but, as he moved through the crowd, he began wondering, just like Lupo, where the hell Carlson had vanished to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why the fuck wasn't I warned? There was no time. You're trying to tell me that everyone and their uncle all had the same idea at the same time. Walter, where was Jack Carlson's contact at Ice Station Zebra, and NSA FEMA's man on the ground? He had buttonholed Carlson the moment he stepped inside the base entrance and whisked him into an empty office. The first I knew of was when we started getting all these requests for landing clearances. We're keyed a lengthy code into a computer on the desk in the small Spartan room that seemed to double as his office and living quarters, and brought up a breakdown of arrivals and departures over the previous 2 days. The secret base had been handling a traffic flow comparable with that of a small-town commercial airport. Centerfolds from Maxim and Playboy pouted down from the walls, attempting to humanize the military-issue steel of the highly utilitarian desk, table, bunk, filing cabinets, and lockers. I've reported all this to Deer Park, but they're demanding explanations just like you. Couldn't some of the clearances have been denied, or at least stalled until we could get out of here? We're looked even more helpless. NSA FEMA doesn't have the lock on who comes and goes. There's a whole lot of agencies and corporations who kick in for the upkeep of this place, and they expect to be able to use it whenever they want. Carlson appealed to the naked women in the glossy pictures for some kind of calming influence, but found none. So where's my transport in all this aerial logjam? Weir avoided his eyes. Its takeoff from Andrews had to be delayed. It won't be up here for at least 7 hours. I managed to get your flight priority clearance, but that ain't going to happen for a C-3 full of gin and computers. Gin, computers, and my backup squad. There wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. Deer Park had that information before I did. They should have clued you in. To go into full agency foul-up so early in the mission was beyond Carlson's worst objective fears, and he found that all he could do was curse. What the fuck, Walt? Why do we work for these jackass government retards? Yeah, well, Jack, before you go into the full shit fit, there's worse. There's worse. Something's hotting up down under. There's been encrypted stuff coming from the tower on the edge of the fissure for the last 10 hours. Has it been read? I'm a glorified janitor and check-in clerk, not a code breaker, for fuck's sake. Besides, there's a whole manual of protocols about communications from down under. We cut each other some slack up here at Zebra, you know what I mean? We're a sub-zero facility with polar stress. We fucking live here in little claustrophobia. We try and get along. We don't need anyone going critical or maxing out with an Uzi. Did you at least find out where all this shit was being sent to? What do you take me for? So far a glorified janitor with a skin mag collection. Enlighten me. Like you said, to everyone and his uncle. A whole lot of extra stuff to Talesian's office at the White House, plenty of petrochemical, a lot of military industrial, and of course the super echelon black hole shit going to places that aren't supposed to exist. We're paused. There was also a cookie for you. Shit. A direct word from Beauregard. He's coming in early. He wants you there to meet him when he touches down. The fuck he does. You've never met him, right? No, but up here, his wish is your command, and he's one bad motherfucker. We're talking Darth Vader Jr. He could burn this place off the ice if he wanted to. He's C of S. What are you talking about? You plan on going down under, and you don't know about the C of S. What? Companions of the Serpent. That's the bottom line. You don't fuck with the C of S. You don't even talk about the C of S. Do you know who I have with me? 2 heavyweight weirdos and Time Bridewell. At least it wasn't common knowledge that Ronquist and Lupo were vampires. Perhaps he should be grateful for that small mercy. Fucking A firm on that. And now I've got to meet with this Beauregard without even my weapons team behind me. It's fucked up, Walt. It's really fucked up. That's because your thinking is 180 ass backwards, and it's stagnating the process, Jack. Out here, it's not us that run things, it's them. It's their back door, pal, not ours. We just sit here in the snow at their pleasure. How long before Beauregard shows up? 20 minutes. Maybe a half hour. This is fucking crazy, Walt. Just wait a half hour, Jack. You'll see just how fucking crazy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time Bridewell was being told nothing, and she was starting to fume. Vampire or human, they all behaved like men, expecting her simply to go along without a word of explanation. When Carlson had come to extract her from the transit lounge, she had committed the only act of rebellion she could think of on the spur of the moment. She made Carlson wait while she had the bartender top up her glass with vodka. He didn't take it well. We've got to hurry, goddammit. Not until you tell me why. We have to meet this character Beauregard from the Underland. Thanks for telling me that, at least. Listen, Time, I just don't have the patience to humor you right now. Drink in hand, she emerged from the transit lounge followed by Ronquist, Lupo, and, finally, Carlson, only to find a group of 5 gunmen waiting for them. Although they weren't in uniform, dressed instead in an assortment of cold weather combat clothing and sporting an unshaven, unkempt, Arctic look, they all wore sidearms. One also carried a shotgun, while another had a stripped-down AK-47 at his side. Time knew enough to at least put a temporary cover on her disgruntlement and keep her descent to herself. The function of this well-strapped crew was far from clear. Were they there to protect or compel, to ensure her safety, and that of Lupo and Ronquist, or to make damn sure they all did what they were told on the way to meet this mysterious Beauregard from the Underland? Time knew one of the 5. Walt Weir was a light-skinned ex-Marine, another hired gun like Jack Carlson, although he had never matched Carlson's prominence or reputation. 2 more of the crew carried themselves as though they had put in their time in the military, while the remaining pair walked with the easy insolence of brigands or terrorists. Her only consolation at finding herself under armed escort again was that at least the escort was made up of her kind of people, not the grim and mindless killer goon robot, death squad breed that the old man employed as security at Deer Park. Time noticed, as she was checking them out, that Lupo was doing the same, and seemingly coming to much the same conclusion. He saw that any kind of resistance or demand for an explanation was pointless. He nodded to Ronquist as though silently communicating his assessment, and both Nosferatu fell into step with Weir and his men, as the newly augmented party moved off deeper into the bowels of the secret base. Time was starting to see how Ronquist and Lupo operated when they were together as a duo. The linked minds of the Nosferatu, freed of the human need for clumsy and imprecise language, were awesome in their economy of time and effort. She also observed that they worked to a long ago defined pattern. Lupo deferred to Ronquist in most things. This had already been made obvious by his constant use of the appellation Don Victor as though he was an old-time mustache-Pete mafiosi. Where safety and security were concerned, however, Lupo seemed to make the calls, functioning as Ronquist's protector, lookout, and wingman. Lupo's unhesitating reaction had left Time to bring up the rear of the party, but when Carlson moved next to Ronquist, and the two started talking, she hurried to catch up and hear what was being said. She was not encouraged when she saw the grim expressions on the faces of the Nosferatu and the man. Then she heard Carlson tell Ronquist how there was considerably more going on at Ice Station Zebra than they had expected when they set out. "I don't have time to explain it all now. We have to meet with Beauregard, but as soon as I get a private moment, I'll fill you in on as much as I know." Ronquist kept pace with Carlson but regarded him coldly. "This is extremely unsatisfactory. I know. It would seem that we only get the bad news when it's far too late to turn back. I'm well aware of that, but we're both in the same position. The old man has been concealing stuff from me from the get-go. So what do you suggest? We can only hang together